today. 3, 2, 1, Good morning. I want you all to know I went to a nice restaurant last night with sponsors and fell asleep on them. Okay, so housekeeping. Be polite about this. We're all adults. We're not going to call out any names or shame anyone. We all have one of these. Just please make sure it's not ringing and texting today. Thank you to the reporter in the back who, when his rang and he dropped it yesterday, he kicked it out of the room as quickly as possible. For the rest of you, myself included, because I turned mine on earlier. Okay. So today we've got 2 more presidential candidates who you all know. We've got Congressman Mark Walker. He's running for governor in North Carolina. I love the guy. I'm glad to have him. Will Hill. Now, Will is kind of funny because several people ask me, why are you having that guy running for president? I'm not. Will Hill is one of the foremost experts on ESG in the country. If you've ever seen the ad campaign against BlackRock, that's Will Hill. And delighted to have him here. Congressman Chip Roy is coming to his fan club meeting later. Grover Norquist from Americans for Tax Reform will be on stage with me, as well as Congressman Rich McCormick. Brent Buchanan, one of the best pollsters in the country, he ran Governor Kemp's polling operation and knew all along just how brutal that primary was going to be. He is going to be here. Great parental rights discussion. I continue to believe, as I said to Ron DeSantis yesterday, the sleeper issue of this year is going to be parental rights. As Mike Pence said, it's not bad policy. It's crazy that suddenly the government believes and the left believes you have to co-parent with the government. You have school boards who are funded by parents who believe parents are domestic terrorists who should be investigated by the FBI. You have states like California that will allow children to be taken away from parents if the parents disagree with the trans agenda. And you have parents around the country who are being vilified for standing up for what they believe is right, not just for their faith, but how they should be able to raise their kids. And I've seen the polling on the issue. It is a huge sleeper issue for our side in the 2024 election. Parents across demographics, across the political spectrum, are furious with it. The only parents who aren't with us are the ones who are described as hard progressives. Not surprising. They're the ones causing all the problems. Everybody else is deeply persuaded by this issue, and we're going to spend some time talking about it, and as well as educating you guys on how to talk about it. Then we'll take a small break, and one of my good friends, we've gotten to be friends over a while, and we have the most absurd text message chain in America. Senator Tom Cotton and I are going to be here. We don't actually talk politics. He sends me like bad 1970s sports references that he knows I don't get because I didn't grow up in this country, just as a way to frustrate me so he can ridicule me. And he dared me to buy a particular t-shirt and wear it to interview him. Oh, I bought it. But I bought one for him too, and he has no idea. It's Jesus as a hockey goalie, and it says Jesus saves. Yes. Oh, I'm wearing it this afternoon. Probably under this, though, because then I do have Senator Joni Ernst from Iowa. I first met Senator Ernst. I was asked to moderate the original Republican debate for the Senate in Iowa years ago when she was first running, and we connected because, as some of you may know, my wife has a Harley, and so does Joni Ernst, and they both scare me as a result. And so she's great. She's fantastic on foreign policy issues. She understands the military, having served, and I really wanted to talk to her about the border, about military policy, but also about farm policy in this country, being from Iowa, what the government is doing. Like you heard yesterday, Kelly Loeffler talking about her brother's tractor now. It costs more than his house, 1.5 times as much. And the government literally is examining how to get farmers to convert from diesel-powered tractors to battery-powered tractors, which seems to be insane to me. And then at the end, now this one's kind of funny, and I may have to kind of tease the whole situation out. Governor Glenn Youngkin is coming. Governor Glenn Youngkin is not running for president of the United States, as far as we know. He was a little bit concerned about coming with presidential candidates because he didn't want to be perceived as even thinking about running for president, because his job this year, his mission is to take back the Virginia Senate. And so that's all he wants to do. But part of that is trying to overcome a lot of Republican reluctance right now about early voting and absentee balloting. So many Republicans want to vote same day. Well, if you've ever been to Virginia in November, it could be snowing or raining badly on Election Day, driving out Election Day voting. So he's trying to convince people you got to go back to early voting. Republicans used to win the early vote. They used to win the absentee voting, and we just fell out of the habit. We got our dominance over the last decade nationwide in so many states got us to be very lazy, and in the laziness, doubts crept in about the system because we weren't as engaged. Democrats became more active poll workers for boards of elections. They became more active poll watchers. We let those skill sets atrophy. And now you have so many Republicans convinced, well, they'll still the early vote. Well, not if we all show up in mass and we're the poll watchers and we're the poll workers. The number of people, and look, if, as Governor Kemp said yesterday, if you believe 2020 was stolen, it's your right to believe 2020 was stolen. I do disagree, but I do try to tell people, if you think it was stolen, go to your local board of elections and volunteer to be a poll worker. The number of people who listen to my show who I've told them to do that for 2022 who called back in and said, oh, the stuff I thought was them stealing the election, now that I'm a poll worker, I realize was standard procedure, and it's how they have to count ballots if they don't scan right and things like that, and they learn. Be a poll worker, not a watcher. Now, let me say this from a personal standpoint. My mother-in-law, who is in her 80s now, has always been a poll worker. As long as I've been married now, this year, 23 years, as long as I've been married, my mother-in-law has been a poll worker, and she shows up every morning, bright and early. She's there all day. She's at the point where she doesn't want to do it anymore at her age, and it is a long day for her. But it's really hard to find young people, and where they're getting them from are these young progressive kids on college campuses who volunteer. Our side's got to step up and be these poll workers, not the watchers for the parties, but the workers, the people who are checking you in, the people who are manning the process. Not because we want to steal the election, but because we need ourselves to be reminded that the process works. I say all the time I'm a conservative because I'm a Christian, and I believe everyone's a sinner, and I want as few in charge of me as possible. I also vehemently believe that there's no perfect election because people are sinners, which means they're stupid, which means they make mistakes, which means there's never a perfect election. But the more of us who are committed to having the best election possible, sign up with your local county. Some of them don't need volunteers. They've already got enough, but a lot of them are starved for volunteers. So consider doing that. But that's the topic for Governor Glenn Youngkin and what he's doing in Virginia and how the states matter. But he's going to be joined again by Brian Kemp. This is not I was really going to joke with him, the 2024 Republican ticket, but I was asked, please don't even joke about it because the media will go nuts. Because it's not true. They're not running. They're not running. I thought it would be funny, but they didn't share my sense of humor. But they want to, as Governor Kemp did yesterday, remind us, please, to focus on the election, to focus on winning. If we really believe that the country is headed off the rails, we've got to win. And so the candidates matter. Who the nominee is matters. Who can win matters. Who can not be a drag on the Senate candidates matter, because we have a real legit shot if we pick good Senate candidates to get the Senate back in 2024 as well, and as well pick up more seats in the House of Representatives. We're going to have a fight on our hands there, not to mention all the state campaigns. We've got a fight ahead of us in 2024. So thank you again for coming to hear these candidates, and I appreciate so much your kind feedback from yesterday. The number of you who stopped me and said, it was just refreshing to hear them in their own words talk about their policy positions. Everyone left impressed with something each of them said. And I don't want to be the guy who does the gotcha questions or forces them into short sentences. I want to be able to let them talk and to explore what they believe. And so today we've got two more of the presidential candidates who are going to be joining us. Vivek Ramaswamy will be joining us, and the former governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, is going to be joining us. Now, let me say something about Governor Chris Christie. I have interviewed him multiple times, and I've had him at these events multiple times. Every single politician I've ever asked to come to one of these or I've interviewed on stage, some staffer somewhere will eventually, in most cases, reach out and say, in at least one interview, can you give us an idea of where you're headed with your conversation? They don't necessarily want the questions. Some have asked for questions. They don't get them. Well, one of them I gave questions and then didn't ask any of them. He deserved it. But Chris Christie's campaign team and the people around him, they've never asked for even the topics. Former federal prosecutor, when you go to law school, they teach you never ask a question you don't already know the answer to. Chris Christie's very good about expect the unexpected question and have an answer for it, which makes the interviews always fun. He's also, as an aside, when I did this in 2015, he was the first politician my son ever met, and I have this picture of my kid who was about down here with Chris Christie towering over him, shaking his hand. And my kid has no memory of this, but I show him the pictures like that guy. He's like, yes. So he's been fun to have at these. This is the second time he's come to the gathering. I've interviewed him several times in the past. I enjoy my conversation with him the few times I've had them simply because I can't ask him anything and he's going to have a great answer for it, whether I agree with him or not. But I do want to point out, I do understand the polling, and I do want to remind you that he was the former governor of New Jersey and had a 100% pro-life record in the state of New Jersey. Keep that in mind, and keep in mind as well that yes, New Jersey elects Republicans on occasion. In fact, they almost did this last election cycle, and it surprised everyone. Remember, it was their Speaker of the House who everyone was surprised he lost. Good things happen when you have good policies. It can matter greatly. So without further ado, I want to begin the conversations this morning, and I do want to start with the former governor of New Jersey and former federal prosecutor, Chris Christie.
Hey, Eric.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely.
Thank you, everybody.
I told him you would yell if anybody's phone went off. So
I have done that before.
So
I made sure I
for
silenced
coming.
mine before I came out.
Yeah, I had mine on this morning. My kid called me, thank God, or I would be the guy whose phone went off. Thank you, first of all, for coming. I want to start with a question I've asked everybody who's running for president. When you've got a former president, a former vice president, a former UN ambassador, current governors and senators, why should voters vote for Chris Christie for president?
I think two reasons. First is that I'm tired of our country over the past decade or a little bit more doing small things. We're dividing ourselves up into smaller and smaller groups. We're pitting those small groups against each other. And then we're bringing up issues, not that are unimportant, Eric, but are small in context of how big and important our country is and has been. And I'm not interested in doing that. There are too many huge problems for us to deal with of consequence that I want to take on, and I'm willing to talk about now as president. First is education. When 1 of every 3 children in this country does not read at grade level, that is a crisis, everybody. It's a crisis. And we have been absolutely dominated by the teachers' unions in this country. And if you didn't know it before, and I've been fighting this, as you know, since 2009 in my state, but if you didn't know it before, you saw it during COVID. Those unions put those kids and their families clearly second to their own parochial concerns. And that's added to that 1 in 3 number. We need to revolutionize what we're doing in education. And I'm going to give a speech on this after Labor Day, but we're going to go for educational freedom in the extreme. I want every family in this country to have an educational freedom account. We spend $800 billion a year in this country on K-12 education. And we're getting mediocre results despite that money. I want every parent in this country to decide where their kids go to school. You have a great public school, send them to the great public school if that's what you want. If it's not, if it doesn't support the values you want or give the kind of education you want, find a good private school or a parochial school, a Renaissance school, a charter school. But parents should be making these choices, Eric. And to me, that's one of the biggest issues that this country has to confront over the course of the next decade, or otherwise, we are going to have an uneducated populace, which is awful for our competition around the world, but also awful for our democracy. Because an uneducated populace can't be an active participant in our democracy and in governing ourselves. Second, we have a political problem that needs to be solved by someone serious, and that is our government spending. Our government spending is completely out of control. It was out of control under Obama. It was out of control under Trump, and it's even more out of control under Biden. It created this inflation that is damaging every family in this country and has been for the last year and a half. And I dealt with this when I was in New Jersey. When I became governor, I had an $11 billion deficit on a $29 billion budget. And every Democrat, I had a Democratic legislature, every Democrat thought, we got him, he's gonna have to raise taxes. It's the only way to solve this problem that we created for him, by the way, by all their crazy spending before I got there. And instead, we sat down and went line by line through the budget, literally, not just the rhetorical. And we eliminated 863 programs. And we balanced the budget without raising taxes and kept it in balance for the next 8 years. Now, when I did that, my popularity numbers went down because every one of those programs has a constituency. But you have to be willing to give those numbers up for something of consequence. And bringing our state and its budget into balance and not raising taxes on some of the most overtaxed people in America to begin with was incredibly important to me. Third, crime. As Eric mentioned in the introduction, I was the U.S. Attorney in New Jersey, which is the 5th largest U.S. Attorney's office in the country, for 7 years. And I know how to run a prosecuting office, and I know how to pick people to run them. And when you have the violent crime we have in cities throughout this country right now, it is decaying those great cities. And a great country without great cities will not be a great country for long. When you think about the business, the entertainment, the culture, and the education that happens in big cities, if we let that go and people won't go to these cities anymore, it's unacceptable. And it's unacceptable morally to me that people are afraid to walk the streets, to go to the supermarket, to go and pick up their dry cleaning because they're scared. And so if these liberal prosecutors in these cities are unwilling to prosecute this crime, which they are, I will appoint an attorney general, and my first instruction to him or her will be, the federal government will prosecute those violent crimes in those cities until the cities wake up and do it themselves. And we'll have plenty of room in federal jail for those violent criminals, because if we don't clean that part up and have law and order in this country, it absolutely undercuts the social fabric that we have with each other. And fourth, and final, because I know, I do not believe that America can continue to be the great country that it is by filling the moat and pulling up the drawbridge. We have to engage positively with the rest of the world. The thing that's made our country different and stronger throughout its history are two things: our freedom and liberty at home and our friendships around the world. Countries like India, Vietnam, folks in Eastern Europe want to be friends with us because they know that we're not trying to impose anything upon them. We just want them to enjoy freedom and liberty the way we do and a great economy the way we do. But if we don't stand up for our friends, Eric, what's going to happen is they will be friends with China and Russia and North Korea and Iran because they're smaller and they need to be friends with someone. I want them to be friends with us because that's what's always made us different. And I want to stand up for those things in the world that matter. 2 weeks ago, yesterday, I was in Ukraine. And I will tell you, for certain, everybody, this is not a territorial dispute. What they're doing, the Russian army, under the direction of Vladimir Putin, is barbaric. I went to the city of Bucha. I walked with the mayor through streets where he showed me the homes where the Russian soldiers went in, pulled the men from those homes while they were alive, gouged out their eyes, cut off their ears, then tied their hands behind their back and shot them in the back of the head in front of the rest of their family, and then went into those homes and raped all the women that were in those homes. Now, America will not permit that, nor should we permit that to be happening in the world to a friend who's a democratic country. Second on that is this. This is a proxy war against China, everybody. China is funding the Russian effort by buying their oil. China is coordinating the obtaining of sophisticated weapons, not only from China, but from North Korea and Iran, for the Russians. And I have to tell you something. We have folks in this race who have called Vladimir Putin brilliant, a great leader, and just yesterday, Donald Trump called him that he was the apple of Putin's eye. I have to tell you the truth. I don't want to be the apple of Vladimir Putin's eye. I don't. I'm telling you that right now. I don't want to be. And so a Christie administration would stand up for our friends around the world and work with them. We would expect friendship in return. But those are big things, consequential things. And I don't think you hear a lot of other people talking about those things in this race. And when I couldn't hear anybody talking about America, that's why I got in. Because we have to have those conversations as a country, and we have to move on to someone who's actually done this and knows how to do it. And that matters too. And we've seen that with Barack Obama, someone who had no idea how to run the government. And we see it now with Joe Biden, who doesn't remember how to run the government.
So I want to go back to your first point, because I remember when you became governor of New Jersey, and there was first the rah-rah celebration, Republicans have won in New Jersey, and we're like, yeah, but what sort of Republican? And you immediately started fights with the teachers' unions in New Jersey because the schools were so far behind, and everybody, myself included, kind of perked up and like, oh, this guy kind of gets it. The teachers' unions hated you,
yes,
and yet you were able to put points on the board in New Jersey. And we see this situation now with Randy Weingarten and others now trying to gaslight everyone and saying, well, it wasn't the teachers' unions who wanted schools shut down during COVID. It was the Trump administration. It was the Republicans who wanted to shut schools down.
Complete baloney, and you know that. Look, we saw it. She was writing the plan inside the White House because they now have a teachers union member who goes to bed every night with the President of the United States. That's a pretty good lobbyist to have, everybody, let me tell you. And she, Jill Biden, is a teachers union member and was advocating those policies and gave Randy Weingarten an open door. Now, in New Jersey, as you just mentioned, we opened more charter schools in New Jersey during my 8 years than any governor in the state's history, and those charter schools are still open. We established Renaissance schools, which were partnership schools with private sector. The private sector would come in and fund the building of those schools. And they did it on a charitable basis because they cared so much about education. And in the city of Camden, where we had 6 of the 10 lowest performing schools in our state, in one small city, a mile square. What we did was took over the school system there, the governor did. We came in, we got private sector partners, they built Renaissance schools. What's happened in the 10 years since we did that? In the 10 years since we did that, the reading scores have gone up over 65% for those kids, and the math scores have gone up over 50%. We are changing lives. Those are kids who are now going to be able to be functional citizens in every way, economically, politically, and as leaders of their families. That's going to be a great thing. And as far as Randy Weingarten goes, and she'll hate to admit this, but we so badly beat down the popularity of the teachers union. When I got there, we did a poll. The popularity of the teachers union was at 78% in New Jersey. By the time I got done with my first year, their popularity was 38. And how did I do it? I went around the state and did town halls all over the state and asked them some very simple questions. Do you pay for your health insurance? Everybody in the room would raise their hand. I go, not only do you pay for yours, you pay for 100% of every teacher's health insurance in this state. do you have a pension that will pay you enough in the first 2 years of your retirement that you will have exhausted everything you contributed to it, and then for the rest of your life, the taxpayers pay for it? No hands went up. I said, you do that. I said, now listen, I'm okay with providing health care and pension to people, but it's got to be fair, and they've got to contribute to it too, and they've got to do their jobs. And I just would not stand by and allow it to happen. So finally, in the city of Newark, which was also a terrible place for education, I got Randy Weingarten to voluntarily agree to merit pay for teachers. We're still to this day paying teachers who perform better in Newark more than the other ones. That's another step towards getting teachers to be competitive and want to do better because we give them a financial incentive. We're a capitalist country, for God's sake. Everybody should be incentivized by being paid more for doing better. And those are the things we did, and that's why I think I'm best positioned to revolutionize this across the country and use federal dollars and the bully pulpit to urge states that don't want to do it to get in the game. Because otherwise, there's going to be a parental revolt in this country about kids who are being underserved by an education system that we pay a king's ransom for.
You mentioned crime. I don't want to talk about that RICO case. I want to talk about another RICO case. I know you know RICO. We have a situation here in Atlanta, for those of you not from the state, it's a police training facility. The Antifa members have come in and taken over the land. We know they're being funded just based on their own statements by outside nonprofits, one of which Stacey Abrams is on the board. They have firebombed a youth facility in the city. They firebombed businesses. They firebombed a fire department. They have shot at police officers. They've booby-trapped trees. It is stunning to me that in a day and age when the Biden administration says we need better trained police, the city of Atlanta is committed to building a police training facility. Antifa activists are shutting it down, and there is, to my knowledge, no federal investigation at all into the coordinated effort. Somebody's got to be paying the living expenses of these kids from New Jersey and New York and Washington State who've come down. Of the 50 people who've been arrested, 2 are from Georgia.
Look, this is why we need an attorney general who will do 3 things with every matter that comes before him or her: to prosecute matters without fear, without favor, and without partisanship. And folks in New Jersey will tell you, I spent 7 years as the U.S. attorney right before I became governor. So I had a lot of opinions about prosecution and a lot of experience at it. When I became governor, I appointed an attorney general, and I got out of her way. And what I said to her was, don't call me about any criminal case. I don't want to know. I used to hate when politicians, when I was U.S. attorney, used to comment on the investigations I was doing because I knew they didn't know what the hell they were talking about. And the best thing, by the way, about being U.S. attorney, the way I did it was, he's asking me this all the time, what's the best part of being U.S. attorney? I said, the best part is only I know what I know. And that's an advantage. And that's an advantage we have to bring back. These prosecutions should be confidential. They should be done without fear, favor, or partisanship. And something like this that's going on in Georgia, the U.S. attorney in Atlanta should be all over this. This is multi-jurisdictional in terms of the people who are perpetrating these acts. This is what the federal prosecuting system was made to deal with. And absolutely, it seems to me, and I don't know every fact, but the way you're presenting it to me, RICO seems particularly appropriate in that circumstance, given that you obviously have an organization here that's racketeering and is corrupt. And that's what RICO stands for, everybody. And so we need to be more aggressive about this. And look, the best example I can give you about, as an elected official, how I'd be with law enforcement was, we'll go back to the city of Camden. When I became governor, it was the most dangerous city in America, the highest murder rate in the country. And I went to the police unions and tried to negotiate more police on the street, less behind desks. Let's get out there and try to fight this. And the unions told me, go away. So I went to my chief counsel and said, we should fire all of them. He said, well, what are you talking about, Governor? I said, fire the entire police department. He said, on what basis? I said, they suck. That's what basis. It's the most dangerous city in America. Their job is to make it less dangerous, and they're obviously failing. So they went back and looked at the laws, and they came back to me and they said, well, you probably have a 50-50 shot to win if you fire all of them at once. I went to the county, which is also controlled by Democrats, and I said to the county government, I'm willing to do this, and to the mayor, I'm willing to do this, I'm willing to take it on, I'm willing to pay for it. But county, you need to develop a new county police department with a metro division that will police Camden, and I will negotiate the contract for how we do it with them. I'll pay for it and negotiate it if you let me do it, and support me, Democrats. They looked at me and said, Governor, if you have the guts to do that, we're with you. We fired them, the entire 320 members, all of them. We established a new police department for the same amount of money, Eric, that we were spending on the 320. We got 450 new police officers. We trained them in community policing and violence de-escalation. And now, 11 years later, the murder rate in Camden is down 75%. And when George Floyd happened, in a city like Camden, which is 95% black and brown, there were no riots, there was no violence, and the protest march was led by the African-American pastor of the largest Baptist church in Camden and by the white Polish-American police chief. They stood at the front of the parade and marched to protest against that type of violence. If you know what you're doing and you have some guts, you can do this, but it's more than just talk, everybody. You gotta know how to do it. And we haven't had a president, in my view, since 2008, who's actually known what they're doing. And it matters. It's not fun time anymore. We've got to elect somebody who knows how to use the levers of government to get things done and who is unafraid to both confront the other side and then cooperate with the other side. Because if we don't do both, we'll continue in stalemate and we'll continue to just drift.
Let's move into some foreign policy. When I had you on my radio show a while back, we spent a lot of time talking about China, and it comes up with this crowd, but in particular, the top issue when I asked people to submit questions for everyone, and it was questions for you and literally for everyone, was our military preparedness to confront China. And there is, as this has come up in some of the conversations we've had on stage, you have the Biden administration telling everyone who can hear that we're out of bullets, we don't have enough missiles, and there is this real concern. But as a corollary to that, it also feels like a lot of our politicians on both sides of the aisle are trying to cash in on the system and get out before China becomes dominant. The rat's fleeing the ship, so to speak, not trying to save it. I mean, if you would just talk about your perspective on that.
Look, I think you need to know the specifics on this to really be able to talk about it. Where we are most desperately underprepared is in our Navy. We do not have the number of ships we need to have. We do not have the number of submarines we need to have, and they are not modernized to the extent that they can be. The great advantage that the American military has had against China has been our nuclear submarines. They're quiet. They don't know if they're there or they're not there. They are and they can deliver both nuclear and non-nuclear lethal blows to an opponent. And we have allowed, since Barack Obama, we have allowed that submarine force to deteriorate. We need to reinvest in it because now we're not looking at a land war in Russia anymore. The Russian army has shown their inability to beat Ukraine. I don't think they're looking to pick a fight with us tomorrow. It's China. And the way we're going to deter China from being aggressive in Asia is to have those submarines deployed and those ships deployed in the South China Sea and have them be an effective deterrent to Chinese aggression, to convince the Chinese that the juice is not worth the squeeze if you decide you want to be aggressive. And let me be clear, I'm not giving away Taiwan to China. Not now, not 5 years from now, not 10 years from now. And it's not about an economic deal. Yes, it matters that they produce a great number, 2/3 of the semiconductors in the world, and that's important strategically and economically. But it's not just that. We need to stand up for people who want freedom. And if we let the Chinese do that kind of domination game because we're unprepared or unwilling to deter them, then they will not stop there. And we've seen this act before. And so that's one area where we need to do better. We also need to modernize our Air Force. And this is where Boeing needs to be held to account. You know, they have not done a good enough job. They are way behind on the next stuff that's already been authorized, the next class of fighter jets. They are way behind on that. And, you know, they're not getting any penalty for being way behind. I'm fine to partner with the private sector. We must in order to do it. We have the greatest private sector in the world. But when they fail, and sometimes they do, there needs to be penalties for that failure. It can't just be an open, taxpayer checkbook. We pay you if you give us what we ordered, and we pay you if you don't. Well, that's not the way it works in my world, and I'm sure it's not the way it works in yours. And so we have to get better in terms of our procurement. We need a Secretary of Defense who is smart, experienced, and tough. And there's a few good candidates on our side of the aisle. That would be a Christie Secretary of Defense, who I would say go over and do two things. I will give you the money to modernize your forces if in return you show me that you're having accountability for procurement and we're getting what we paid for. I'll pay for it, but I will only pay for it if I get it. And then we can use it as a deterrent with China. So I'd say those are the things. Our naval forces, both our ships and our submarines, and we need to modernize our fighter aircraft.
Do you think there's a sentiment in Washington, probably bipartisan, that well, China's on the rise and we can't stop them, so let's just get rich off the system beforehand?
Yeah, I think there is, and that's because most of them are stupid.
That works.
Okay? They read only what their staff puts in front of them. And because they've never had to run anything, everybody, remember, God loves members of the House and Senate. They play an important role in a branch of our government that needs to be there for accountability and oversight and to be responsive to the will of the people every 2 years or every 6. I'm not calling for the abolishment of Congress. But what I am saying is they don't know how to run anything. The only thing they've ever run is a congressional office or a Senate office. You know, when you're a governor, I had 60,000 employees in New Jersey. And people used to ask me, what's the scariest part of being governor? And I used to say, 60,000 people have letterhead with my name on it. I'm not sure what they're doing with it every day. and so, you know, your job is to do what you can to make sure that they're accountable. Here's what's going on. China is on the precipice of a 2008-style economic downturn. They have overborrowed, they've overspent, they've overdeveloped. And it's running out. I am promising you, everybody, if we have competent leadership in the White House, I would not trade one of the cards in my hand as the American president for one of the cards in the Chinese hand. They've overspent their economy. They are having an enormous problem with the aging of their population and no one coming up to replace them. The one-child policy in China is now coming back to bite them. They don't have a next generation of the volume that they had before. So economically, they can't keep up with growth. They don't have people to fill the jobs they need to be able to do it. And the oppression in that country will always make people feel less willing to sacrifice. I would not trade our position for China's for a minute. The people who are doing it, and they are, and trying to cash in, as you said, appropriately, to go there and get out before it gets bad, guess what? They're going to miss the next great American story. And that's fine, because we don't need them anyway. We'll get some people who actually believe in this country and believe in our future. And going back to that first question you asked me, the overarching reason, I gave you all these specifics, but the overarching reason I'm running for president is because I believe in this country's future if we have competent leadership. And I want my children, and God willing someday my grandchildren, to be able to have the same great American life that I've had and that you've had. And that isn't a given, but it's right there in our grasp if we have competent leadership to do it.
Yeah. I've had this sneaking suspicion that, Ronald Reagan knew the situation of the Soviet Union was perfectly willing to bankrupt them. And it's like China has thought they could do that to us. And it seems like they were on the verge of success, except as you mentioned, and there have been very few people to point out these stories that have come out lately that the Chinese economists are no longer allowed to talk about the Chinese economy. Their stocks are no longer allowed to be sold for financial businesses in the last week. Youth unemployment is no longer revealed in China as of last week. It seems like they tried to bankrupt us, and they've come close, but yet they've done it to themselves. But on our side, we do have $32 trillion in debt, and it's about to exceed GDP.
That's why I said what I said about spending. Now look, when I was in the race in 2016, we had a candidate who said, I'll balance the budget in 4 years. Let me promise you right now, I'm not balancing the budget in 4 years. The hole is too big to be able to do it. And it would involve either massive cuts to entitlements plus massive increases in taxes. I don't think we need to do that. We just need to show the trend going in the other direction. And over time, with a growing economy and discipline on our spending, we'll get there. But we have dug, look, Obama, Trump, and Biden have dug us too deep a hole. I mean, Trump added $6.5 trillion to the national debt in 4 years. And Biden is going to exceed that. I mean, look, everybody, this is a bipartisan problem. We had a Republican Congress for the first 2 years of the Trump administration, and we didn't do it. And so we've got to come to grips with that and understand what that means. And so, yeah, we do have a big problem with that debt. But we can turn it around different than the Chinese for two reasons. Because we're going to continue to grow this country from a population perspective. And we're going to have workers there that are available to fill those jobs. And secondly, an absolutely free society knows these things. We know we have $32 trillion in debt. We know when we have difficult times in our economy. We know when the Washington swamp is being, fed. We have a free press. We don't always like them, but we got them, and we have a free society. The Chinese don't know. And a society that is in the dark is a society that is not one that is going to win the war of ideas with the United States. But we have to be competent, everybody. This is not a TV show, okay? This is real. This isn't fun and games. This is real. The problems we have are real. I haven't even talked about entitlements yet, but I'm happy to, because if we don't deal with that, that $32 trillion in debt is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And the most disgusting part of Joe Biden's State of the Union address this year was when he stood up and he said, we'll all agree, right? We're not going to do anything to Social Security. And both sides got up and cheered. A group of liars and cowards. Because they know that in 10 years Medicare will be bankrupt, and in 11 years Social Security will be bankrupt. And what the law that Ronald Reagan passed 40 years ago requires is, if that happens, it is an immediate 25% cut in benefits in Social Security and in Medicare. I think it's 26% in Medicare. I want you to imagine, for those of you who are on Social Security right now and depend on it, and for those of you who are looking towards it, what it'd be like to cut that benefit 25% in one fell swoop. There would be people in this country who wouldn't be able to pay their rent or their mortgage, wouldn't be able to buy food, wouldn't be able to heat their homes. Cataclysmic stuff. So we got to have this conversation. And other than me, nobody in this race is willing to talk about it. It's ridiculous. And so the difference between us and China is we will be able to talk about it. And in China, the next time that the citizen of China will know about this will be when the anvil drops on their head. And that's not the kind of society we want to have, and it's not the kind of society we want dominating the rest of the world.
So I can be rather dense and I don't get subtlety, but I can take a hint. Let's talk about entitlements.
This is why he has a top-rated program, everybody.
So on that issue, though, you know, I remember during the Bush administration, in 2005, he gets reelected. He immediately says, we've got to begin to do something about entitlement reform in the country. It's going to bankrupt us. Republicans and Democrats both freak out. If we had implemented his plan in 2005, the rates of returns for Social Security recipients today who are retiring would be more than double what they are right now. And we didn't do it. Very much like the whole, well, we shouldn't drill in Anwar because it'll take 10 years to get the oil. If only we had started 10 years ago. It's amazing how Congress works. What is your idea for reassuring current or near to be retirees while also looking to the future?
Look, I think what President Bush proposed was brilliant, but turned out to be politically too ambitious. And the country heard partial privatization of Social Security, and they freaked out. And not only did Democrats reflexively oppose it, but Republicans got scared by it. So let's put that off to the side for a moment. And let's talk about under the structure we have now. There are three levers to this, everybody. Eligibility, right? There is age and taxes. Those are the three things. There's nothing else. There's no kabuki magic to this. And so I don't think taxes should be on the table because I think that our taxes are already too high. And I don't think we've done nearly enough to try to be inventive on the other two to come back to the American people and say, take the cap off Social Security taxes, increase the rate. I'm not for those things. But let's say I have a son, my oldest, who is about to turn 30 in 6 days. I can't believe I'm going to have a 30-year-old kid, but I'm going to. And if I say to him now, Andrew, we're raising the eligibility age for Social Security. And I say to his 40-year-old coworker, for you and you, mid-40s and lower, we're raising the eligibility age for Social Security. If they can't plan over the next 30 to 35 years for that eventuality, they got bigger problems than raising the Social Security age. We can't do it to people in their 50s, 60s, or 70s. It's too late for them to appropriately plan. But we can make real savings over the long term by playing with the eligibility age, but for younger people, so they have time to plan, to establish an IRA for themselves if they don't already have one, to put more money in their 401k plan if their employer provides it. But we give them time for that. And then I think we have to look at means testing. I mean, look, let's start here. I think we'd all agree with this. I'm sure he's collecting it, but Warren Buffett does not need Social Security, right? He doesn't. Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Jamie Dimon, they don't need it. So maybe we could start there so no one is offended, okay? All the way up there. And then let's start having the discussion to work our way down. How much accumulated wealth can you have where the government is right to say to you, are you willing to sacrifice some or all of your Social Security to help the person who needs it the most? We ask people to do that all the time in taxes, right, Eric? I mean, look, I have, God willing, I never will be, nor have I ever been someone who needed to have food stamps. But I pay for them every year in my taxes. There are lots of things, because people yell at me, I paid in, I want my damn money back. You pay for lots of stuff you don't get your money back for, right? You pay for food stamps, you pay for education that maybe your children don't access. You pay for a lot of stuff that the government provides because we say, as a society, on the social side, we want a social safety net for those who have gone on tough times. And we also want certain things available from an education perspective that maybe we or our children won't access, but we know is good for our country's future. So I think that argument is a little fallacious. And so I think we have to look at those things. And that's going to be an ugly conversation, everybody, but it's akin to what I was saying earlier when I eliminated those 863 programs. If you're president of the United States, you've got to be willing to sacrifice some of your popularity in return for doing something of consequence. And I can tell you this, I used to say to my folks all the time, my popularity numbers in New Jersey, believe it or not, at one point got up as high as 75%. And they always get nervous, the staff would get nervous, like, don't do anything. Things are really good, don't do anything. And I'm like, look, I'm not taking these popularity ratings and framing them and hanging them on my wall. I want to spend them. This is the time to do tough things. And for a president, it's going to be right after you get elected. You're probably never going to be more popular than that moment. And that's the moment where you have to take risk. And it'll be political risk that comes, and President Bush learned that in '05. But I think we have to do this, because otherwise it's a 25% cut in 11 years. And I don't want to do that to folks who have no other way to support themselves. So those are the things we need to talk about, and we need to have an honest conversation about it. And the only person who can lead that honest conversation in our system is the President of the United States. That's it. And you got to be willing to take the risk. And I'll end with this. I used to get accused of this all the time in New Jersey when I would do these things. The press would say, you're governing like you only want to be a one-termer. Talking about this stuff. And I'd say, I got to tell you the truth, I don't really care. And they'd say, oh, come on. Every politician cares. I'm like, no, you don't understand. I don't care because I already get the portrait. Right? I already get, like, they're going to paint a portrait of me and hang it in the State House forever. My grandkids are going to come after I am long on the farm and go, Grandpa wasn't always senile. Look at, he actually did something. Look at this. All we're arguing about is the little brass plaque. Does it say 4 years or 8 years? I am not going to sell my soul for 4 more years on the little brass plaque. I get elected President of the United States, I'm getting the portrait. It's going to hang in the White House. And what I prefer you to say when I'm done, whether it's 4 years or 8 years, is, man, he had guts and he did real things. And if I get that after 4 years, I'll be just fine. I'll figure something out. And that's what we got to start doing again. And the last time we did this, Eric, was my first vote. My first vote, I turned 18 in September of 1980. And my first vote in my dorm room at the University of Delaware was for Ronald Reagan. When we had problems like this in the late 70s, and a president who seemed completely lost, does it sound familiar? And never forget, Joe Biden said his favorite president is Jimmy Carter. We should have known. No offense to Georgians, but thank you. We went to a conservative governor from a blue state. And the reason Ronald Reagan was effective was he knew what he believed, he said what he believed, and he knew how to work with the other side. He didn't agree with Tip O'Neill. He didn't love Tip O'Neill, but he knew how to work with Tip O'Neill. And remember, under Ronald Reagan, he got Tip O'Neill to cut taxes. He got Tip O'Neill to fix Social Security and Medicare. He got Tip O'Neill to work on immigration. He got Tip O'Neill to increase defense spending. Think about that. We need someone who knows how to do that again, and I did it for 8 years. I had a Democratic legislature every minute of every day of my time as governor. I spent more time with people I couldn't stand than I can count. But they got elected too, and my job as governor was to make it work, and if you send me to Washington, that's going to be my job as president also. No excuses, make it work.
Looking at the clock in the back, so we got about 3 minutes.
All right.
Thank you first for spending time. Let me ask you just one more question of just being on the campaign trail. The way the media has characterized you on the campaign trail, and it's one reason I specifically didn't want to ask any of you, particularly you, about the former president, is you only hear about Chris Christie on the campaign trail if he says something about the former president. Do you get frustrated with the process of just how you must run for president now?
This is the most refreshing interview I've had in the campaign so far, because the first 6 questions were not about Trump.
Thank you.
And then question 7 is, why do you talk so much about Trump? Like, well, hell, man, I try to answer your questions, right? I'm not one of those politicians who hears Erick's question, and I hope you could tell that from this morning, and then answers the question with my stump speech. I got one. I'm not giving it to you this morning. That's not what we're here for. I'm not frustrated by the process. Like, that's children complain about that. I answer when I'm asked. And if I'm asked about it, I'm happy to talk about it. But if I'm not asked about it, I have plenty of ideas, as you could tell, about what I want our future to be. More ideas than most people you'll hear in this race. And I actually know how to do it, as opposed to some of the other folks who you have heard from and will hear from. So I'm not frustrated at all. I am so happy. I got to tell you, I'm having a second chance to run for president. Let me tell you, guys, my dad served in the Army during the Korean War. His father passed away while he was there. He came home. The family had no money. He went to work at the Breyers ice cream plant in Newark, New Jersey. And it was only because there was a guy next to him at that plant who said, "You're too smart for this. Why don't you go to college?" He said, "I don't need money for college." He goes, "Dummy, you're in the Army. You have the GI Bill. Go a little bit at a time." My dad went for 6 years at night to Rutgers in Newark to become the first person in our family to ever get a college degree. My mom never went to college. She worked as a receptionist in an office for most of her life because we needed the money. And I know my dad, who's 90 years old and probably watching, because he watches everything, and my mom, who passed nearly 20 years ago, I know is watching from up there. They can't believe that their oldest son has gotten a chance to run for president of the United States, not once, but twice. And so there's no reason for me to be angry or frustrated. I'm not. I'm an incredibly lucky person. And I'm happy every day I'm out on the campaign trail. Now, there are times I get asked questions, Eric, when, and you'll see me respond, and I'll get angry. But that's natural, that's human. But overall, I'm really happy, Eric, and I think I've got something to say in this race, and not only about the former president. I got plenty to say. You'll see all that. You've seen it. I'm not breaking new ground this morning. But I do think this. The truth matters. It is not negotiable. It's not. And character matters. Because let me tell you, everybody, no matter the really good questions, substantive questions that Erick asked me this morning, there's 3 dozen he didn't ask me that he could have, and there is one of the questions I know you've asked that you didn't ask me, the unknown of the unknown, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I do my homework.
We didn't have time.
I was ready. But it's a great question because you never know what's going to come across the desk of the President of the United States. You think George W. Bush was prepared substantively for 2 planes flying into the World Trade Center, a 3rd one flying into the Pentagon, and a 4th one being crashed by its passengers in Shanksville, Pennsylvania? He wasn't. But let me tell you what he was and is: a man of character. And so I was U.S. Attorney at the time. I never once worried, not once, whether our country would be well served by that president, because I knew him and I knew he was a man of character. We're not going to always agree with him, but we're going to know he's going to make those decisions, not on his own self-interest, but on the interest of the country. How about we do this time? We nominate someone who we know in our hearts will put the country first and not their self-interest first, will put your children and grandchildren ahead of their own children and grandchildren. How about we nominate and elect someone like that, and then whatever the unknown of the unknown is, I'll deal with it.
Chris Christie, thank you so much. I have thoroughly enjoyed
Thank you,
this.
Eric. This is really great. Thanks for giving me the time.
Absolutely.
Your questions are great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
I was going to ask that question, but I was enjoying his answers to everything else. All right, so I got to know our next guest during his time in Congress, Congressman from North Carolina. He's now running for governor of North Carolina, and I know there's a slate of candidates running, including the lieutenant governor there, but I want to introduce you to my friend who I hope is the next governor of North Carolina, Congressman Mark Walker.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Eric.
Thanks for coming.
Oh, my privilege.
So, you know, your state is interesting. I love North Carolina. I love now I'm on several radio stations there now. And it's this growing state where Charlotte is becoming this financial rival to Atlanta. And there's been this perception that, oh, it's becoming this blue state. It's voted for Democrats. Maybe it's a swing state. You've got the supermajority Republican legislature now, a governor who seems clueless on cultural issues, let alone economic issues in the state. And you want to be governor of that?
Absolutely, yes. We're living in a day and age where we have to charge the hill and do everything we can. And there are signs of positivity of it continuing to move red. I'll give you one quick example. In 2022, North Carolina won unaffiliated by 9%. What that allowed us to do is we swept all 6 statewide judicial races, 4 Court of Appeals, 2 Supreme Court justices that flipped back the North Carolina Supreme Court from Democrat to Republican. Those are huge races. We're seeing it trend. You are correct. We've only had 1 Republican governor elected in the last 31 years in North Carolina, but we think that's going to change in 2024.
Good. Now, I want to step back a little bit because you were in Congress. You were one of the reliable conservative votes in Congress. And I have gotten a sense from the few conversations we've had in the past that you had some frustrations, not just with Republican leadership, but with some of the folks who went to Congress, said they were conservative, but were so willing to cut a deal. We're at $32 trillion in national debt.
No question. That's why I didn't support the omnibus. I'm the highest rated conservative to ever serve in the top 4 leadership positions in the history of the United States Congress, and the last member to get a balanced budget back in 2018, negotiated that with Speaker Ryan. Here's the interesting thing to make your point. When we got that to the floor, I think we had 239 Republicans present that day. Only 160 Republicans voted for it. That's what we're talking about. There's a lot of campaign commercials about fiscal responsibility, a lot of campaigns that are built on making sure that we're cutting that bottom line. But going there and living it out or doing it is 2 different things. When we look at people, whether they're statewide elections or whether it's in the United States Congress, House, or Senate, we want to make sure that's a topic that's very important, because I know it's not the sexy topic. We're talking about all the social issues. Those are important. But if you look at the amount of debt that we're accumulating, it's not just the fact of what kind of burden we're leaving for our children and grandchildren, but we've also reached a place, Eric, where it's a national security issue as well.
Now, let's look at the governor's race for just a minute, because you mentioned how few Republican governors have gotten elected, despite a good Republican success in North Carolina. I still consider it more of a red state than a blue state.
Yes.
But there just seems to be this fundamental dynamic where you have folks who get the nominations for the Republican Party who tend to crash and burn. And I never like to ask candidates about their opponents. And I do like the primary opponent you're running against, but there are issues there that I think, much like we saw with the Herschel Walker race in Georgia, it's easy to win a primary on the enthusiasm of a crowd, and then you can see the plane crash coming.
Yes.
And I worry about that in North Carolina if the voters don't get it right in the primary.
It's a valid concern, and people get after you sometimes for pointing some of this out. But my job is to make sure that the Attorney General in North Carolina, who's a Democrat, more of a Gavin Newsom family tree, if you will, his name's Josh Stein, Our current governor's term limited. He served 2 terms, a Democrat. My job is to make sure he never sees the light of day. He's a card-carrying progressive radical wingnut, for lack of better expression. I think we understand what wingnuts are. But as far as the primary opponent, it's very similar to Herschel Walker. We have a guy who has a background of 4 bankruptcies, just to get into the place of it, multiple foreclosures and evictions, civil judgments, tax liens. If you do not think the Democrats are going to use that as fodder, they will. And I think at some point in this cone that we're in, Republicans are going to have to ask themselves the question, does character and integrity still matter to our party? Because we've got to the place, yeah. Look, and you and I are both, I was a pastor for 16 years before running for Congress. God's grace is sufficient. I know I need it on a daily basis. But when we're looking at a situation, North Carolina, Republicans make up only 30% of the registered voters. You have to have unaffiliated support to be able to get across the finish line. And when you've alienated the groups, or when your background, past and present, doesn't match what you're spewing from the stage, eventually it is revealed. And that's why when we look for candidates, in my opinion, you have to have people that not just can give the great speech, but have a history of substance that matches what they're speaking about. The hypocrisy is going to turn many, many people away. And here's the one other point I want to make on this, Eric. All of us can talk about the problems. Man, there's a slew of them. I was the ranking member on intelligence and counterterrorism, been to the border. Joe Biden, we could talk about him and Hunter and the problems for days. But here's where the Republicans and Democrats are different, and here's where the Democrats are beating us. We like to talk about the issues. Democrats are coming up with solutions. We like to talk about the problems. Democrats are putting forth results. Republicans are reactive. Democrats are proactive. And until we start looking for candidates that have a plan, that have solutions, that have a game plan to win, we're going to continue on this proverbial hamster wheel in our echo chambers talking about the issues, which are important, but we've got to find a way to move to the transition of finding the solutions. So a great speech or a candidate that looks good on paper, you have to look a little deeper sometimes.
It's well said. Wild card question for you, having been a pastor, the politics, which is worse, in the church or in Congress?
Well, as a former Southern Baptist pastor, so people ask me sometime, I got to Congress, second week I'm there, my chief of staff comes with an article. He said, boss, I don't know how to tell you this, but you're ranked the least wealthy member of the 114th class. Okay, well, that's fine. I was a pastor for 16 years. But then people asked me, later on that year, I became the first member ever after one term to be elected to the largest caucus, the Republican Study Committee, got chairman there. We were going to do some great policy things. But people asked me, they said, Congressman, how did you hit the ground running so quickly? Now, I don't always share it, but in my heart, I'm thinking, man, if you can survive a Baptist business meeting, you can go have success anywhere. so it's a little secret there, exactly. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Presbyterians, ask a Baptist, they'll explain it to you. So.
But you know, in that regard, that's how we connected. Is the Republican Study Committee had been, I mean, Mike Pence was the chairman of it, Jeb Hensarling. It was where the Republican conservatives were. Yeah. And so many non-conservatives joined to say, well, I'm a member of the study committee. Right. And over time, it was one of the reasons that led to the House Freedom Caucus to a degree, is because it just kind of became a way for leadership to stamp conservatives like this, Republican Study Committee. And you really worked to bring the Republican Study Committee back as conservative first, not Republican first.
Yeah, yes, no, I'm very, very proud of that record, to make sure that we weren't just rubber stamping. Not that we were intentionally looking to be adversary, and we always wanted to have, as we talked about, a plan or solution. But I remember getting elected at the end of my first term, November, it's 2016, same month that President Trump and Vice President Pence gets elected. After inauguration, I pick up the phone, and because I could now, and I called Vice President. I said, Vice President Pence, if you'll co-host the meetings with me, we'll do two things that Republicans have been promising for 7 years. He said, what's that? I said, we'll repeal Obamacare and we'll defund Planned Parenthood. He said, Mark, I'm in. Over the next maybe 6 to 7 weeks, got 40 members in the room, members of the Committees of Jurisdiction, Freedom Caucus, RSC, all the different groups, and we laid out a plan. I remember getting a call late one Thursday evening, still in my office about 10 o'clock. It was the White House. They say, we think this thing is done. Can you bring your executive team over in the morning. Now, I had never been to the Oval Office. My first 2 years were President Obama's last 2 years, and he didn't ask to hang out a whole lot for some reason. But I got over there, got a dozen guys. We're in the Oval Office. Vice President Pence greets me, sits me next to President Trump, explain it to him. We shake hands. He brings the press in. In that moment, we had repealed Obamacare and defunded Planned Parenthood. And I remember walking out of the White House that day thinking, man, I'm just a small town preacher's kid, but in America, you can go all the way to Congress, even here in the Oval Office, and do what you promised the people that you would do. It was a neat moment there, but that's the kind of proactive that I'm talking about when it looks to not just the process. No offense to my attorney friends who get stuck in that process sometimes. Well, how do we get to point A to point B, whether it's the federal government or the state government? And I think that takes a great deal of intentionality.
Look, the dynamics of North Carolina to me are so interesting. I'll tell you this story. I've said this on radio before. When I got hired by CNN back in 2009, before I went to Fox, Fox was looking at me at the time. And I went into Bill Shine's office at Fox, who's become a friend, and he said, let me explain to you why Fox is dominant. He pulled out, clearly he had done this a million times. He had these blank maps of the U.S. And he drew these ovals down the coast, and then he put a little circle in North Carolina. And he said, Fox covers the entire heartland. CNN and MSNBC only cover the coast. MSNBC is dominant, and he put his finger in North Carolina and said, because they also get the college towns. And he's pointing at the Raleigh-Durham area. You have this hub of progressivism in the Raleigh-Durham area, UNC, Duke. You have this financial center in Charlotte, but then you have this broad and beautiful expanse of mountain, and we can't forget the hippies in Asheville, but you have this broad, beautiful expanse.
They forget a lot, but yes,
Yeah.
we can't forget about it. Yes, exactly right. So, yes, yeah.
Rural state and the beautiful coastline in North Carolina. Of course, you got Kitty Hawk and all. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous state.
Yes.
But these incredible divides that I think are increasingly, you see it in the polling, the urban, well-to-do, secular, highly educated, and then the farmers and the people who've chosen to move into rural North Carolina who constantly are encroached by the city. How do you balance the dynamics of that?
You take your message to these places. I'm very proud, as strong as of a conservative background we have, I'm the only conservative, the only Republican in North Carolina in the history to win the United Negro College President's Award. I'm the only Republican in the state of North Carolina that's given the commencement address at HBCU. 3 months ago, I'm teaching the entrepreneurial class at the largest black college in the country. Well, why is that important? See, the reason why it's important is because unless we take the message of individualism, liberty, these conservative values to these different places and communities and college campuses, they're not going to hear it. So it's all well and good to get around a bunch of conservatives and understand what we're trying to do, but we've got it. We can't stop there. One of the great fulfilling things, in fact, Eric, if I had to pinpoint it, what motivated me to launch for governor on May the 20th is God has given us an opportunity, some favor to go to places where Republicans don't normally go. I'm very proud to go that. Those relationships are genuine. And when we go in and we talk about why America is the land of opportunity, when you see young people in different communities, 22, 23 years old, when it's the first time that they've ever heard that in America you can be anything that you want to be. I was teaching a class, as I mentioned the other day, and we were talking about business startups, some entrepreneurship things with my background in finance before I became a pastor. And it wasn't long before we shifted the conversation to the victimization culture. And I told them, I said, look, here's what the psalmist wrote. The psalmist 139, in Psalms 139 said, you're fearfully and wonderfully made. In fact, Jeremiah says that God knew you when you were in your mother's womb, which means this. He has a very unique, specific purpose and plan for your life. He's given you certain talents and gifts. Do not let these elitists come in and tell you this is your ceiling, because God has a completely different plan for you. Now, to see that resonate, not that you flip an entire room, but can you imagine being a young adult and never hearing that before, that America is not inherently racist, it's not inherently evil, not saying that we got it all right day one, but no country can match this as the land of opportunity for every community. I'm driven to share that, and I'm going to go to places where Republicans don't normally go, and I pray that God continues to give us that opportunity.
That's good. That's good. Okay, so I got to get into this. I do want you to be able to tell the crowd, because you do have this background in finance before you went into ministry, before you got into politics. Your biography is actually one that I think is really unique.
Well, I grew up as a Baptist preacher's kid, oldest of 3 boys. So we were either at school, church, or on the ball field. That's the only 3 options. We couldn't go anywhere else. No theaters, no dances. You know, my mom to this day, she sees me on Fox News or something. She says she'll call and say it's time to get a haircut. You know, so those kind of moms. So yeah. But I grew up in that environment. I wanted no part of it, so I pursued. I played 2 or 3 sports in college for 1 year. Then I realized how good everybody else was. So it was kind of time to change the priorities. But I worked in business and finance for about 6 or 7 years, and then I did something I swore I would never do, and that would be to follow my dad's footsteps as a pastor. Stepped away from ministry, sold our home. We rented an old Sears and Roebuck catalog prefabricated house, built in I don't know if you remember these things, 1915, 1920. You could hear the wind whistle blew it at night. Times were tough. Went back to school. My wife is a wonderful human being. She's a family nurse practitioner. And many of her years, she was on the Wake Forest Baptist University helicopter, their air care system. Wonderful, could take 30 minutes just talking about her. But we decided to be obedient, prayed about it, and served 16 years as a pastor. I cut my teeth with Dr. Gary and Carolyn Chapman. He wrote the 5 Love Languages. I don't know if you're familiar with that book. But it was just a wonderful opportunity to serve. We worked in the inner cities, Cleveland, New York, Baltimore, served in refugee camps. And it really gave me an understanding and a passion of the different cultures, the different things that we have to do as believers, but also as conservatives as far as how we bridge that gap. And it was that, I think those unique opportunities and experiences that kind of crafted the idea. In 2013, I literally remember getting up out of the living room, watching something politically that didn't go the conservative way. I walked down the hallway into the bedroom, and I told my wife, she was back there working, kind of stuck my chest out, said, "Babe, I'm running for the United States Congress." Now, I don't know if Christy asks you good questions like my wife Kelly does, but she says, "Do you know anybody in Raleigh, much less Washington, D.C.?" I got to think. I said, "No, I probably should." But we stepped out by faith, and God provided, and we ran in 2014, had to take on the most powerful Republican family in North Carolina. We were completely ignorant of the process. But it was just a moment to test our faith, to do what we felt like the Lord was leading us to do. And again, He opened up the opportunities to go. And I remember getting there. Nobody expected us to be there. Nobody even knew who we were. But I discovered something quite unique in the process. And I would love to say it was all out of nobility, but it was more just accidental. As I used to think that we send people to Congress or House or Senate sometimes and then they turn. What I realized, a lot of that refining process actually happens on the campaign trail. When you have different groups and people that want to come and partner and support you, you then have to pay them back once you get to Congress. We were able to stay free and clear of that, and it allowed us, I think, to expedite our ability to engage the process.
In engaging the process, you get to Congress, and you are, I remember the story, I mean, you're at the bottom of the list in terms of income and wealth, and you suddenly you go into this room, some of whom are their political legacies. Yes. And it was one of the interesting things to me, you getting to rise to the Republican Study Committee when you think about the people who had been there and done that, and many of them even going back to Pence and Insterling had been there for a decade or so before they get there. I mean, what do you think led so many of these people who had been there for so long to say, you know what, this is the guy who should revitalize this group?
Oh, goodness gracious. I don't know that I can explain all of what they were thinking. I hope that in those first 2 years we showed the ability to build coalitions without compromise. And I think that was one of the ways that we were able to do that, to rally in those first 2 years. We were the first member of the 114th class to pass legislation, anti-human trafficking law. We literally had our team in place. We were structured, we were organized, and we were intentional. And I think that was one of the ways that even as a freshman and swearing in January 2015, we were able to get out of the gate quick. And just trying to be a quick study to learn, because you never know how many opportunities that you have to serve. We're not promised of anything. In fact, at the end of my 3rd term, I woke up one day and I had been redistricted in what's called a D19, pretty much a Democratic seat. So we wanted to squeeze every much of life out of that we could, in the context that when we did return home, we had something to show for it, not from a being patted on the back, but just knowing that we made the most of our time.
Now, if you were to get elected governor of North Carolina, I know we've got people from North Carolina here. How does a Walker administration immediately look differently from what they have in terms of the policies you would pursue?
Well, I think the number one thing on our list is in North Carolina, we've got to protect our children and families. When I first got to Congress, the Democrats were still trying to sneak things in the back door, all the different things being very cunning. That has changed in 8 years. Now it's in your face. We're going to steamroll you, try and stop us. And I hope that that new boldness is waking up conservatives in middle America, if you will, to the place that they're willing to engage. Our children are our most precious treasure. But the fact that they're not even, this evil, I'm going to call it that what it is, this evil that's targeting our children, they're not trying to hide it anymore, Eric, as you know. They're intentional with it. So as governor, one of the things that we're going to push back after the last 8 years of Democratic rule is we're going to make sure that we're going to protect our children. Underneath that, there are some economic issues. Education is a huge thing. I think all the things that we talk about, they're important, but until we reform our education, we're just treating the symptoms. Because what we're doing is we're producing 40, 50 years of people that believe America is a bad country. Once they become adults, it's hard to shift that. And until you get to the very core and begin to give these parents and allowing the money to follow the student as opposed to the system, that is what we have to do to bring about the real change.
I want to talk about economics for real quick, because when you look at this state, you look at South Carolina, even to a degree, you look at Tennessee. Around North Carolina, you've got Amazon looking at Tennessee.
Sure.
You've got Boeing and BMW expanding, and Mercedes in South Carolina and Georgia, a lot of massive investment. And I know there's some, and you've got this massive finance sector in Charlotte, but it does seem that under the Cooper administration, a lot of big companies that are looking at the South, you would think North Carolina makes sense given the education at Duke and UNC, North Carolina State, and it seems like a lot of companies are actually still not choosing to land business there.
Well, Nikki Haley did whip our tail when she was governor of South Carolina a couple times. I have to give her, I tip her the hat of that. But no, North Carolina, we were only behind Florida and Texas as far as what we're calling an American migration. 124,000 people moved to North Carolina just last year. We're second in the country when it comes to paved roads, but number 22 in port size. So when you're recruiting manufacturers, started getting to the wonky business side here, but when you're recruiting manufacturers, it's not just about what they can import, but it's also about what they can export. That's a huge part of it. So you have to have somebody with a little business background that can go into these boardrooms and recruit. But you are correct. Alabama, I would put them in there as well as far as recruiting some of the businesses. We're on the precipice. We've got a huge, Toyota's got a battery plant that's coming in our area. Wolfspeed's coming in. That's a $4 billion investment. We're on the precipice of really seeing some neat things. But you're correct. You know North Carolina well. Charlotte's been the fintech area. The biotech has been more of the research triangle. Where I live in the triad, we're trying to see if it can become the aerotech. But you have to be aggressive without compromising or giving away the farm. And that's what I think we can bring as governor of North Carolina.
I was going to make a crack about the ACC and the SEC in North Carolina, but I'll
go ahead. Go ahead.
Had enough references, but a basketball state more than a football state, I guess we'll say. I am fascinated by the dynamic. I got a scholarship to go to Duke, and I wound up not going there. But even then, in the 1990s, it very much struck me as this beautiful campus and this beautiful place. They wanted me to know that I needed them; they didn't need me. And it wasn't this warm, being from a very rural part of Louisiana to go. But yet, ever since then, my kid has gotten recruitment material from some of the colleges in North Carolina. And I'm really stunned by even in the recruitment. I mean, they want to make sure you know how woke and progressive some of these universities are. Are you concerned about that push from those institutions being so big that they fundamentally do change the culture of North Carolina?
Well, they've been changing the culture in North Carolina across the country. How many times have you talked with people who've sent their freshman daughter or son to one of these campuses, and by Christmas time, they don't even recognize them? But once again, that's talking about the problem. What's the solution? As governor of North Carolina, I'm directly targeting tenureship. Until we're willing to go after, take away that tenureship, and even take the chance to fire some of these professors, we're not going to solve it. As long as you have no accountability in those positions, we're not going to change that. And that's where a lot of the indoctrination, that's where a lot of the damage is done to those young adults, because you have, 93% of all faculty is either left or hard left. You've got 7% that are considered moderate or conservatives. That's fine. But if you cross those lines, I'm going to put tenureship in play as the next governor.
Good for you. So I just got to say as an aside that you make this somewhat more challenging for me because I'm used to throwing a question and standard politician goes on for 10 minutes and I can just sit over here and twiddle my thumbs and you're actually giving me these answers with some precision. So let me talk to you about something else where I know you can give me some precision.
Sure.
And that is, you and I both share this belief that we do have a spiritual problem in the country. And part of the fundamental problem as I see it is our political class that could try with the rhetoric to elevate our souls are instead using those spiritual problems to divide us further.
Yes.
As you run for office, you run as a partisan, you run as a Republican, but how do you address it? And you mentioned the work you're doing with HBCUs. How do you bridge those divides to try to repair to the extent that you can, in your individual capacity, those spiritual problems that we're dealing with?
All right, I'll take a full 2 minutes this time. How about that? I thought you want more than just, no, I'm just.
No. Look, I appreciate it.
No, let's get to the point and make
great
the
to
case,
get to the
right? No,
point,
exactly right. I didn't, I think you got 3 questions in with Chris Christie. I don't know. Sorry, Chris, if he's checking. I don't know. But to the heart of your point, why is there, look, here's what I've determined, even spending 6 years in the United States Congress, you can't fix a spiritual issue with a political solution. Mm-hmm. You can't do it. Now, we need strong conservatives, we need people that understand policy, we need great leaders, but fundamentally, this is a spiritual battle that we're in, more than anything else. And that's when I talk about the evil that we're battling, whether it's targeting our children or other areas of our life. This is why we have to be willing to engage. Not to be too cliche, but we know that the Judeo-Christian principle values that were woven in the very founding of our country, they're still etched in stone throughout D.C. I'm not going to point Nancy Pelosi where they are. She might bring a sandblaster in or something, but that's part of our fabric, and it needs to be protected. So the balance that I feel like that I have to walk as a believer is I know that God doesn't call me anywhere that I'm exempt from being a light for Christ. Yet at the same time, I have a responsibility to speak the truth. Now, that's not always pleasant to hear, and we do our best, as Paul wrote, to season it as best we can. But just as Jesus at the woman at the well, and we talked about physical needs, he did tell her the truth. That's not number 5. That's not your guy either. We got some problems here. But if you look at though the way that Jesus modeled that, he did it this way: laterally, love your neighbor as yourself. My neighbors, my community, that's not my enemy. I want them to understand or have the opportunity to know what I know and love about America. But to the people that are permeating these communities, that are bringing in the damage, my job is to call them out and to call them out by name as much as I can to push back against that evil tide of leftist Marxist government. I'll continue to do that, and I won't be ashamed when I do it.
Good. Just in a couple of minutes left, let's talk specifically about your campaign. You've got a diverse array of counties that you've got to visit. You've got a primary coming up next year. If people want to get involved who are in the audience who are in North Carolina, where do they go? And also, what's the landscape like? I know in Georgia, for example, or even my home state of Louisiana, there are certain things you got to go through in the process to the primary. What's it look like to run in the Republican primary?
Well, as far as what it looks like, you have a diverse group of Republicans even in our state. You have different perspectives there. I do know this: the Republican Governors Association has now designated North Carolina as the #1 gubernatorial race in the country for next year. So there's going to be a lot on the stake, a lot at stake. North Carolina, much like Georgia in some ways, is considered a purple state by some prognosticators, that you could literally not only impact the governor's race, but the right candidate or the wrong candidate could actually bring the presidential race to a percentage or point. I think the Republican won it last time just by over 1 point. President Trump did 1.5, 1.6%. So the landscape is very crucial that you have somebody that I feel like has the strong background, the substance to be able to not only pull those Republicans that are at 30%, but to be able to reach into different places and different communities. That's our background. We're proud of that background, and I think that's going to allow us March the 5th on Super Tuesday to be able to push through. To the second part of your question, if somebody wants to know, you can, all the social medias is Rep Mark Walker, R-E-P Mark Walker, Twitter, Facebook, social media. We have a lot of fun out there. Our website, if you want to get more detailed information, is walker4nc.com.
Walker4nc.com. Listen, I'm glad you could come down and hang out with me. I really am genuinely sincere when I say I admire the fact that you went into the RSC, which had become a rubber stamp for leadership, and made it conservative again, because I'd been such a big fan of the group. And best of luck to you on the campaign trail.
Thank you so much, and please know that we're continuing to keep Christy in our prayers as well.
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Let me, with the congressman off stage, let me say this. North Carolina really is going to matter, and I know there are a great group of candidates there, some of whom have huge celebrity name ID on our side, but also lots of baggage, and we've got to get that right. I mean, the theme of this conference could be we got to get this right. The reason I called it forward which way is we got to make that choice, because we can go forward off a cliff or we can go forward in victory, and I don't want us going off a cliff. We've got a break for a few minutes to be able to reset. When we come back, I've kind of been waiting, and we just got lucky in how we can pack this between Will Hild and Vivek Ramaswamy to talk about ESG. If you haven't heard Vivek talk about ESG and how it impacted those fires in Hawaii, the only public thing I've said about candidate questions I was going to give is I want to talk to him about it, because he has some incredible insight. You've got to hear from him. And I'll get into it some with Will as well. But give me about 15 minutes. I got to swap out a battery pack, grab a sip of water, and we'll be back with some more presidential candidates. We're back. So we have one little hiccup we're working on, just so everybody knows. Technical situation. Vivek is flying in, and there was a runway closure, and planes are backed up, and we may have to alter the schedule a little to be able to accommodate him, because I want to give him his time on stage as best we can. So we're working to try to make sure that we can get him as much time on stage as possible when he gets here. We may have to put him off until after lunch to be able to make it work. We're going to make it work for him. He's making it work for us, so I just want you to be aware of that. Now, one of our sponsors is Consumers Research, which has been the leading organization in the United States raising awareness about ESG and BlackRock and what those standards are, and also educating conservatives on how to fight back. Consumers Research is the organization that has rallied attorneys general around the nation from conservative states to begin divesting from those financial managers that are using pensions and 401ks to vote for left-wing causes. It is this organization, and it is my next guest who, it's his brainchild, it's his passion. So please give a warm welcome to my friend Will Hild. All right, so first of all, I'm jealous. You've got the real comfortable shoes on compared to these that are supposed to be and aren't. But by the way, I do have to note, after I picked on Senator Scott for having snazzier socks, my kid went out last night and bought me golfer socks so I could have something. So now, let's talk about ESG first. For those who don't know what it is, can you just really explain what it is?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very simple concept. They try to confuse it and make it all about these technical scores and this nonsense. ESG is the phenomenon of the financial services industry, whether it's big asset managers, big banks, or big insurers, trying to use their market power, often coordinating with each other in the market, to push a far left progressive agenda. So asset managers use the shares that they hold as stewards, as fiduciaries. Big banks use it as criteria for their loan portfolio. You have to sign up to all this nonsense before you can get financing. And the insurers just say you can't get a policy unless you accept all of these different requirements.
Okay, so now I guess one of the big issues is why, as fiduciaries, just go through the trouble. I mean, obviously the road answer is to advance left-wing causes, but I mean, there's a real agenda behind what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a mixed motivation, so it's different for different people. A lot of the ESG trend you saw in the investment space was really driven by the fact that as we move from an era of active investment with really high fees to a period of passive investment, I would imagine most of the people in here have moved money into ETFs over probably the last decade or so with a much lower fee structure. Wall Street was just desperate for some sort of gimmick to excuse raising those expense ratios back up, and ESG for a lot of fund managers fit the bill, right? They could say, oh, we're doing all this extensive scoring around all these different new axes that you need to enhance your returns, so you need to pay us 3 times, sometimes 4 times the fees that you would for the equivalent S&P 500 index or something like that. So that's one bucket. But then I think if we're talking about BlackRock and Larry Fink, I think we're talking about a very different motivation, which is, Charlie Munger, the famous investor, said he's a would-be emperor, right? He gets to walk around corporate America and basically everyone has to do his bidding, or they risk, having boards of directors replaced at their company, being fired themselves. So I think, C.S. Lewis said that nothing excites a man more than the idea of getting to move other men around like toy soldiers. And I think that that's what you see with Larry Fink. He's gotten drunk on this power, and some of the other asset managers like State Street and Vanguard as well.
Yeah, so I mean, those are the big players. You've got BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard. They, by having fiduciary duty over our retirement funds, our pensions, they get to use the votes because none of us. I mean, if I own individual stock, I get the shareholder report and whatnot. But for these, they do, and so they get to steer this really progressive agenda. And what I find remarkable, and I didn't process this until you just said it, is the fees go up. and ESG is an excuse to judge the fees, and yet the rates of return for a lot of companies that follow ESG aren't nearly as good as those that don't.
That's absolutely right. And if you look at a lot of these funds that have ESG on the label, it's usually like the equivalent benchmark index. So let's say like a ESG S&P 500 fund. They'll just take out like 4 or 5 companies so that the holdings aren't exactly the same. And then they'll just slap a higher fee ratio on it and send it to market. It's not that even much different. That's probably for the best, honestly, because the more you do ESG, the lower your returns become. So you actually want less ESG, not more. But then what BlackRock is doing, which I think is in some ways even more nefarious, at least if you're investing in a fund that has ESG on the label, at some level you're accepting these lower returns, you're accepting the consequences of that. But BlackRock and some of the other asset managers like State Street, for example, have joined these groups like Climate Action 100, where in order to join, you've promised to use 100% of your assets under management. Not just the stuff you have in the ESG funds, but the stuff you have in the normal like iShares S&P 500 index fund to advance things like net zero, which for those who don't know, net zero is this idea that we're going to get to net zero carbon emissions by 2050. It's based on the Paris Accords that we're in via executive order. When there's a Democrat in the White House, we're out via executive order. Even a democratically held Senate couldn't pass the Paris Accords as a matter of treaty and therefore U.S. law. And yet BlackRock is running around saying, we're going to push net zero with every share in our portfolio because we just assume that eventually all these governments are going to get around. And that's how they argue that it's within their fiduciary duty, is they make an assumption about where politics is going based on really no data, just their own wishful thinking. And then they say, well, we're just preparing for the future as we know it's going to come about. So that's kind of how they try to wedge their political agenda into the their legal fiduciary duty. But it's really, I think that's why I wanted to describe ESG as the phenomenon and not just the technical term. Because a lot of people don't realize, they think, oh, I've looked at my portfolio, I don't have a single fund that says ESG on it. But if you have money with BlackRock, if you have money with State Street, you own ESG funds because they are using your shares to push a far left agenda.
So, you mentioned Larry Fink, his ideas of politics. One of the things I've discovered in politics over time is that a lot of the super wealthy people who play in politics really don't have any idea how it works or what's actually going to happen, and they presume because of their financial genius, they also have this political genius. And Larry Fink seems to me to be someone who is overplaying his hand on this. I mean, I know you guys, and I find it very funny, have done ad campaigns targeting him directly by name that he's finally had to respond to, and he does seem to be this aloof person who just, like a Michael Bloomberg who could spend $1 billion and get no return on investment running for president. You've got Larry Fink spending other people's money to advance this agenda.
Yeah, I think that's right. He's a well-known member and constant speaker at Davos and the World Economic Forum. He runs around doing events with the Clinton Foundation, the Clinton Initiative. And I think living in that bubble, everyone tells you all this. Klaus Schwab tells you all this stuff is inevitable. That there's no chance, there's no opposition, there's no dissidence. Democracy's basically irrelevant. All this stuff is inevitable. And so he may sincerely believe it. He may sincerely, I guess, believe that he thinks this is inevitable. That said, part of the fiduciary duty isn't just a duty a duty of loyalty. It's a duty of care. You can't just make wild political assumptions and base your investment thesis on that. You have to have something to back that up. When you look at the fact that neither political party is talking about, even bringing up passing the Paris Accords or any of this other stuff as a matter of law, it's all wishful thinking. It's all I want there to be us be moving to net zero. Therefore, I'm going to force every company in America to move to net zero, and that's within the fiduciary duty because of the assumptions I made.
Now, you and I were talking backstage, and it took me a minute to remember, but I distinctly remember Common Core, when conservatives were finally realizing this isn't a good idea for our kids in education. Mike Pence was governor of Indiana at the time and started pressuring the state school board to get rid of it. They said, well, we're not using Common Core, we're using something called Community Core. And it's different from Common Core, but it was the exact same agenda. And I mean, I hear Larry Fink and BlackRock and State Street them say, well, we're moving away from ESG, and it just sounds like a relabeling campaign.
Yeah, 100%. A few months ago, he was at the Aspen Ideas Festival, and he got asked, what about this fight that's going on? And he actually admitted that he was ashamed that he'd been dragged into it and that he said he was going to stop using the term ESG. Now, in the same breath, he said, but don't get me wrong, I'm still a conscientious capitalist, which is basically just a way of rebranding what he's doing. And that's kind of what we're seeing going on in this space right now. 18 months ago when we launched our ads on BlackRock and ESG, most people didn't know what it was. So that was the first part, is educating people. And then as people started to understand it, they really started to hate what it did. And BlackRock tried to launch this counter campaign called About BlackRock. They probably spent somewhere between $20 and $30 million on that campaign. It went nowhere. So now what they're moving to, like you said, is a rebranding campaign. We will probably stop hearing from the left about ESG. They're now ashamed of it. They understand how much people hate it. They're going to come up with some other term. Sustainability is probably a candidate. Stakeholder capitalism, you're probably going to hear about that. And I guess they probably workshopped some term that he soft launched by saying conscientious capitalism. The other thing they're going to do, and this is something we've seen BlackRock kind of attempt a couple times. We'll see if they're any more successful this time. But they're going to try to pay off the right with a pittance, with a tip. They kind of have cycled through a number of rent-a Republicans to try and kind of be the face. They'll speak out of both sides of their mouth. To the left, they'll say, oh, no, we're still doing everything we said we were going to do, to the New York City comptroller and to CalPERS and everything. Oh, we're pushing hard. Then they'll go and hire, like they had somebody out of Jay Clayton's SEC for a while. She didn't work out. Now they've hired John Kelly, who's this guy, not the White House chief of staff, right. the corporate hack. His whole career has been basically moving from left-wing corporation to left-wing corporation, being sort of the Republican ombudsman, going, they don't really hate you as much as they say they do. Don't worry. His last job was at Starbucks, that famously politically neutral corporation, where he was there, trying to calm Republicans at the same time that Starbucks is banning, the mention of Christmas from their stores and their cups and everything. So that's their next step. He just started there. So I'm sure they'll be running around DC trying to see who they can on the right, who they can pay off. But I don't think it's going to work. I think people are hip to the tricks that the corporate America often plays when they're attacking conservative principles. We've seen this with Anheuser-Busch and Target. People are frustrated and tired of it. I don't think it's going to go anywhere.
Okay, so let's actually spend a moment on the Anheuser-Busch situation, which to me, it still boggles my mind that there's been no further accountability in that organization other than the two marketing people out, that you have this organization that it relies on independent mom and pop family-owned distributorships to distribute a product. So many of them are now financially struggling and laying off because of two woke marketing heads at Anheuser-Busch who decided to blow up the brand, condescend to the consumers, hire the trans activists to promote Bud Light. And I honestly, I keep waiting for the CEO to lose his job, for InBev to come down on him, given the finances. Yet there doesn't seem to be a level of accountability.
No, I think this gets to the real tragedy of the ESG and BlackRock scheme, because we were all taught in Econ 101 that if you hire somebody to run a company, you want them to make money. If they stop making money, you fire them. And certainly if they blow up the company, you fire them. Why does that CEO still have a job? And I think really the answer is ESG and these large asset managers, because they've hoovered up all of these state, local, and federal pension funds. BlackRock manages a large portion of the federal thrift savings plan, university endowments, these huge pools of capital. And again, it's not their money, it's our money collectively, it's the state's money, pension funds, that kind of thing. And because they end up controlling, collectively sometimes 25, 30%, if you're talking about the big three asset managers. If you've kept Larry Fink happy, if you've kept State Street and Vanguard happy, regardless of what you've done to the actual company, they're your boss. They're who replaces or picks your boards of directors. We saw that with Exxon when they weren't happy with him. They can shield you from the consequences of the free market that we're supposed to be operating in. And so I think when you see a company go out of its way to poke its customers' values poke them in the face, attack their values. We've seen it with Target, and yet you don't see consequences, right? Something is amiss. And I think what you see is that it's these large pools of capital that don't see it as their job to apply market discipline, but instead protect people who are a part of their political coalition.
Okay, first of all, I got to say I like that you said hoovered up instead of vacuumed up the money. I appreciate that. Now, regarding that, you bring up Target as well. I mean, the laws of free market economics, and we can argue about how free market we are or not, but ultimately, bad things begin to happen to these companies in the markets and among consumers, which we're beginning to see when they're listening to BlackRock as opposed to listening to the consumers.
Yeah, it's true, and we've seen that with Disney more than anybody. I mean, if you look at that stock, it's performed horribly. Like at the same time that the rest of the market is up double digits, I think if you invested in Disney 5 years ago, I think you're down something like 20%. Imagine having, peel back 5-10 years before they went super woke. Imagine having access to all of the goodwill that company has, like literally decades of people's childhood memories being associated with those movies and those characters and those parks. How do you blow that? Like, how do you make that worse? And yet, while we have seen a shift a little bit with Iger being put back in as CEO, really it was just because he's better at handling some of the I think the theory is that he's just better at handling some of the backlash for the wokeness than he's going to change anything, because he was the one who put it in there in the first place. So I think that speaks to one of the problems with ESG. It's not just, a lot of people like to focus on, well, it hurts shareholders, and that's very important. Don't get me wrong. People invest in companies because they need that money to retire on, and that's very important. But consumers, we're a consumer protection organization, consumers are really the ones who get attacked by this across the board. You can not own a share of Disney, and you're still affected by the fact that they're running around destroying all of these beloved characters and your family experiences. And if you're in Florida, ruining portions of the Orlando economy by scaring everybody off with this woke nonsense. So the funny thing is that if you look at all of the, Larry Fink loves to talk about stakeholder capitalism. You got to look at all the people that rely on or deal with the company, the vendors, the laborers, the customers, right? If you look at who benefits from the ESG complex, right? Consumers are hurt, shareholders are hurt, vendors are hurt, workers are laid off, right? No one benefits except for what? Wall Street fat cats, like Larry Fink at BlackRock, and far left megalomaniacs, like Larry Fink at BlackRock, right? There's really only two groups that benefit, and I think everyone else is made to pay.
So, I mean, you guys have been very successful raising awareness, and I know working with state treasurers and attorneys general in the states, divesting from BlackRock, but they're still a massive, massive company. I mean, what do you recommend conservatives begin to think about policy-wise?
Absolutely. Well, the good news is this entire thing was built on a house of cards. There's a number of things wrong with it. One, it violates fiduciary duty, the legal duty that these companies have to their investors, right? So once you alert state elected officials like AGs, governors, treasurers, one, money can be taken back from the misbehaving companies like BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, moved to companies, I think we're going to have Vivek here later today, right? That promise to adhere by the fiduciary duty. So that's step one. Step two, there's a number of different investigations going on because this also seems to be a clear violation of antitrust law. As I mentioned before, BlackRock isn't even doing this by themselves. They are joining groups where they promise to coordinate with other actors in the market. Now, it's been a while since I was in law school, but that's kind of antitrust 101. If a bunch of owners of businesses get together and talk about what they're going to do collectively to set supply in a market, that's an antitrust violation. And the last thing is, I do think there's a really good, important question here about securities fraud. I mentioned before that there's a lot of people probably in this room who are invested in an ESG fund that doesn't have that on the label, right? You've been snookered into being part of Larry Fink's ESG complex without being told about it. So there's really three legal avenues right off the bat that can be pursued. And I think both from, this is something I think it's good that Vivek's going to be here later today, given that he's running for president, both at the state level, but then obviously at the federal level with the FTC, the SEC, and the DOJ. If there was a Republican in the White House who cared about this could go away very quickly because of the enforcement mechanisms that are already U.S. law.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, the Biden administration has shown no interest whatsoever in pursuing these matters, and yet people are seeing rates of return that could be higher go down because of the policies that are being pursued. I know Louisiana, I think Florida, a number of state treasurers have pulled out, but I mean, you have BlackRock still at $4 or $5 billion, maybe higher than that, dollars that they.
Yeah,
control?
yeah. They, depending on the day in the markets, because they're mostly passive, it's somewhere between $9 and $10 trillion of assets under
Trillion,
managed.
wow.
You know, they
Yeah,
have more money than most countries have. Again, that said, I mean, look, a large portion of that is the Federal Thrift Savings Plan. This is the pension fund for the U.S. military, right? And it's being used to undermine our national security and our national economy. And one thing we haven't mentioned yet is kind of the Chinese connection to this. The net effect of ESG policies, because BlackRock and the other asset managers don't push the same standards overseas that they push here. So when they go to China, they're more than happy to finance coal-powered plants, natural gas pipelines, natural gas plants. Here in the United States, they are openly, aggressively pushing publicly traded utilities to set early retirement dates for these same assets, these same coal-fired plants and these same natural gas plants, which, by the way, produce 65% of the electricity that powers our grid and keeps these lights on today, right? So the net effect of that, right, is to build up China's economy at the same time that you're hampering the U.S. economy. And that's another area where I think that, we're starting to see the House Judiciary, House Financial Services Committee look into, House Select Committee on China, really look into that and say, wait, why is the pension fund for the U.S. military helping to build up the economy of a country that we could be in a hot conflict or at least a cold conflict within the next 10 years?
Okay, so I'm glad you bring this topic up with China and ESG because, I remember when the Soviet Union fell and we were under Boris Yeltsin's regime able to go in and look at the Soviet archives, we found there were a lot of nonprofit groups in the West, peace activists, environmental groups that the Soviets had actually surreptitiously been funding. And those groups were anti-nuclear campaigns, environmental campaigns. That's why so many environmentalists in the 80s were called watermelons. They were green on the outside and red on the inside. Commies hiding. And we know now that China has been funding, for example, the New York Times did this massive story a week ago. I was shocked the New York Times ran it on left-wing philanthropists pushing in the peace movement through Code Pink and others, Chinese talking points, Chinese positions. They're funding environmentalist groups in this country. I mean, obviously, wild speculation, never ask a question you don't know the answer to, but there just does seem to be some willingness for these massive companies, and I assume it's just they think China's on the verge of dominance, they should suck up now, but pushing agendas that do benefit the Chinese at our expense.
Yeah, you're 100% right, and BlackRock has famously had a cozy relationship with the Chinese Communist Party. This is some tinfoil hat theory. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal that during the Trump administration's negotiations with the CCP on tariffs, Larry Fink was aiding CCP officials in those negotiations. He was helping advise them on how to deal with the Trump administration. So, I mean, this guy is about as entangled as you can get, and he's got a lot of benefits for that. They've been given the right to run the first wholly foreign-owned mutual fund in mainland China. Ironically, they were given the right which is incredibly rare. I don't think anyone else has it. The ability as a wholly foreign-owned corporation to manage pension funds in mainland China. And so whether there's direct funding coming from China to push ESG, it doesn't matter because the quid pro quo, the favors that BlackRock is getting and other asset managers are getting to do business in mainland China, right, is an incentive for them to push these ESG criteria here in the United States, this ESG agenda that harms, Chinese competitors here in the United States. And we've seen this, again, this isn't, I don't have every jot and tittle of this, but there was a lot of theorizing that a lot of the funding for some of the environmental groups in the net zero groups in particular in Europe that were pushing was coming from Russia because
that's right.
Here's the strange thing. If you wanted net zero, right, what would be the quickest way to get there, right, from an electrical generation standpoint? It would be nuclear technology, right? That's the, powerful, reliable, clean, no emissions of any kind, right, except for steam. And yet Germany, at the same time that they're supposedly, going as hard as they can to net zero, is shutting down their nuclear plants, and their green movement is leading the way, right, in pushing for those to be shut down, which is incredibly suspicious to me that if your stated goal is to hit net zero, and the same thing, ESG has been singularly focused on these so-called renewable technologies, wind farms, solar panels. These things, first of all, are not net zero. They have to be produced under very carbon-intensive manufacturing processes using extremely harmful heavy metals. mined in the Congo, often by unpaid child workers, let's say, and then processed almost exclusively and built almost exclusively in China. So if we're really trying to get to net zero, why would we be so focused on that? Wouldn't Larry Fink be dumping as much money as he could into nuclear technology? And yet you don't see any of that. So I think you're right to suspect. And again, I don't have any documents, whistleblower documents to wave in front of you. So I want to be careful. But it does raise some, I think, serious questions about who's really behind this ESG agenda.
I heard the ringer. I mean, one of the things that I find so, I guess, alarming to me is the dismissiveness of a lot of the press that covers these, even the business press. And the business press, I think, in this country is not, increasingly isn't as objective as maybe it once was. When you're covering a lot of companies, you want access to the CEOs, you want them to come to your conferences, you're not giving them critical treatment. And BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, the others do seem to skate by because of the access they give to sponsor the financial conferences of the major news networks, to come to the events, to hang out with them. I know there are media outlets in this country that exist because of access, and you're not going to write critically of someone who's giving you that sort of access. And so now we've got a situation where you can't get a fair hearing in the American press for something like ESG. It sounds like a kooky conspiracy theory from the right, and yet it's real.
Yeah, it's crazy, and depending on the audience, I kind of decide which details about the ESG I'm going to go into, because if I really went, you'd think I was up here with a tinfoil hat on. It's run out of the UN, by the way. Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which is one of these big groups that the big banks are part of, the big asset managers are part of, the big insurers are part of, where they've all committed to coordinate their activities right across the entire financial market to push these ESG standards. It's a UN-run organization, and guess who's the head of it? Michael Bloomberg, right? Guess who's the lieutenant?
I was going to say Yemen, but Michael Bloomberg works.
Guess who's the lieutenant in charge of the COO? An employee of Michael Bloomberg, right? So you have the UN running this Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, run by Michael Bloomberg, and an employee of Michael Bloomberg, and the big banks even agreed to have the UN start auditing their loan portfolio to make sure that their loan portfolios are in accordance with their commitments to push for net zero. So I know it sounds crazy that the United Nations is literally forcing all this on the United States, but that's where they've organized. It's literally, you can go on the website and you can see the CEO's signature where they've signed this stuff.
And yet, I know there's continues to be concern among conservatives and people in general, the idea of the Great Reset and the things that come out of Davos and the World Economic Forum, and these are the ways they try to advance it, and yet democracy still matters, and voter backlash matters greatly when it comes to seeing pension plans degraded because you're not getting the return on investment they otherwise want. Voters tend to get mad and throw people out.
100% right. I like having a little bit longer to talk about this than normally a 5-minute, because if you just explain the problem, people go, okay, I'm up against the asset managers and the biggest banks and the insurers. I guess I'll just go live in a cave
the United
somewhere.
Nations.
And the United Nations, right? And Michael Bloomberg. He'll unleash his meme army. But I like to leave people with a lot of hope, because I'm very hopeful. In the last 18 months, this went from some bizarre issue where I once had you talked about the reporters being biased. I once had a reporter ask me, and this was I won't say who it was, but this is somebody who worked for one of the top financial press associations. I was explaining ESG and what the problem was with it, and I was explaining the UN connection. And the person goes, why would the average American care about a bunch of bureaucrats in the United Nations setting really technical details and targets for the American economy? I'm like, why would the average American care about having the details of their lives set by some unelected bureaucrats in the United Nations, right? I think we're well past that. I think they understand that this is a massive issue. BlackRock is backing off of it. They're trying to rebrand and do that. We've seen Anheuser-Busch, despite what we've talked about, but the CEO still having a job. Everyone's writing stories about Target sales are down. Disney's just dropping bomb after bomb at the box office. American consumers should feel more empowered today than probably at any other time in U.S. history, except for maybe during the big, the trust-busting era of the 1920s and 30s and the Roosevelt era. The amount, and this isn't me claiming credit. I mean, no one's leading this boycott. No one called like from a red phone and said, boycott Anheuser-Busch. What you're seeing is the collective frustration of American consumers who've been attacked and insulted and degraded. Say, enough is enough. I don't have to buy your product. I don't have to go to Target. I don't have to watch your stupid movie that attacks me. I'm done. And whether it takes a month or a year, or a decade, if you keep the pressure up, to your point, it doesn't matter at some level, the stranglehold that BlackRock and State Street and Vanguard have, it will break. Because at some level, someone will just come in and, if the stock goes to near zero, someone will just go buy up the company and take it private. We saw that with Elon Musk. Twitter had been mismanaged. He goes, I can do this better than that. I'll just buy the thing. Probably regrets buying it 6 months prior than he did, later than he did. But we should feel empowered. I have a lot of hope that this thing is going to fall apart. Like I said, it's built on a house of cards, both legally, but also just public perception-wise. As soon as people realize it, the average American, right, middle, left, they go, that's not right. I get letters from people on the left saying, I'm a left-wing progressive, but I don't really want Larry Fink, deciding how Americans' lives are going to run. So I do think there is some chance for not only a backlash, but even a bipartisan one.
So let's spend a little bit of time on consumers research. It's been around for a while, but I mean, you guys really did get on my radar of a lot of the stuff you're doing with the ESG fight. What all does consumers research do?
That's a great question. We're the nation's oldest consumer protection organization. We were founded in 1929, and I know I am aging wonderfully. But in truth, I came on about 3.5 years ago with the idea of taking the organization. We saw all this woke capitalism happening, all these, and this was before even the Anheuser-Busch issue. You had, and this will matter for Georgia, you had that almost peak wokeness in 2020, spring of 2021, where states like Georgia were passing just common sense issues around election integrity and changing what days they could just the kind of stuff that governments are supposed to be doing. Did it here, did it in Texas. And you had all these corporations signing these crazy letters talking about you're making it sound like Jim Crow 2.0, like we were going to go back to 1930s Germany or something like that if you were required to show an ID when you voted. And often getting all the details wrong, but that's a whole other issue. And so the idea was we need to push back against this woke capitalism. So in June of 2021, we launched the Consumers First Initiative, which is our ongoing multi-million-dollar ad campaign to call out woke corporations who are focusing on far-left activists rather than serving their consumers. And I would say that woke capitalism is kind of like the symptom, and ESG is the disease. So we had to kind of point to the symptom and say, hey, have you noticed all these corporations seem to hate your guts lately? That's kind of bad. Ran ads against Nike, Coca-Cola, American Airlines, Ticketmaster, MLB for moving the All-Star game out of Atlanta to a state with more restrictive voting requirements than Georgia was going to pass. But then we always knew we wanted to help people understand the phenomenon and then get to the cause of it. And that's when we launched our ongoing ads just against BlackRock. Now, in terms of the other stuff we do, we have a long history of doing two things. One, educating consumers about issues that are important to them, and two, amplifying their voice in the marketplace. And that's really what we've been doing for the last 90 years, and that's what we're doing today.
Okay, so let's get into these other corporations. You and I have had this discussion before, and that I didn't realize at the time that in the DEI space, so tied into ESG, that you have a situation where it's such a protective, incestuous setup that the CEOs of many major companies are almost browbeaten into doing things they know they shouldn't do, because otherwise the chief diversity officer that's embedded in the company is going to say, you're a racist, CEO gets fired, the chief diversity officer gets booted to the Ivy League.
You're 100% right. And that's one of the questions I do get from the incredulous press is they'll go well, if this is really so bad, why don't you have every corporation, every CEO in America, standing up and saying, I'm not going to take this anymore? It's well, because they'll fire them. That's the whole point of the ESG complex is that the asset managers will replace their boards of directors, the banks will punish them in the corporate bond market, and the insurers will say, well, we can't insure your company anymore because you're not hitting net zero targets or you don't have a big enough DEI program. And to your point, the DEI departments are in a symbiotic relationship with the asset managers because there's sort of this fifth column within the company. I like to say they're cancerous both in the pejorative sense but also in the technical sense, right? In the sense that the cancer cell doesn't serve a purpose in the body, right? Its only job is to make itself bigger and suck up more of the resources of its host. And that's really what DEI departments do. They don't serve the investors in the slightest bit. They don't add to the bottom line of the company, and they don't help them serve their consumers in the slightest bit. So again, and they don't help the company in any way. What they do is they have a symbiotic relationship with these asset managers to push the company further and further left, right, and kind of just propagate this far left ideology, and they'll protect each other. To your point, if you go against your DEI department, these CEOs, normally, if you get mad at your chief operating officer, or your chief technology officer, or your CFO, or whatever, you fire him. That's that's your job as the CEO. The problem is, if you fire your head of DEI, that's going to play a lot differently in the press. And then you might have BlackRock lowering your ESG score and going, we noticed you had some issues around race issues or sex issues or whatever it is, and they're going to come down on you. So there's a lot of CEOs, we get through things through back channels. There are a lot of the C-suite in America that's on our side. And I wish they would grow some backbone, because unfortunately, whether your job's at stake or not, you still have to do the right thing. And so I wish they would stand up and push back. But it's not as far gone as it would look like. It's just that a lot of these people in these C-suites, despite their bank accounts, worry a lot about losing their jobs or more importantly, their reputation. Being called a racist isn't fun. Being called a sexist isn't fun. So that is part of the complex as well. And I think we won't really be done with this whole thing until, serving in a DEI department for a while will be, a little bit like, having done a stint in the SS or something. You'd be like, we'll just cover that part of my resume up, because that's really what they're pushing, is a bunch of racist, sexist policies in corporate America. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's just the number of people I hear from when I talk about this issue on the radio, and the DEI tasks and staff within their companies, it's like their entire job is to stir up division within the company and to force people to go to these workshops. I remember going just back to my law school days, where your introduction to law school, you had to go sit into one of those DEI sessions, and it was a big joke to everyone except the very serious angry woman at the front of the room who insisted that this room was filled with homophobes and racists, and everybody's having to put labels on each other's back, and based on the stereotypical reaction to them, you had to guess, what is the label on my back? And it's like you're exploiting. It just was mind-numbing to experience this, and yet we've got the Robin DiAngelos of the world and the Ibram Kendis of the world, and they profit off of keeping this stuff spread and alive.
You're 100% right, and the scientific studies of these so-called anti-bias trainings is that, surprise, surprise, by locking people in a room and drilling them about racial and sexual stereotypes for hours at a time, you actually enhance their views of people based on stereotypes. I know that's crazy to think. It does the opposite. Now, that said, I don't know if that's by accident or not, because if you look at the whole DEI complex and what, for example, Larry, that now infamous quote where he talks about, BlackRock, we believe that behaviors will only change if they're forced to change, and at BlackRock, we're forcing behaviors to change. What he was actually referring to was racial and sex-based quotas for the boards of directors for the companies that he has, control of a portion of their shares. And if you think about it, that's the genius of the patronage system that the left wants to build, which is, I think there are fantastic women, people of all racial ethnicities who are competent, who can run companies, who can be parts of boards of directors, right? They don't need a giveaway from Larry Fink to have their job. So Larry Fink can't control them because they don't need anything from him. The people that need Larry Fink, the people that need the Robin DiAngelos and the Ibram Kendis and will swear an allegiance to the left, are the people who are only there because they are bean counting race and sex and these quotas, right? So it's not to say that it's a kind of genius thing where you, instead of finding the most competent people across all these categories, you find people who are not the most meritorious, and you put them there because you know they know that they need you to be there. And it's a smart play politically from a kind of Machiavellian standpoint, but it's actually going to ruin our economy and our markets and our experience of consumers.
So looking out a couple of years, I mean, how do you see the landscape evolving on this issue as they change names and focus group and try to stay in people's good graces?
Well, I think that's one of the things that's also impressed me about the average person over the last 10 years is I think they've gotten, again, hip to that trick that the left just keeps trying to remember when they told us that CRT didn't exist at the same time that a lot of these school districts had directors of CRT? They're not, they're kind of running short on plays, right? And now it just becomes these constant rebranding exercises. They tell you CRT doesn't exist, and then they tell you it's not that big of a deal, and then they tell you, well, it's happening, but it's not that not that much, and then they tell you, well, it is happening, but it's good actually. They kind of did the same thing with ESG. They did it with the DEI. Like I said, they're going to change the sustainability or something like that. But I think that's the key concept is to see it as the phenomenon, not the acronym. The acronym's irrelevant. They could have called it anything. But the phenomenon of going into schools and teaching kids that you bear some sort of sin because of the color of your skin, or that capitalism is inherently white supremacist, or so is this country. The phenomenon of having a department within the company whose job it is to view people only as their race or their sex or their sexual orientation and not the full human being. The phenomenon of financial institutions using their market power, colluding with each other to push a far left progressive agenda. If we stay focused on these things, and we have been, they could hire every corporate flack PR guy they want. It's not going to matter because we're going to keep the foot on the pedal and pushing back. I'm hopeful, and the last 18 months, not 24 months, would suggest that's exactly what the American people are doing.
Let's say 2024 goes our direction and we're able to get the White House, we're able to secure the Senate and hold the House. What policy initiatives do you think that the Republicans need to advance if that happens?
Yeah, I think in terms of ESG, investigation and enforcement. We don't, it's great. I could certainly sit here and tell you there's legislative ideas I've got for how to push back on ESG. But I think conservatives have this idea that the free market means that when you're in power, you just don't do anything at all. You just put your feet up on the desk no, if you believe in the free market, as I do, and you're a lover of free market, then our job is to police it within the bounds of well-established, fiduciary duty precedes America. It's British common law from 500 years ago, right? Enforcing the fiduciary duty, the duty of loyalty and the duty of care against asset managers is not a violation of the free market. It is protecting the free market. It would be like if you're playing football, and I love football, I'm sure we're in Georgia, you love football.
Oh, yes.
It would be like if you were a referee, finally we've got a Republican referee that's going to be in charge of football, and you just didn't enforce any of the rules of football. Because it's well, I wouldn't want to, I'm a free football guy, I don't want to get involved.
Yeah.
Right? It's well, then you're not playing football anymore, right? I'm not saying we need to go in there and do a whole tiny little regulations and second guess every decision that's made and set prices. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about common law principles that were established, antitrust legislation that's over 100 years old, security fraud legislation that's over 100 years old, enforcing that, making them adhere to the rules of the game. That's not a violation of the free market, that's protecting it, right? And so that's what I would like to see. I think the Federal Trade Commission has a role in that. I think the SEC absolutely, first of all, you got to roll back all the nonsense that's come out of this SEC. But I think the Securities Exchange Commission, not the Southeastern Conference. And then I'm sure this is going to light some hair on fire at the BlackRock headquarters, but I think the DOJ has a role in this. I think there's been some antitrust has a criminal portion to it, and I think when you're looking at the damage that has been done to this economy, imagine you're a large family in the Midwest and you're trying to get by. We've got the Ukraine conflict adding to inflation issues and COVID adding to supply chain issues, and then you have this Wall Street fat cat, Larry Fink and his ilk, who've been contributing to inflation, contributing to energy inflation, making electricity more expensive. I think that's a big deal. I think that's a real big deal. It sounds like, well, money, we shouldn't get that angry about money, but this is people's ability to eat, to keep the lights on, to keep their businesses running. I think it's a real issue, and I think the next administration would do well to take it very, very seriously.
You know, that's such a good point, because I forget to even think about it in this aspect oftentimes, that we don't need to pass new laws. We've got so many laws already on the books that just need to be deployed, and this administration is very odd in how they decide to enforce and unenforce things. And I'm sure Hunter Biden will have a great new way to cash in and maybe get on a BlackRock board somewhere to be their chief diversity officer, where it's diversity of substance as opposed to diversity of people.
Yeah.
But in that regard, you know, Calvin Coolidge said that the business of government is business, obviously, but also that government's job is to ensure a level playing field. And so much of what the Democrats have done, and it's been a bipartisan problem, but really Democrats have unleveled the playing field so that these big companies can do things. And Republicans, you're right, have been very laissez-faire in how they enforce regulations, and we need to have maybe prosecutors with more teeth.
Absolutely, and you know, one of the core concepts of America is equal protection under law, meaning the rule of law. Meaning, just because Hunter Biden's on your board doesn't mean you can get away with whatever you want, right? Especially when they're going and enforcing those same laws on other companies. If there was a right-wing BlackRock, it wouldn't last 5 minutes. If they were running around with other asset managers to get, you know, Starbucks, you know, hey, we want to see more Christmas on those cups. There would be people would getting perp walked out of you know, charity dinners and that kind of stuff within a day, right? And so again, it's not a violation of the free market to say, hey, these are the rules. It's gonna be applied to everybody, not just people, like you said, with Hunter Biden on their board or with BlackRock. Here's the irony: they just added the CEO of Saudi Aramco, right, the largest oil producer in the world, to their board. Now that's a foreign oil producer, so that's okay.
Right.
If Darren Woods from Exxon got on there, that would be
right.
Would be true hypocrisy, right? So again, yeah, absolutely. We need a level playing field so that you know, people can know what the rules are, not just who do I need to pay off, so that those rules don't apply to me.
Okay, so I guess the clock says we've got less than 8 minutes here. Real world practical terms. Individual Americans are concerned with this. Their 401k is out of their hands. Their company's chosen Vanguard or State Street. I know my company has chosen Vanguard. They've got a pension. They don't even know where it is. They're in the military. What can they do? Is there anything that they can do to...
Absolutely. The number one thing they can do is call their elected representatives, because this ESG thing, they've hidden it with all this wonky acronyms and complex, you know, the mumbo jumbo. The average elected official, you educate them about it, and they go, man, I ought to do something about that. But educating an elected official is part of it. Helping them understand that their electorate cares about it, that's where the magic happens. And so just calling up your governor, your senators, your state representatives, your treasurers, your AGs, and tell them, I know this is a weird, wonky issue, and I'm not saying I know everything about it or what even should be done, but I want to see something happen. I want pushback. That makes a difference. Don't feel like you need to understand every, you know, inner working of Wall Street in order to push back on this. Just expressing your will that something be fixed is a huge step in the right direction. The other thing is to keep the pressure on. I don't think people follow what Will Hild thinks you should do about Anheuser-Busch or Target. In fact, I don't want it that way. I think it's great that people are organically across the country just saying, no, I'm not buying this. I also think it's great. I think part of the kind of recipes for success that we've had is that in the old days when people would call for boycotts in the 80s and the 90s, you know, let's say you're a member of the Southern Baptist Convention. I remember when they boycotted Disney. It was sort of like, okay, I've gotten the message that I'm supposed to boycott Disney. Like, I'm not going to Disney. Well, kind of boring. Like, you're just not doing anything, right? It's like the absence of activity, right? Well, now, like, you go on social media and like TikTok and Twitter and X and Instagram, and people are making all these like funny videos, making fun of Anheuser-Busch, making fun of Target, like. Getting it, I mean, that is, if you want to light a company's hair on fire, like you want to ruin marketing's day, that's the kind of stuff. I swear, these people wake up at 5 in the morning and they're scrolling obsessively. What do I have to deal with today? When we launched our ads, we've heard through back channels that against American Airlines, it dominated the entire C-suite's activities for an entire week. That's all they did, was focus on our advertising campaign. So when you launch these things, when you make funny videos, your voice matters. And then the last thing I'd say is that when you stop using their product, or considering stop using their product, I think, again, because we have this like free market meme, and they're like, I'm not using the product, and their sales are going to go down. Well, like, I can tell you from, like, you know, working inside a congressional office, if a candidate's numbers are going down, you don't always know why, right? You just see, oh, people less support him, but like, you have to really do a bunch of research. It's the same thing for companies. They could see a sales dip, and if you haven't called their customer service line, if you haven't sent them an email and tell them why you're angry and what it would take to win your business back, if there is a way they could win your business back, then it's going to take a long time for them to really, I mean, they're going to be hiring like tons of researchers and PR guys. It's a lot easier if at the same time you're making that decision to go and just tell the company, here's why. That will make a much bigger difference than stopping to use their product. And then I know I said last thing, but I just thought of one last thing.
No, that's right.
A lot of these companies have retail faces, Target in particular. We ran another campaign we didn't talk about was State Farm. It turns out that they were pushing transgender ideology on kids as young as 5 through something called the Gender Cool Project that a lot of companies admittedly were supporting at the time. And it was reported in the media that after we blew the whistle on them, I think there's like 19,000 State Farm independent salesmen across the country. A full quarter of them called corporate on that day because hundreds of their customers were calling them and saying, what, are you out of your mind, right? Going in and talking to the frontline person, I know, it's not fun, they're not the person that made the decision, but going into a Target and saying, hey, I'm here to buy Coca-Cola, well, hopefully not a Coca-Cola, but I'm here to, I'm here to buy a shirt from not that section. I'd like to talk to your manager for 5 minutes and just say, hey, I used to do all my shopping here. Now I only come here when I have to because of what you guys are doing. Could you please let corporate know? That really does make a difference. I know it doesn't sound like it because I'm not talking to the CEO, I'm not talking to the marketing guy, I'm not telling them to make decisions. That feeds up. It really does.
Will, listen, this has been educational and delightful. We've got 3 minutes here, and I just want you to tell them, because you've mentioned it twice, and I am negligent for not having brought it up. Explain to them the American Airlines ad campaign, because I love that one.
Yeah, so you had CEO Doug Parker, who's CEO at the time. He was the CEO of American Airlines, and American Airlines had been rated the worst airline in America 2 years in a row by the Wall Street Journal.
They still are.
They lose the most bags. They kick the most people off of flights involuntarily. And during COVID, they actually shortened legroom. So while everyone, the flying's done, you'd think you'd be doing whatever you can to just beg people to come back. They're making it less enjoyable to fly their airplanes. Well, they needed, like most airlines, they needed a massive bailout from the U.S. taxpayer, courtesy of you and me, to stay in operation that year in 2020. That same year, right, at the end of that year, they gave Doug Parker, he took a 8-figure bonus in stock options, thanks for you and me, because if we hadn't bailed him out, he wouldn't have been in operations. 5 months later, during that spring of 2021 that I mentioned, he's going into Texas and basically saying that Texas is turning into Jim Crow 2.0 because they're going to require IDs at the ballot box. I mean, here's this guy, he's getting just shut up, man. You're getting paid, right, by the U.S. taxpayer. Don't poke everyone in the eye. And so we decided it's egregious. And it's just a side note because I'm as you might tell, I'm a kind of inside baseball guy on Wall Street. When he had taken over the company, in 2016, they had $5 billion in the bank, right? They had plenty of money. And he spent down all of it and more, actually borrowed money, to do stock buybacks because all of his compensation was stock-based. So he rated the treasury of that company. Instead of improving the planes, instead of improving the experience, he rated the treasury of that company. So when they came hat in hand to us, the U.S. taxpayers, in 2020, we've only got $500 million. We're about to run up. Well, do the math. They had $500 million at that point. They had $5 billion in 2016. If he'd have just run the place right, they wouldn't have needed a taxpayer-funded bailout. So I just think that's the whole scheme. Again, they're cozying up to woke activists and woke politicians instead of serving their customers, and that's what we called them out for. And I don't want to like claim victory, but I will say like we ran our ads and like 4 months later the board kicked him out
Yeah,
of the CEO position.
I directly attribute yourself to it. So thank you very much for spending time with me. Thanks. This has been great.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks so
Absolutely.
much. Thank y'all. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
He's 5 minutes out now.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, Vivek was able to get off the runway. So we've got a couple of minutes. So if y'all haven't heard it, and I want to talk to Vivek about this, the Hawaiian fire situation. Have y'all seen the video of the deputy in charge of water management? So if you don't know this, the fire, Maui is water starved. You think tropical island, it's water starved. And they fight over water resources. The fire department, as the fire broke out, called the agency that is in charge of water distribution and said, we need you to open the streams into our reservoirs. We're gonna run out of water fighting this fire. The deputy who makes the decision believes in one water holistic equity and says that water isn't just a resource but is sacred, and delayed for 5 hours authorizing reallocation of the streams because he said you needed to reach out to the farmers first to see what the impact will be on them. I mean, I'm thinking, well, when the farms are all burned up, I mean, maybe you should stop them. But even the governor of Hawaii, a Democrat who is a progressive, said there are people who did not want this water to be shared. I'll leave it at that. Y'all can go investigate. And the finger immediately pointed to this guy who a couple of years ago was in the Zoom call talking about how we need to have water equity in Hawaii and share and the indigenous people of Hawaii treated as a sacred resource. And crazy talk. I mean, over 100 people are dead. A fire that the firefighters ran out of water trying to put out, and this guy took 5 hours dragging his feet. And the fire department was like, we're not going to say that this is why, but we need to make sure this doesn't happen again. Horrific tragedy. This woke madness and nonsense in the country. And Vivek came to the attention of the conservative movement because he was one of the first people to start calling out this issue. Will Hild in Consumers Research was doing a lot of work. Vivek has given a lot of voice to it around the country. His background in finance and understanding what these big companies were doing and pursuing, and also the spillover into government activists, the amount of government activists out there who are just, I mean, have gotten insane on progressive side. We have here in Georgia, in Cobb County, there's a teacher who has moved progressively to older classes, and they finally stopped her in 5th grade. In 5th grade last year, Governor Kemp was talking about this yesterday, you had a situation where this woman in 2022 was reading the class a book written by Stacey Abrams, and the parents complained, and then complained when their children of the parents who complained were treated badly. And this year decided to read a book to the kids on transgenderism. 1, denied it was a controversial topic, and 2, denied the book she was reading to the kids was about transgenderism. Let me describe the book for you. The American Library Association calls it an age-appropriate book to discuss gender diversity, where a kid had a purple shadow instead of a pink or a blue shadow, therefore identified as something other than the norms. And the teacher decided that the children were not allowed to use masculine and feminine pronouns. They needed to learn new pronouns, and then denied it was a controversial topic. She lost her job yesterday. We see this insane madness cropping up around the country, and it's refreshing to have candidates now running for office who are aware of the issues and are raising the profile of these issues. But I gotta say, and this is no disrespect to Vivek, I still don't consider myself an old person, and it really aggravates me to have people younger than me running for president. And I know I'll get there eventually. I know I will, but he's like a millennial running for president, We haven't even, like my generation hasn't even had a president yet. I think we need Gen X first, because we don't care and want everyone to just leave each other alone, and us as well. I mean, if you have a Gen Xer as president, it'll be like the least engaged president, which is kind of what we actually need in this country for a while. Someone just to leave us all alone. But I'm kind of impressed with his candidacy, because he started out with ESG, and now I know I've heard from dozens of you in the room who, like, this is the candidate you have been looking forward to hear from, and I'm glad we could accommodate him coming. I am riffing on stage some, because they've given me a countdown clock in the back saying we got to get him in the room and get him mic'd up, so we're going to make sure this happens. So let me tell you this afternoon, we're going to have lunch, and Chip Roy's going to be here for lunch. I have been asked to ask you, I know people want to talk to Chip. He literally is pulling us out. He's a dear friend of mine. He texts my wife angrily when he sees me say things he doesn't like for my wife to kick me. That's the level of friendship we have. And generally it's like a food opinion where I'm not a sweet tea fan and he's horrified by this. But he had to actually come here on his way to North Carolina, and he's got 30 minutes here on stage, and he has to leave because he committed to something in North Carolina, and so he's not going to be able to spend time with the crowd. So when we have that, I just want y'all to be aware of that situation, that he's got to be in and out. Other candidates, I think, will spend some time this afternoon, of course. Joni Ernst and Tom Cotton, Glenn Youngkin, Brian Kemp, Grover Norquist. Grover recorded me yesterday and showed me this chart, and we'll talk about this on stage, about the tax growth and tax policies in the country. And also, a lot of people want to say, why hasn't conservatism done more? And he has this brilliant graph that kind of explains to you that Republicans have only, since 1994, combined held both houses of Congress and the presidency for like 10 years, compared to 40 years of the Democrats before us. But you can see how much we've been able to roll back. It's actually kind of encouraging to see what happens there. We're also going to have the parental rights panel, and I was thinking we might have to swap them with Vivek if the plane situation happened, but we're going to do this afternoon. It's not just about doctors and schools. It is increasingly pervasive in all aspects of life. The left has decided that, or remember back during the Obama administration, that the state is the only thing we all belong to. We all belong to it, as opposed to it belongs to us. The Obama administration going into court and saying we actually have a right to worship, not to religion, and it's for an hour on Sunday, this is our right. 9-0, the Supreme Court laughed him out, including his own picks. But they've incorporated these ideas to the fact that you parents in the audience, and myself included, you're not actually, it's not your child. You're just by proxy raising the state's child on behalf of the state. It is a communist idea, and it's one that's being embraced by upper echelon white people in the Democratic Party. Upper echelon progressive secularist white people in the Democratic Party are like the nemesis to freedom these days. And the great, brilliant part of this is that non-white members of the Democratic Party are increasingly becoming Republican, because they don't want to put up with those people either. And it's fantastic. Now, I've rambled enough, so let me do this introduction right. Sadly, we have a candidate younger than me running for president of the United States, and I don't feel old, and yet he's caught lightning in a bottle all of a sudden. His poll numbers are rising. So many of you in this room have said, this is the guy you're here for to see, and he was one of the first candidates we reached out to and say, do you want to come? And he wrote back to like direct message on Twitter, absolutely, email this person, committed to come. And I'm delighted to have him. He, like DeSantis, this is the other candidate I've never met. We've never been on stage together, but I have worked my butt off in the last couple of weeks to be able to say, Vivek Ramaswamy is joining me. I'm trying to get it right, man.
Good to see you, brother.
You too.
Good to see you.
Thank you. All right, so first of all, sorry about the plane ride today.
That's all right. Sorry for my delay, about 10 minutes late here, but thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I want to start because I was telling the story on stage. You are the first of the presidential candidates to note the issues of DEI, ESG, and this horrible situation in Hawaii, the absolute madness of some of the public officials.
So look, I think we see this in one disaster after another, each of which are symptoms of a deeper problem. In the Maui case, let's talk about what actually led to those disastrous deaths. This is a hard truth because this is a sensitive situation. My heart goes out to the people who are suffering in Maui. Helping them, I think, is one of our most important objectives. I think it's frankly shameful that we have a U.S. president that has not physically been present there, let alone providing the level of aid that I think is required to help residents there, which is now the most important issue. But if we don't learn from our mistakes, we're destined to make them again. There was an Obama appointee, climate change activist, who also believes, as part of this broader Gaia-centric worldview of the earth, that water rights need to be protected, which led to a 5 to 6 hour delay in the critical window of getting waters to put out those fires. And we will never know, although certain signs point to the fact that we very well could have avoided those catastrophic deaths, many of them, if water had made it to the site of the fires on time. And I bring this up because we are destined to repeat our mistakes again unless we learn from the ones we have already made. Take the disaster in public education. Now we have black kids who don't score as well as white kids or Asian kids in school. And we're coming up with the truism that math is racist, when in fact, what really might have been inequitable, racist, pick your favorite word, is the fact that in the midst of the COVID pandemic, not fires this time, but a different catastrophe, we again made disastrous decisions to systematically close public schools, especially in poor regions, while private schools and others were able to remain open. And so I think what we often see is the rise of wokeness, whether it is in our public schools, whether it's in the military, whether it's in foreign aid, whether it's in domestic aid. It really is a deflection. It's kind of what I call a woke smoke, to deflect accountability for actual underlying failures in those institutions. And I think that we as conservatives, and I'm not criticizing anybody else here but myself, to be honest with you, I have written books. I wrote Woke Inc. back when most people in our movement had never heard that word. I think there was a time and place for focusing on the problem, but I think it's also important right now, though, that we don't get too fixated on any one of the poisons, wokeness or anything else. We've done that. For a long time, we have been running from something. I think, though, now is actually our moment as conservatives to start running to something, to our vision of what it actually means to be an American. That's how we're actually going to win. Not even taking this one official and hammering him into the ground and blaming him and holding him out at the stake. He's just a symptom of a deeper void of purpose and meaning in our country. And when you don't have real faith or real patriotism or real family or real hard work, you're going to resort to climate activism and water rights instead. And I think the work that we have to do, it's why I'm in this race, frankly, Eric, is I think that we have to fill that vacuum with our vision of what it means to be a citizen of this nation, do it without apology. And that is how we will dilute these woke agendas to irrelevance. And this is our moment to look ourselves in the mirror and ask ourselves, do we have it in us to go beyond just criticizing those endless hypocrisies on the other side, as I and others have done, and now level up and say that we're actually offering an affirmative vision of our own. And I think that's our task in the next year and a half.
This is the perfect setup for the question I've asked everybody who's come. You've got a former president, a former vice president, sitting governors and senators and others. Why should people vote for you for president of the United States?
So look, I think the first thing I will say to preface that question with is, it is my job in this race to tell everybody who I am and what I stand for. And if everybody in this country knows that by the end of this race, and they decide to go with somebody else, I am very much at peace with that decision. That is the system working as it should. I'm skeptical that's how our system works. We have a lot of influences that create layers of distortion, but it is my job to make sure that I've done my best to make sure everybody knows. Now, in that spirit, I'll tell you who I am and what I stand for. My parents came to this country with no money 40 years ago. I've gone on to found multi-billion-dollar companies. I did it while marrying my wife, Apurva, raising our 2 sons, following our faith in God. That's the American dream. And I am genuinely worried that that American dream will not exist for my 2 sons and their generation unless we, not just me, all of us, step up to actually do something about it. I think that we have an interesting debate in the GOP right now, and I think it's a good debate. There are other fellow patriots who will be on that debate stage. I'm not taking swings at them. I will defend myself if necessary, but I'm not in this race to view them as my competitors. I view them as my colleagues. I view you all as my colleagues in this national revival. But I do think we face a choice, to address your question. I think the choice we actually face in this primary is, do you want incremental reform? If that's what you want, you'd be better served going with somebody else who came from within the system. Do you want incremental reform? Or do you want revolution? I stand on the side of the American Revolution. I stand on the side of reviving those 1776 ideals that set this nation into motion. And I deeply care about national unity, but there are 2 very different theories of national unity. One is that we show up in the middle. We reach compromise, hold hands with our friends on the other side, bridge over our differences by compromising, meet in the middle, sing Kumbaya and move on. I don't believe in that model of national unity. I think the way we get to national unity is by actually embracing the radicalism, the extremism of the American founding ideals themselves. Free speech, open debate, self-governance, the idea that we the people create a government that is accountable to us, not the other way around. Self-governance over aristocracy, the rule of law, the unbridled pursuit of excellence and meritocracy, that you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions without anybody stopping you on the way. These are radical ideals. These are extreme ideals. For most of human history, it has been done the other way. And so, no, I don't think that moderation is our answer. I think embracing the radical ideals that unite us across Americans is actually the true answer. And I say this as a member of my generation. You're right, I have far less experience in government than any other candidate. Now, I've built multi-billion-dollar enterprises. I've hired and fired thousands of people. I am 38 years old. I think I'm best positioned to reach the next generation of young Americans, actually. For me, the start line is November 2024. That's not the destination. That's the start line. The finish line is January 2033. When I leave office, what do I want to tell you that I achieved? My older son, he won't even be in high school by then. I want to create a country for him that's not the same, that is greater than even the great country that we grew up in. And I don't believe in making false promises, but there's a few things I know I can get done as the next U.S. president. When I'm leaving office in January 2033, I am confident that I will tell you that we once again in the United States of America have 3 branches of government, not 4. That we shut down the administrative state and the federal bureaucracy that sucks the lifeblood out of our constitutional republic. I'm confident I will tell you in January 2033 that we are no longer dependent on our adversary, Communist China, for our modern way of life. I believe that is achievable. It is not as difficult as we make it out to be. I believe I will tell you that our economy is once again growing at the fastest rate in the developed world because we embrace capitalism again rather than apologizing for it. That is who we are. And because we'll all be making more money then, I think that will make it easier for me to tell you that my 2 sons and their generation, that they are once again proud to be citizens of this nation. I believe that is possible. I believe we don't have to be a nation in decline. I think we just might yet be in our ascent. I hope in the early stages of our ascent, actually. And it just might take a person who, I don't know what tomorrow holds, I can't know for sure, but I hope and pray that my best days are still yet ahead of me, that there's still a long journey still yet ahead for me in my life. And if that's true, it just might take somebody who's in that position, whose best days may still yet be ahead, to see a nation whose best days are still yet ahead of itself. And I believe it deep in my bones that is true. I believe that I will be able to convince young Americans of the same thing. I believe it is my duty to pass on that dream to the next generation, to make concepts like faith and family and patriotism and hard work cool again, actually, for young Americans. These aren't antiquated values. This is the stuff of progress. And if that makes us progressives in our own sense towards that vision, then so be it. And I just think it might take somebody, I think it probably will take somebody coming in from the outside, coming in from truly a new generation, to deliver that actual vision. When the left is feeding young kids race, gender, sexuality, and climate, we can't just complain about that vision. We have to offer our own, grounded in the individual, the family, the nation, God. Individual, family, nation, God. That beats race, gender, sexuality, and climate if we have the courage and the spine to actually stand up for these values. And win or lose, that's what I'm doing in this race. And if that's what the people of this country want to see in their next leader, then yes, I will be leading a national revival for the 8 years that come after.
I'm sorry, I'm like, gosh, he's not just younger than me, he's like a decade younger than me. That's just, oh. But, you know, okay, so in that regard, I mean, it does open you up from the opposite side of Joe Biden as Ancient of Days. That how are you going to respond to people who say, well, you might just be too young to run for president?
You know, I accept that question. I think it's a legitimate, we're talking about a very serious question here. This is a job interview of 7, 8 good people, whatever it'll be, starting next week. And, you know, I think that there are legitimate questions to ask of who is somebody too old to be president. I actually think not. I think there are plenty of older people who are sharper than many people my age and may still yet have their best days ahead of them. And so,
just to be clear, that's not the president.
That's not Joe Biden. But well, I mean, the deeper problem with Joe Biden is he's not really even the person running the country. I truly believe that. It is the managerial class wielding him as a puppet, right? And so I think that's the deeper reason. You don't hear me talking that much about Joe Biden. I don't believe I will be running against Joe Biden in the general election. I'll be running against somebody else. And so I think it's a form of a feigned retreat to sort of lead us to criticize one man for his age or his failures when the deeper problem is the cancer that sits underneath him, that we have to open our eyes and actually see that truth in order to get to the other side of it. But back to your question about, am I too young? I don't think so. If I did, I wouldn't be in this race. But I'll remind you that I'm in this race to revive those 1776 ideals of this country. Well, who wrote those 1776 ideals on a page? Thomas Jefferson. When he signed that Declaration of Independence, he was 5 years younger than me right now. He was 33 years old. By the way, funny thing about Thomas Jefferson is while he's writing the Declaration of Independence, the guy feels like he needs a swivel chair to rotate in. So he says, I'm going to invent the swivel chair too. The swivel chair that we sit on today was literally invented by Thomas Jefferson while he was writing the Declaration of Independence. Alexander Hamilton, 9 years younger than him. Benjamin Franklin, co-signer of that document, invented the Franklin stove, the bifocal spectacles, invented actually one of the first remedies for the common cold. These guys were born in an era where there's something else different in the water. They didn't say you had to be an expert. You weren't trained as a swivel chair inventor. And so you can't do that. You're not an expert in that. He said, no, I'm going to do what I need to do because I'm an American. I'm an explorer. We are the pioneers. We are the explorers, the people who will say, nothing's going to stop me from achieving my maximal God-given potential. In fact, I have a duty to use my God-given potential to make the greatest possible contribution I can right now, because life is short. Our time on this earth is brief. There is more to life than the aimless passage of time, and so we have a purpose. God put us here for a purpose, to realize our maximal greatest contribution in the short time we are given. And so no, I don't believe that it's my job to just wait my turn in some bureaucracy. Even my wife and I, we reflected on this. Say, should we wait 20 years when our sons are out of the house, when we might have some more experience? The truth is, I don't think we have 20 years left as a country if we just passively stand by and watch. And I think the truth is, 20 years from now, I don't think I'm going to be as effective in reaching a Gen Z where only 16% of them say they're proud to be American, where 60% of them say they would sooner give up their right to vote than to give up their access to TikTok. I'm not making that up. Those are hard statistics today. And so no, I don't think at the age of 60 or 70 I'm going to be able to fix that problem nearly as effectively as I am as a member of my generation. And you know what? If Thomas Jefferson could do it at the age of 33, and we're taking our inspiration from our forefathers to revive those ideals that we've forgotten, then it might just take somebody else who was a contemporary in age to be able to do the same thing at this moment for our nation to take it forward. That's what I believe, and that is your choice, not mine.
Twice now, you just mentioned, and I'm glad you did, the managerial class. We do seem to have, and yesterday I described it as, we have an elite who have now, they're almost legacies, where the original elite got there by being successful in making good decisions. Now we have these people who lack humility, constantly get it wrong, and yet they're at the level they pull all the strings from New York to Boston. They ride on the Acela, and they want to shape policy for all 350 million of us, and they lack the humility to even acknowledge when they get it wrong, and yet these are the managers, the Brahmin class of America.
Yes, I think it's really important to put our finger on this pulse. I think this is the real divide in our country today. It is not between black and white. It is not even really between Democrat and Republican. It is between the managerial class and the citizen, between the Great Reset and what I call the Great Uprising. What's really going on in the country is that it's a horizontal managerial class. The same people who are the undersecretary of God knows what working in the back office of a three-letter government agency in Washington, D.C. are functionally similar to the associate dean of God knows what at some second-rate university. Some person who's actually sitting professionally on 4 boards of directors to collect paychecks for sitting, of the passive tense of that word, sitting in a board meeting. You're going to think about the same person who gets a department to be the diplomat or ambassador of whatever to an Eastern European nation. It is that horizontal managerial class that is fundamentally distrustful of the citizenry of a country. And this is actually what the American Revolution was about. The American Revolution was about the idea that, for better or worse, we the people settle our differences, what would they say today, on climate change or racial injustice, through free speech and open debate in the public square, where every citizen's voice and vote counts equally. And old world Europe, they were skeptical of that vision. They said, no. The people can't be trusted. How could they? They'd get it wrong. We, the elites, have to make that decision in the back of palace halls in old world England. Church leaders, labor leaders, business leaders, deciding what's right as the enlightened for the rest of society at large. And we fought a revolution to reject that vision, that say, no. On this side of the Atlantic, on this side of 1776, we don't do it that way. Well, that old world monster rears its ugly head ever so often, as it does today, to once again say that, no, we the people can't be trusted, that it has to be settled in the back of palace halls, be that a 3-letter government bureaucratic office in Washington, D.C., or be that a palace hall in the corner office of BlackRock's building on Park Avenue in Manhattan. That's what the ESG movement's really about. And I think that's why we live in a 1776 moment today. Like Thomas Jefferson or John Jay, it's a special time to be alive, actually. To be able to ask the question of, do we trust ourselves as the citizens? Do we actually expect a government to tell us the truth instead of serving us a noble lie? That's really what the modern divide in this country is about. And when you divide it up that way, the good news is it's not 80-20, it's not 50-50. I was going to say it's not even 80-20. It's easily 80-20 in our direction. Half the 20 are people younger than me who never learned those American ideals in the first place. That presents us an opportunity to win this election, not in a razor-thin 50.1 margin. And I think it is critical that this not be another 50.1 tug of war where, CNN announces the election winner the Monday after the election. I think that is not going to be good for this country. I think we are skating on very thin ice right now. But I think that we have an opportunity. We don't talk about Republicans and Democrats, and for those of you who have been following my campaign so far, I really don't. I don't think that's the major divide. But if we talk about it in terms of whether you're pro-American or anti-American, do you believe in the will of the citizen or do you believe in ceding authority to the managerial class? That is 80-20 in our direction, and we have an opportunity to deliver for this country what Ronald Reagan did in 1980 and then again in 1984. I think it will take a landslide moral mandate to not only reunite this country, but to reignite the values that set this country into motion. I think that opportunity is hiding in plain sight. The difference between a 50.1 election and a landslide, by the way, is young people. I never had a political donor in my life, never run for office, but we've got 70, 80,000 some odd donors right now. 40,000 was the threshold for the debate stage. 40% of them are first time ever donors to the GOP in any form. That's 2% for a normal Republican. This is good. This is an opportunity. Most of them are young, actually. To say with authority, to call the bluff on partisan division, which I do think that if you watch it on TV or get it on social media, it seems stark. If you show up to a bunch of farmers in northwest Iowa or go 50-mile radius of where I live in central Ohio, or for that matter where we are right now, and talk to the human beings who populate the place. Even go to the south side of Chicago or Kensington in the middle of Philadelphia, where I've been, where even, forget Republican politicians, Democratic politicians won't even go. What you find is that I've never been in a room that was more vehemently in favor of my proposal to militarize the southern border than that 99% all-black, supposedly Democrat room on the south side of Chicago, because they're turning South Shore High School into an encampment for migrants. $7,000 per month per migrant, where people in that community rightly ask, what about me? When I go to Kensington, people who are frustrated by the fact that the so-called aid programs are literally handing out crack pipes and needles to people who are already addicted to crack pipes and needles. And so, no, I don't think we live in a moment where Republicans and Democrats are really the ones fighting it out in the streets of America. I think much of that division is manufactured by a managerial elite that, yes, would rather blow that woke smoke to cover accountability for their own failures to help the very people they profess to help. Call it out that way. I think we win this election in a landslide. That is what I expect to deliver.
Some of the broader issues out there now, I've tried to ask this question to all the candidates. I didn't get to it with Christie, who answered it himself. But given your business background, I'm actually curious your answer. As you know, there are things, whether it's in business, foreign policy, domestic policy, that you don't even know you don't know. Where do you, either from business or you're president of the United States, how do you begin exploring the world and turning over the rocks to figure out the knowledge we need to acquire to even understand situations we don't know about yet?
So, I mean, there's the tactics, of course, but I think it starts with humility. And where do I get my humility? My humility comes from faith. If you believe in God, the one thing you know is that I am not God. Okay, and there's only one all-knowing power, that's God, and that's not me.
It's my wife.
Well, I got to give her credit. She, maybe a little more than you, I would say, if you're wise. But she's taught you something if you're wise enough to know that.
Yes.
And you know what? In all truth, it starts with God, and then it starts with family, actually. Joking aside, I think I do derive a lot of the humility from my wife, who is a leader in her own way, in her own unique world. After I traveled for 3 days on the campaign trail, we got home at about 10:30 p.m. last night, then headed out this morning to be here today, but we had a few short hours last night and this morning together. And I heard about her struggle and accomplishment of this week, which related to the 12 cases that she did as a throat surgeon at Ohio State, while being a mother, taking care of our 2 sons, while I'm on the campaign trail trying to do my part for reviving this nation. And so, even when I go home, do I look at her and say that, hey, what I'm doing is more important for our entire family? Far from it. Each of us has a contribution to make in our own way. Could I be possibly making the contribution that she's making every day? No, I cannot. And in some ways, that's the way I look at the presidency. We can fall into the trap of believing that that's the most important role, and it's going to be an audition to who's going to be the Messiah, coming from on high from the White House on down to save the country. I don't believe it works that way. I think each of us has a role to play. The truth is, I'm not letting you all off the hook that easily either. Right? I'm still going to depend on you as you will depend on me to each play our role in our national revival. So when it comes to the presidency, what's the president do? The president runs the executive branch of the government. I do believe that I have a deeper understanding of how to actually shut down the administrative state and the parts of it that should not exist. Probably the best understanding that anybody's brought to that office in the last 30 years of anyone who's run, because it takes a combination of, yes, being an outsider who's been a CEO, who knows that if somebody works for you and you can't fire them, that means they don't work for you. It means you work for them, and you're responsible for what they do. I've fired underperformers in the private sector. I'm going to do it for probably 75% of the people who work as federal bureaucrats in the government in Washington, D.C. But it takes an outsider to do it, also an outsider who knows something about the laws and constitution of the country. That's also very important. They told Trump you couldn't do it because of the civil service protections. Well, read the law. The civil service protections apply to individual firings. They do not apply to mass layoffs. And mass layoffs are absolutely what I'm bringing to the D.C. bureaucracy. So that's my job, right? But I'm not going to be able to lead that national revival alone. I'm going to do my job. Do that. Lead us to economic independence from China. Drill, frack, burn coal, roll back the federal regulations that stop us from growing our economy. Those are the things that are in my court. If you all put me in that job, that's my job to do. But what's the job of people across this country to do as parents? You know what? To give your kids the ultimate privilege that I had in this country. We bandy that word around a lot. Privilege. I didn't grow up in money, but I did grow up with the ultimate privilege. 2 parents in the house with a focus on education and instilling in us a faith in God. That is the privilege that Apurva and I try to give our 2 sons. As president, I would love to give that privilege to every kid in this country. I could do my part to shut down the Department of Education and get them out of the way. But I'm not going to be able to do that without other patriots as parents stepping up to do their part in the country as well. And so back to your question, it's not that even, there are certain things I don't know how to do that, yes, we will have to have the humility to hire other good people to do. But part of it's the humility of knowing that there are things the U.S. president, by definition, cannot do. In fact, we should not even want the president taking principal responsibility for. I'm a 10th Amendment absolutist. That which is not reserved to the federal government belongs to the states and respectively to the people. And so I think that humility is actually what's going to be required for our national revival. And I think that that's something I'm grateful to my wife, to my family, to my parents for instilling in me. And I think that that will be an important gift for the people around me who as I assume the presidency, if I'm successfully elected, to make sure that I don't fall into the trap that many presidents may be tempted to fall into in believing in a certain hubris that I think will lead me to be less successful.
So let me ask you, you mentioned China, and we should spend a few minutes here on foreign policy. I know because pretty much every one of your opponents made sure everyone in America wanted to see last week, somewhat taken out of context, your remarks on China and Taiwan. But I do want to ask you about that in the larger issue there of China and this sense among our managerial class, it seems, that they're about to be dominant. We might as well let them. There doesn't seem to be any sort of real, I don't know, inertia moving in Washington to deal with the issue. And if you would please, if you want to talk about the remarks about China and Taiwan and how you see that situation.
Sure. This is something I've been writing about for years over the course of the 3 books I've written, and I think this is certainly the most important foreign policy objective for the next U.S. president: to declare economic independence from China, to deter China from going after Taiwan for so long as we rely on Taiwan for our semiconductors while avoiding war in the process. That'll be a major accomplishment of the next U.S. president, and it will not be simple. Now, the context actually matters. Let's go back to the 1990s. They sometimes say the worst ideas in Washington are bipartisan. I think sometimes that's true. We had a bipartisan consensus dating back to the 1990s that we were somehow going to export Big Macs and Happy Meals, and that was going to spread democracy to places like China. That we thought we could use our money, our investment, to get them to be more like us. What they realized is that they could use their money, access to their market, to actually get us to be more like them. It's actually one step better than that for them. They used our money to get us to be more like them. And that's really what happened. It turned capitalism, in air quotes, it's not really capitalism, it's mercantilism, into a Trojan horse to undermine the United States from within, telling BlackRock or Nike or JP Morgan, hey, you get to come into the Chinese market if you praise the CCP and do our geopolitical bidding around the world. But we'll roll out the red carpet. We'll build a great Chinese wall and say you can't if you criticize the CCP, but we'll roll out the red carpet if you actually criticize the United States. If you're Chevron, apply those carbon emissions in the United States. But if you're BlackRock and you're voting for those same carbon emissions at PetroChina, show yourself the door. So that's the game that's been played for 30 years, and we are where we are. Now, the fact is, among other things, we're dependent on a tiny island nation off the southeast coast of China for our modern way of life, semiconductors. And the hard truth, now speak some hard truths, that's what this campaign's about, speaking the truth. We have no basis to be confident that we would win a naval war with China in the South China Sea because of disastrous policies dating back for the last 20 years. So this makes for the next job of the next U.S. president to be very difficult. So what I've said is, look, I'm going to go over my foreign policy in a whirlwind here because it's all connected. First thing I would do is end the Ukraine war. I will end the Ukraine war on terms that advance American interests, specifically freeze the current lines of control like a Korean War armistice agreement, make a hard commitment that NATO will not admit Ukraine to NATO, and I know not everyone in this audience will agree with me on that, and that's okay. But I want to be clear about why. This will require, as a condition for that deal, Vladimir Putin to exit his military alliance with China. And the Russia-China military alliance is the top threat that we face today. Hypersonic missile capabilities, nuclear capabilities in Russia's hands ahead of the U.S., combined with China's naval capacity ahead of the U.S., and an economy that we depend on for our modern way of life. That alliance is a problem. I gave a speech at the Nixon Library a couple nights ago. Why did I pick the Nixon Library? This is a reverse maneuver of what Nixon did with Mao. Did we trust Mao Zedong? No, we did not. But we trusted him to follow his self-interest because he did not enjoy being Brezhnev's little brother. Well, Putin does not enjoy being Xi Jinping's little brother. This is our moment to pull apart the Russia-China alliance. That is the #1 deterrent for China going after Taiwan. Why? Because Xi Jinping's calculus right now is that the U.S. will not want to go to war with 2 different allied nuclear superpowers at the same time. But if Vladimir Putin's no longer in his camp, then Xi is going to have to think twice. Now let's get India on side. I would do a broad deal with India. Commitments, maybe give them a deal like we've given to Chile or Australia. India would salivate for that deal in terms of economic partnership. That allows us to further reduce dependency on China for our supply chains, Apple on down. That's a good thing. But it further allows India to have more money to be able to invest in its own naval capacity to block the Malacca Strait, the Andaman Sea, which China gets most of its Middle Eastern oil supplies through. If China knows India would block the Andaman Sea in the context of a conflict, Xi Jinping will have to think twice before going after Taiwan. I'm a big fan of ideological exports of the United States. People laugh at this one. I don't mean this as a joke. Turning Taiwan into part of what military strategists call the porcupine strategy. Part of that is make the Second Amendment an export to Taiwan. Give them an opportunity to say they'll adopt a Second Amendment, which actually frightens China quite a bit. Putting a gun in every Taiwanese household, training them how to use it. That will make Xi Jinping think twice before going after Taiwan. And then I top that off with moving us from strategic ambiguity to strategic clarity on Taiwan. These are words you're not supposed to articulate. Even gesticulating the syllables, the utterances of them, invite criticisms from traditional views on foreign policy. But I think we live in the 21st century. I believe in reviving Nixonian realism to actually secure peace. Here's what I'll say. We will not be ambiguous about this. Right now we have strategic ambiguity. I'm going to go to strategic clarity to say we will defend Taiwan until we have semiconductor independence in this country, which is where I will lead us by the end of my first term in office. After which point, our commitments, by definition, will and should change. Now, combined with all of that, Xi Jinping would have to be a fool to go after Taiwan before we've achieved semiconductor independence. Keep in mind, he has two motivations. One is he wants to squat on the semiconductor supply chain to hold an economic gun to our head, and I am not okay with that, just as I am not okay with the Chinese spy balloon flying over half our land, just as I'm not okay with a Chinese spy base sitting off the coast of Cuba, just as I'm not okay with Chinese-made fentanyl coming through the hands of Mexican drug cartels through our southern border, killing 50 times the number of people who died on 9/11 due to die this year of Chinese-made fentanyl crossing our southern border. It's a modern Monroe Doctrine. You don't mess with us on our own soil, and you do not hold an economic gun to our head. So no, we will stand up with the spine with strategic clarity, not ambiguity. And I think that is credible. That makes sense. But the tougher part of that, but I believe we have to say this out loud to get our objectives really in securing peace and advancing our interests, is that our commitments may change after we've achieved semiconductor independence, which puts Taiwan on notice that it has to spend not 1-point-something% of its GDP on defense. That's a joke. For Taiwan to be spending that little, they need to be at 4-5% of GDP. This puts them on notice to get their act together in order. Maybe even notice ahead of their 2024 election over there. Whether it's the KMT or somebody else that wins in Taiwan, let them have the debate about what their GDP spending needs to be. And I think that this is the way that we're going to find our path forward in the 21st century to being, yes, the leading nation on earth economically and otherwise, by moving from the model of fake liberal hegemony to a model of actual realism, a model of actual nationalism grounded in a modern Monroe Doctrine that says we're going to actually defend the homeland and our interests of the homeland. That's what the next phase and next chapter of American foreign policy ought to look like. And I'm frankly shocked that I am the only person in either political party right now, actually, that has embraced that vision. I think George Bush famously said it in a debate about 20 years ago. What did he say? I will listen to my generals, when asked about some question he didn't know the answer to. My view is, coming in as an outsider, I will not just listen to my generals. I think it is the job of the commander-in-chief to bring an independent vision that restores true purpose to our military. And to me, the top purpose of the U.S. military ought to be to protect and defend the homeland, to advance American interests, to deter wars, and when necessary, to win wars. That is how we advance our interests in this country.
So you had travel hiccup and you still made it. You're away from your wife and kids. You're on the campaign trail. I can't thank you enough for spending some time with us today. As I said, and I mean it, I sent you the note on Twitter last night, the number of people who have come up to me who were stunned and excited that you were going to be here. You have certainly caught some lightning in a bottle on the campaign trail. So best of luck to you, and thank you for coming.
Can I say one thing in closing?
Please. Yeah.
I just want to say one thing in closing to you guys is that I want to thank you for what he just said. It takes a lot to see a new guy who you hadn't heard of 6 months ago, and to have an open mind and to take seriously enough the responsibility of choosing our next leader of our country. And just what I wanted to say in closing to you is to speak to you for a minute as a member of my generation. I'm seeing an audience of every generation in the audience, and that's good. I want to speak to you as a member of mine. I think the problem in our country is that for too long, people like me, my age, have been taught to celebrate our diversity and our differences so much that we forgot all of the ways we are really just the same as Americans, bound by a common set of ideals. And I just want to leave you with an optimistic note. It's not a fake optimism. I see the problems you do. But the truth is, I believe it deep in my bones that those ideals still exist. We're just going to have to do the hard work of reviving them. E pluribus unum means from many, one. That won us the American Revolution. And I think that is what is going to win us the revolution of 2024. Thank you guys for welcoming me. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Travel safe.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Sorry for the delay.
No, this is okay.
This is great. This is a great audience, and it was really kind of them.
Thank you so much. Okay.
We're going to do lunch.
All right. Okay. Wasn't he terrific? We're going to step out, let you guys grab your plates. We'll try to move the line as quick as possible to get in for Congressman Roy, and we'll meet you back in here in just a few minutes.
Mere grassroots organization transforming policy in this country. I've seen Americans for Prosperity save taxpayers billions of dollars, stop special interests and corruption, bridge divides for a fairer criminal justice system, and give Americans more personal options in healthcare. Expanding freedom and opportunity is the key to unleashing prosperity for every American, and we're ready to partner with you to make it happen.
You can join millions of concerned citizens working every day to advance these principles.
You can elevate your voice to make sure you're actually heard by your neighbors and your representatives.
You can bring people together to advocate for the proven solutions to our country's biggest challenges.
We're cutting the red tape.
You can champion leaders who have the courage to do the right thing. And when they don't, we hold them accountable.
You can be part of a movement that has achieved thousands of policy wins at the state and federal level.
Bottom line, we don't win for any one person, party, or agenda. We win for freedom and opportunity. Because free people are capable of extraordinary things. And together, we can see an America that's reaching its full potential. Join the movement to empower every American.
Hello, and thank you everybody for joining. Hope everyone is enjoying the gathering so far. We get to give Erick a break finally of more than 10 minutes. My name is Akash Chogli. I'm the Vice President of Americans for Prosperity, and I'm super, super excited about our conversation today, our guests. So I am going to tee it right off with Congressman Chip Roy of the great state of Texas. Who is Chip Roy, and why is he in Congress?
Well, Chip Roy is Erick Erickson's dear friend, and that's why I'm here. And I am grateful to be here with Erick, although I'm closer friends with Christy, and I'd rather hang out with Christy than Erick. So wherever you are, Erick, I hope Christy will be here later, because I'd rather be hanging out with her. But no, it's great to be here with so many friends. You know, I'm a congressman from Texas 21, Austin, San Antonio, the Hill Country. Family's been in Texas since the 1850s, and my great-great-grandfather was a Texas Ranger in the Hill Country there in Texas in the 1870s. I'm married to my beautiful wife, Kara. We live on 10 acres, about 20 miles southwest of Austin. I have 2 kids. They go to a classical Christian school in southwest Austin, and yeah, I'm immeasurably blessed and you know, proud to be in Congress trying to fight to reclaim freedom.
What inspired you to run for Congress in the first place, and what do you think are the most serious things that Congress needs to get done for the country?
Yeah, well, about 12 years ago, I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, and you know, that'll shift your thinking a little bit. I had a 4-month-old daughter, Virginia, my daughter, and then a not even quite 2-year-old son. And look, I was blessed. I got through the other side of that, you know, cancer-free in a few months. MD Anderson was able to use a great trial drug at the time, but I was committed to wanting to save what I call healthcare freedom for my kids, my grandkids. That was right in the wake of Obamacare, and I knew what Obamacare was going to do to our healthcare industry, and lo and behold, that's what it's done. We could talk about that a little more, but that's probably the main driving force. Look, I was Senator Cruz's chief of staff. I'd worked in and out of politics. I'd worked for Governor Rick Perry, and I thought I was done with public service, but the good Lord has a funny way of telling you you've got something else to go do. And Lamar Smith announced his retirement, and so I ran for Congress. And you know, now I get to beat my head against a brick wall for a living.
When I do events like this, I like to say that we live there, so you don't have to, right? Most folks have to worry about what's going on in Washington. People like Chip Roy are the reason you don't have to worry sometimes about what folks are doing in Washington. It seems like you've been at the center of every single fight that's happened in Congress this year, literally from day one, right? The fight over the speakership, the debt ceiling, what have you. You are as conservative as anybody in Congress, but you actually get things done. What is your approach in Congress? I mean, what kind of shapes your thinking about how you fight, how things get done, and how you get conservative legislation across the finish line?
I just think you have to be true to yourself. I was meeting with a candidate in East Texas last night in Tyler at a grassroots event. He's getting ready to run for office, and he was talking about, well, what do I do with this? I've got a donor, and they think I might be too conservative, and this person, well, maybe I might be too not conservative enough because I'm talking this. I said, stop with all that. Yeah. Like, why are you running? Go do that. People are tired of all the games, right? So you just be honest. I will go do events, help my colleagues that I disagree with, and go sit down, have a beer with them, but I'll punch them in the nose tomorrow if I think they're wrong on policy. Yeah. Because we're not there to make nice and make friends and hang out in the swamp. So for me, effectiveness is about taking the fight that I ran on and actually trying to go execute on it. So take, for example, right now, we're going to head into September, and the continuing or the funding of government will end on September 30th. And I don't know everybody in this room. I know some, but I can promise you that pretty much everyone in this room agrees with me that it would be absurd to take another taxpayer dollar or another borrowed dollar on October 1st to continue the status quo under a continuing resolution of 2023 spending levels to fund a DHS. That's right. To fund a DHS that's at war with the people of Texas and this whole country, to fund a DOJ that's at war with the rule of law, to fund an incompetent Department of Defense that is driving away people from recruiting because it's woke. The American people didn't send us there for that. And conservatives go out and run on all this stuff, and then they don't do it. Yeah. So for me, the way you're effective is be honest. Go to the American people, and if my colleagues don't like it, well, then they can go answer to their constituents. That's one of my favorite complaints I get from my Republican colleagues. It says, well, you're out there saying that, we need to not fund DHS to have an open border, and they're asking me why I haven't signed a letter, and, you're making it hard on me. I'm like, well, why don't you just sign the letter? Yeah. Or why don't you just pick your own fight? And we have to get busy fighting.
I think one of the things you've never shied away from is actually having the debate, right? Whether that's debate with the Democrats or it's a debate within the Republican conference, you're there to advance ideas, right? And so often, the only thing Congress does anymore is pass spending bills. I mean, how do you take that approach, debating with your own colleagues in the Republican conference, for one thing, when there are questions like this?
Well, I was trained up to some degree under great leaders, Governor Rick Perry, like I said. I don't always agree with Governor Perry. We have lots of festive debates on my iPhone every day, and we did when I was a staffer for him. But I would crawl over broken glass for Rick Perry because he's an exceptional human being. He's a Christian. He fought hard for the people of Texas. He helps people. He helps a lot of our veterans. Like, I know who he is. I learned from him. Know all the people you talk to. When you walk into a room, connect with somebody, right? You figure out how to engage with people in a real and human way. But let's just be clear. Everybody says, oh my gosh, you guys are so divided today. Well, when was the last time you had a Secretary of Treasury and a Vice President dueling? Right? I mean, that happened 220 years ago, right? I mean, we have had John Adams and Thomas Jefferson hated each other, right? But then what happened on July 4th, 1826, right? I mean, they had come together, they had kind of rekindled their friendship, and allegedly, Adams dies saying Jefferson lives, even though in fact Jefferson had died a few hours before Adams. Like, as I said the night after the speaker's fight, that Friday night, we had an interview, I think it was Sean Hannity, and it was, the speaker and myself and Byron Donalds and some of the 20, and Steve Scalise. And, and Sean was asking me, he goes, well, how did we get this done? And, where do we go? I said, the American people got to see an actual functioning, debating House of Representatives, and that's what they want. And they're not afraid of us breaking a little glass. Yeah. They'd like to see us breaking a little glass. We made C-SPAN great again for an entire week.
Absolutely, absolutely. It was entertaining, but it was productive, right? And ultimately, the House got to move forward in a better way than it was in the past because of what you all did. You brought up a bunch of agencies, right, that are simply not working. They're not serving the interests of the American people anymore. Some of these are specific problems that the Biden administration has made worse, but some of them are actually just inherent to the federal bureaucracy, right? It's a broken system. Now, President Biden, in many ways, has weaponized the federal bureaucracy for his political allies and against his political opponents. What really, if you could sum up the harm of these overreaching agencies or incompetent agencies, what is the harm both economically to the American people, but also to our system of government?
I mean, we can't answer that question here in 5 minutes in a lunch conversation. But what I'll say is this, and I think this is the most important takeaway. If you don't take away anything else from this conversation, in my experience, more experience than I wish I'd had at this point, being in the swamp, when we have a fight about spending, yes, it's about $36 trillion in debt. Yes, it's about how much we're destroying the dollar. Yes, it's about, making each and every one of our kids and grandkids inherit all of that debt and a weaker economy as a result of it. But the truth is, the biggest scandal about all of that spending is that you're funding the very tyrants that are undermining your freedom every single day. That's what we're doing. And the question is, you're talking about the harm being done? Yeah. I mean, the obvious harm. Okay, let's take the obvious harm of the Department of Justice weaponized against a former president, or weaponized against Scott Smith, a dad in Loudoun County, for defending his daughter, or weaponized against Mark Houck as a father in Philadelphia who was simply defending his son and his free speech rights to go defend life. We can go down the laundry list of examples of the Department of Justice, and I'm a former assistant United States attorney. I worked with agents. I went to go prosecute bad guys. I don't have any animus towards the Department of Justice as an entity per se, but you shouldn't have an entity that is weaponized against the people it's supposed to defend and defend the rule of law to secure the blessings of liberty as the Constitution gave us. And that's fundamentally what's happening. Yeah. But that's the obvious stuff, right? The obvious stuff, the Department of Homeland Security. Right now, we're sitting in a fancy hotel in Buckhead, Atlanta. I can promise you that while we're sitting here, somewhere in Atlanta in a stash house is a little girl getting abused. That's happening right now. How do I know that? Because I got a federal judge in Fort Worth, Texas, who issued a report just 2 months ago. He happens to be a friend of mine, Reed O'Connor, who upward departed from the guidelines to punish some bad actors working for cartels who had a mom and a daughter in a stash house in Fort Worth. They were holding for ransom over the head of a guy who came here illegally and was in Baltimore, Maryland. And they were going to charge him not the $1,000 he paid to come in the country, but they said pay $23,000 or we're going to rape your daughter. That's happening in your country, in our supposedly Christian, Judeo-Christian, compassionate country. How is that the Department of Homeland Security doing its job? How is 70,000 dead Americans from fentanyl poisoning doing its job? How is lawlessness and cartels being empowered along our border, and ranchers in Texas getting overrun, and videos I get every day and pictures every day I get of livestock getting out, or the tractor that got stolen from a guy who texted me just last night and his fence is now all ripped up, and all the people who are dying as a result of it, and China empowered? How is that the Department of Homeland Security doing its job? But you're paying for it, right? You're paying for those bureaucrats. You're paying for a healthcare entity with Anthony Fauci enriches himself while he forces people to lose their jobs if they don't stick a needle in their arm. That's what you're paying for, the bureaucracy. That's what the administrative state is all about. And they don't care about you. And they don't care about freedom. They care about telling you what to do. And if you didn't catch the viral video last week with Oliver Anthony, the sort of, redneck anthem, if you will, from Virginia, talking about the rich men north of Richmond, right? He's speaking to the current moment. And a lot of the Acela class elitists who write all of their highfalutin nonsense out in social media that like 12 people read, they don't get it. They don't understand it. But he does. He gets it. Because he gets that there's a bureaucratic state and a government that's at war with the people of this country, while a handful of people get enriched, and the rest of the American people can't afford health care, can't send their kids to a school of their choice that they can learn that God is good and this country is good. They can't know that they're going to be able to go buy and afford a car because we're choosing to chase, unicorn energy policies that enriches China and has kids in cobalt mines getting abused. There's a war on your way of life going on by that administrative state, and you're funding it. We should end that, and not one Republican should spend $1 ever again to perpetuate it.
There are actually three things you touched on, right, that in general the administrative state is doing wrong as a result of the way things are working. One, the things they're supposed to be doing, they don't do, right, because they have had mission creep.
Yeah.
Two, they are way overstepping the authority vested in them, right? That they're supposed to implement laws passed by Congress. Instead, what they have done, and this is not specific even to this administration, they are going way above and beyond what they are legally permitted to be doing, right? So they're failing at their mission. They're way outside of their mission as far as what they're doing. And the third is, not only are they, hurting the lives of small businesses and workers. They're actually protecting the entrenched class, right? You're protecting the folks who can help write the regulations and the laws and all of that. And so there's a number of things that on its face you might not see, but the problems are much, much broader than just the thing you see in the news headlines every day, which then begs the question. You bring up, funding, right? But what can we actually do? We can defund specific things that we don't like that this administration is doing. Systemically, what can conservatives or Congress do to rein in the administrative state so this problem stops for this administration, the next one, the one after that, and forever?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to move away from my spending argument in the end, but there are things like the REINS Act, which Senator Rand Paul has been advancing for a long time, and Thomas Massey in the House, that would basically say that any regulations that have an impact over $100 million would have to go to Congress for approval. We get violent opposition from our Democratic colleagues, which should tell you that it's probably a good idea. And so there are things we can do, but I tell you, the administrative state is so big and powerful, right? The Supreme Court comes in and says, hey, Mr. President, yeah, you overstepped your bounds on basically saying, sure, we're going to just forgive all these student loans. Well, what did they just do a couple days ago? They issued a whole other order, forgiving $800-something billion worth of student loans, right? They don't care about the rule of law. It's literally irrelevant to this administration and, importantly, the administrative state. And that isn't just the Biden administration. What buzzsaw do you think President Trump and the administration ran into when they got to Washington? They ran into the administrative buzzsaw. I had a friend of mine who was doing policy work for Governor Rick Perry, then Secretary of Energy Rick Perry under the administration. And there was a memorandum that had been circulating that and they did it on purpose at the end of the Obama administration, that if you didn't sign this memo, you were basically acceding to this international agreement on climate change stuff. And it was, not the big agreement, but, an agreement. Well, they deep sixed it. They hid it. And the bureaucratic state that was there didn't show it to Perry and the politicals. About 2 days before it was due, they discovered this through some FOIA thing, and they had to go dig it up, find it, and then act on it within a day before the thing. That's just one example that I saw personally where they're at war with the political people who are supposed to make the decisions, because Congress has given away all of its power to the administrative state without any checks or balances, which will bring me back to funding. We can do whatever we want. We can pass all the laws in the world we want. But if we don't constrain the dollars, you're never going to choke the administrative state. You have to. The EPA was complaining, according to my friends in the Trump administration, of, quote, being traumatized by the Trump administration. To which I said, praise Jesus. Right? I want more of that. And I want every agency feeling traumatized that they don't have the funding, that they don't have to do what they want to go do. Because basically, if we could just go back to, what were the four agencies, right? The Secretary of War, Treasury, the AG, and whoever I'm forgetting, right? Secretary of State, the first four, right? Would we really miss the rest, right? I mean, so but we keep funding it. You keep doing it. You keep saying okay. And we're borrowing money to go fund all of that army of people who are at war with your way of life and who don't want you to live free. As Oliver Anthony said in his songs, right? They want to know what you do. They want to tell you what to do. And that's precisely why they exist and why we shouldn't fund them.
You brought up a very important point, which is the people, right? Eric made this point on a conversation we had with him the other day, which is what happens in a lot of Democratic administrations is that they are political appointees, and then if a Republican wins the White House, what they actually do is they move into career civil service jobs. Same pay, same level of responsibility, and then a Democrat comes in, they go back into the political side.
Yep.
You've long championed an issue which I think is terribly, terribly underrated that I want this crowd to take away the importance of. That is civil service reform, right? What has to do with this sort of career bureaucrat class in Washington, the federal unions. What is the importance of that? What do we do about making them more accountable, make sure that they know that they work for the president of the American people?
This is something President Trump was trying to do in his administration, and he was doing some of it by executive action, executive order, to change our policies with respect to how you can remove bureaucrats and remove civil servants. I want to be clear, again, as an AUSA, I worked with an enormous number of patriots who were in the FBI, who were in the ATF, who worked in all these agencies. Almost all of them are going after real bad guys. That was a while back. That was 12, 13 years ago. The numbers are a little different now. I had an FBI agent, an elderly gentleman last night at an event come up, and he had spent his whole life in the FBI, and he basically apologized to me. Look, my dad worked at the IRS. And I don't love the IRS. He grew up, was an auditor and got a job at the IRS, and he was a public servant like 35 years ago. I get it, but civil servants can't be immune from accountability, right? I mean, if you go look at the data about who gets fired, like federal bureaucrats never get fired, they just literally never get fired. And if you try to, you run into the buzzsaw of the bureaucracy, and you got to go to this committee and this division and this group, and then they get moved over here, and then lo and behold, you give up and you move on to the next problem. So we introduced legislation that basically makes all federal employees at-will employees. Now, I will tell you, yeah, that's worth applauding. I will tell you that I get some aggravated phone calls from some of the various union organizations, including ones I support. I won't mention their names, but you could guess. I mean, there's some law enforcement groups that I tend to support, and others that go, whoa, hold on a second, at-will employment here, hang on. And I get it, right? Because they don't want a bunch of leftists coming in and they're trying to go fire basically the good guys who are trying to go do good things and go after actual criminals. And so there are, we ought to be careful about how we do it, and we had some protections in our bill for whistleblowers and so forth. But let's be clear, you got to be able to fire and get rid of these bureaucrats, or we're never going to be able to reclaim freedom, because again, they're at war with your way of life. And people always ask me, back to the spending, because I'm going to bring everything back to spending. Because again, the power of the purse was given to us. Federalist 58, James Madison spelled it out, that the power of the purse was given to the House of Representatives as the most effective weapon against the tyranny of the executive branch. That's my paraphrase, but that's what he said. And we keep not using it. And it's literally the weapon. It's the one thing we can fully control and not give them the funding. And people always look at me and go, well, Chip, you can't run a defund DOJ campaign. You got to have some aspect of Department of Justice, and there's U.S. attorneys, and funding of courts, and the FBI, and they're going out. You can't defund them. It's like, well, first of all, don't take the bait that you're saying we're defunding every aspect of the apparatus that we want to have in place to go after bad guys. But if we have to sit around for a few months causing pain at these agencies in order to cause change, good. Like, we're there, folks. We're at the war. We're in the war, okay? And we've got to recognize that we're in a war trying to defend not just this country, but the very existence of freedom. Your freedom is at stake.
We've got a few more minutes. I want to ask you about a trend on the right, which I find very concerning, which is that everyone recognizes what the left is doing with the administrative state. Yeah. There are some voices on the right who say, well, instead of trying to shrink the administrative state, we should do what the left is doing. We should take it, use it as a tool, use it as a weapon to advance our own conservative values. What do you make of that line of thinking? Can conservatives weaponize the administrative state, or should we be focused, as you were saying, of shrinking it and getting it out of our lives?
Yeah, show me the great free societies where you've empowered the administrative and bureaucratic state to the benefit of freedom. Yeah. There ain't one. Doesn't happen. Look, I get in my car, my rental car at this just wonderful airport here in Atlanta, as I'm leaving to come up here to Buckhead, which I'm still remembering the Buckhead of my youth out of college, and coming up to whatever, the $3 cafe and having beers, and now I'm running around Buckhead. Anyway, whatever. I'm just getting distracted. But I get in my car, and and it's this rental car, and you change lanes, if it beeps at you, and then it's trying to tell you what to do, and then it's making noise. Oh no, there's a thing, and then it actually starts letting off the gas, and it's like, what are you doing? Like, stop it. And, I joke, but I find that to be extremely problematic. Yeah. They are about to control every aspect of your existence in your life. And I have a Jeep Wrangler. It's like 20-something years old. It's not quite old enough to be free from some electronics, but it's almost free of it. And, the one thing it would do is beep at me if I didn't have my seatbelt on. So I pulled the fuse out so it won't beep at me, right? And so every once in a while, if I'm driving it around and I pull out, it happens if I'm at the airport and park in the parking garage. You pull out of the parking garage, you have your headlights on during the day. I go to some restaurant and meet somebody and leave the headlights on because it doesn't beep at me because the same fuse controls those lights. And I come out and it's dead. Now that's happened like maybe, I don't know, once or twice a year. It kind of happens probably. And every time I just, my friend who might come over to jumpstart it or something, I say, yeah, that's just the price of freedom. Because I don't like being told what to do. I just don't. I wear my seatbelt, but I wear my seatbelt when I damn well please as a free American. And so look, my point is just this. They literally want to have, whether it's a central, digital currency, whether it's cars that are battery powered with chips in it that they can control when you drive it and how you drive it. In California recently, they were trying to save the grid and the strain of the day by cutting down the charging stations for the cars. Well, I'm sure that's really helpful if you've got to go to your job and you can't charge your car, so Californians can preserve their ridiculous energy grid. Yet that's where we're headed, and it ain't just California. Texas is 50% wind and solar, folks. Just yesterday, we were getting warnings because it was a windless day. Guess what happens on a windless day? You need gas, you need nuclear, you need actual reliable power. They don't care. To your question, do you want to empower bureaucrats because you think there's going to be these magical conservative bureaucrats? They're going to come in and grant you freedom? Because guess what? I don't need a conservative bureaucrat to grant me freedom. I'm supposed to just be free.
Yeah. I think the very, very important takeaway is be very, very skeptical. If you hear from a Republican that we're going to have an agency do this, this, and this, and this, and we're going to create new rules, and they sound great as far as the outcome that they're hoping to achieve, if it requires a federal agency to take action, be very, very skeptical of that.
I agree. And if I don't know, we're wrap-up stage here. Is that where we are?
I have two more questions.
All right, two more questions. We'll go over your questions.
So one of the things that AFP does and a number of other organizations do is we're taking this message directly to people. This fight is as important as anything that folks are hearing about. What is the importance of grassroots activism, and what role can they play not just in an election cycle, not just in a legislative session, but what role can folks like this do to make a difference and push these ideas forward and push back on bad ideas?
Last night I was in Tyler, as I said, in East Texas. Got to visit my 85-year-old great aunt, and I got to see a picture of my great grandma when she was 18, when she graduated high school in 1926. She's drinking a Coca-Cola bottle. I'd never seen that photo before. And she and I were sitting there and talking. She goes, "Why are you here?" And she's got a little kind of, a little hard of memory and stuff. She goes, "Why are you here?" And I said, "Well, I'm here because, I'm trying to meet with a group of there's about 400 or so grassroots activists in Texas." And she goes, well, why do you need to do that? And we were talking, and I just remember, maybe think of the different era, right? The era of my parents and my grandparents and our founders. And just America was about America. You didn't question who we were. You didn't have to question who we are as a nation. You believed in America because you believed in the idea of America. The reason the grassroots are important, besides just elections, to answer the question, is because we don't have that now. Just want to be clear, we do not have that now. Multiple generations of an education establishment has corrupted the minds of multiple generations of Americans to not believe in the America we believe in, to not believe in freedom, to not believe that you start created equal, but that nobody deserves special treatment of any race or sex or anything else. They don't even believe that there is man and that there is woman. We are there. So the reason the grassroots are so important is because you have to light a fire under Republicans who campaign on all of these wonderful things and then don't do crap about it. So you have to turn the heat up. When we come in September, we're going to be faced with a decision on September 30th. You've already heard my position. Don't fund the status quo. Hold the line. You all are going to have to be the ones that turn the heat up on each and every one of your representatives to join the fight. I didn't go to Washington for second place. And I just hope you guys will help in that effort, and that's the grassroots fight. That's the whole core of it.
That's perfect. We will wrap with this quick rapid fire. I'll say a word, you give me a word or a sentence or less.
Uh-oh.
Bidenomics.
only slightly worse than weak Republicanomics.
Top issues in the 2024 election, most important.
Ultimately, freedom. And freedom depends on security, securing our nation, securing our borders, securing our country through a strong military, and reestablishing our economic strength by stopping the spending spree that is destroying our country.
And I'll wrap with this. What does it mean to be an American?
So I'm going to answer this with a slightly longer version, and I can blame Vivek because he came in a little late. Look, I've endorsed Ron DeSantis, and I'll support the Republican nominee, and Vivek's a friend, and I'm glad he's out there part of the conversation. It's great. I just want to say this, because people get cynical and they get negative, and this is going to answer your question. People go, well, where's your hope come from? My hope comes from people like Riley Gaines, who stands up and tells the internet, that's right, yeah, give a round of applause. There are Americans across the generations who are fed up and who are not taking it anymore. Riley was one of those. She stared down the University of Kentucky and all of the establishment people and all of her generation that said, well, you can't talk about that. And she said, what do you mean I can't talk about that there's man and woman and that I ought to be able to swim and that swimmer is a dude? I can't do that, right? So I am inspired by people like Riley. I'm inspired by Chloe Cole, the young lady that testified in the Judiciary Committee that I was sitting on the dais and I almost broke down in tears while she was describing her detransitioning experience and how she didn't want other kids to experience that. I'm inspired by Scott Smith, who stood up to the school boards in Loudoun County. I'm inspired by Mark Houck, who stood up to the authoritarian bureaucrats in Philadelphia. I'm inspired by the young man that Senator Cruz had at the State of the Union who didn't take a needle in his arm and is now losing his commanding officer's job and having to pay another $100,000 back, but he's standing up and saying, no, I don't think that was right. I'm inspired by the millions of Americans who are standing up right now and saying enough. Parents taking their kids out of broken schools, homeschooling them, or moving them to private Christian schools, and doing what they need to do, or going and challenging and taking over the school boards. We're going to reclaim this country because it is our rightful inheritance as Americans to live free, and by God, we ought to live free. And there are people standing up to do that, and you guys are here for that purpose. Thanks to Erick, thanks to you guys, and thanks to all of you for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Congressman Chip Roy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
He's good. All right. After you. Good. Thanks, guys.
America was built on the idea that anything is possible with hard work and a dream. But it doesn't feel like that today. Our country is drowning in debt. Political division is intensifying, and the American dream is slipping away. President Biden's out-of-touch progressive agenda has only made things worse. Americans can't afford another 4 years of this. That's why Americans for Prosperity is committed to changing the trajectory of our country by expanding freedom and opportunity. Our unparalleled grassroots network is launching the largest effort we've ever undertaken to hold government accountable. Together, we can win and restore America's promise with proven principled solutions. It's time to reignite the American dream.
You just heard from Congressman Chip Roy that we are facing some of the gravest threats we have ever faced in this country. Some on our side are starting to question our principles. Should we be weaponizing government? Should we be giving up on the fight for limited government? Our principles matter more today than they have ever mattered in the history of our country. What we believe matters, but what we do about it matters even more, as Congressman Roy talked about. We have two choices. We can either come to events like this, applaud, hope, vote the right way, and then be disappointed when the right thing doesn't happen. Or we can get up and take action and do something about it. There are two things that I know about the state of this country. One, as you heard, the progressive left is actively on the march to fundamentally transform the America that we know and love. The second is that average Americans, folks unlike you and me, the ones who don't come to events like this because they're busy taking care of their families, driving their kids to soccer practice, and trying to make ends meet, they won't get a fair shake of the debate, turning on the mainstream news every night, opening the newspapers in their community every morning. What that means is that we have to take our message directly to them. I know that you all feel this passionately. I feel it passionately. For me, that fight for this American dream is very personal. My dad was the first one to leave behind everything and everyone he had ever known in India to come to this country with just $26 in his pocket. He bought a 90-day bus pass, traveled the country city by city, even sleeping in a Cleveland bus station overnight one night until he found his first real job in America on the 89th day of that 90-day bus pass, and from there has been able to build his American dream. We still celebrate today the day he landed in America as a bigger deal than his own birthday because he says it was the start of a new life for him in America. That American dream feels like it's slipping away, and that's why it's personal to me to be involved with Americans for Prosperity, to fight to reclaim it. It's personal to everyone that I work with and the volunteers who partner with us at AFP, and that's why we're taking action. We're in the middle of a nationwide tour called Prosperity is Possible. You may have seen our tour bus parked out front. Our tour is holding more than 500 events at gas stations and grocery stores all across this country, with a national ad campaign running in all 50 states telling people about how Bidenomics is broken, but not just what's gone wrong, how we make it right. The policy solutions are fairly simple, as you heard from Congressman Roy. Let's rein in the reckless spending, free up our energy abundance, and let's empower American workers instead of special interests and labor unions and lobbyists in Washington. That's a pretty simple formula to create that broad-based prosperity that we're missing in this country. But that's not all we're doing at AFP. We have already talked to nearly 3 million Americans this year, knocking doors and making phone calls all across this country. But there is much, much more to be done between now and next November, over the next 15 months. There are tens of millions of Americans that we need to talk to, and that's going to require not just the base that we've built today with AFP, but thousands and thousands more activists to join with us. And that's what I'm asking you to be involved in. This fight is far too important to sit on the sidelines. Like I said, you can either sit on the sidelines, sit at events like this, or get up and do something about it. And what we're doing is asking you to join us. We have chapters in 37 states across this country, field offices all over, here in Georgia, here in Atlanta, 37 states, and we're now active in all 50 states, including the West Coast and deep blue New England where I'm from, because we can't write off a single neighborhood in this country. That's what we've committed to doing at AFP. You've seen a couple clips of what it looks like to be involved with us. I'm gonna leave you with one last quick video to show you a day in the life of an AFP volunteer activist. We have the best data, the best people, the best technology, the best way for you to scale your voice, and it's also a hell of a lot of fun. The weather is a little bit different in the video you're gonna see, but if you're inspired by what you heard from me, from Congressman Roy, from what you've heard from the other conservative leaders here this weekend, and you wanna do something about it, come to our booth right out front, go online, join us at americansforprosperity.org, volunteer at a day of action, and help make your voice heard to help move this country in the right direction. Thank you.
I get pretty excited. Not a lot of people are able to door knock in 5-degree weather.
We are door knocking in Eau Claire, Wisconsin in the middle of winter to educate people about Governor Evers' failed policies. The more that we're out in this area, the more people join us and will vote in elections.
Great North. All right, let's get going.
My name is Kayla Gabriels, Director of Grassroots Operations for Americans for Prosperity, Wisconsin. I'm honored to work for Americans for Prosperity. It's not just a job to me, it's a passion. I want my kids to have an understanding of liberty. They're gonna remember what I do, and they're gonna know how to engage and fight for policies that matter to them. AFP is here to give people those skills to go out and make a difference in their own community, and I think that's changing lives. We have passed a lot of economic opportunity reforms in our state. We're passing policies that will improve people's lives.
My name is Tim Jensen. I am the Grassroots Engagement Director for Americans for Prosperity, Wisconsin. I got my bachelor's degree in instrumental music. I wanted to be a choir director, but I couldn't play the piano well enough to do that. So I started looking for something that I thought could be significant in the lives of other people. The big difference with AFP is we don't focus on the politicians. We focus on the people. All people have value. We're going to where the people are. and we're talking to them face to face, eyeball to eyeball, toe to toe, right on their doorstep, and we're asking them to take some kind of action. They know my face, and I mean, it's almost like going to Cheers, everybody knows your name. They understand the message is going to be the same, to remove barriers from people so that they can reach their true potential.
It's important for us to focus on economic opportunity because I think it hits people directly. Energy costs are rising, cost of living isn't cheap, so we need to be out there knocking on people's doors and educating them on those failed policies so they can take action with us. I think that really resonates with voters, right? Like, we care to be out here in the storm freezing because we don't want you freezing.
Governor Evers' administration just approved double-digit utility bill increases. That's home heating and that's electricity. We want to get out there and talk to voters door to door because they're in tune with that right now. They're feeling the pain.
Let's get these people out the door. All right, let's go. You guys ready? You feeling good? All right, let's do this.
All right, let's go. In the snow.
There's only a select amount of people that are doing this. It's a very rewarding feeling.
Every house we go to, every door we knock on, all those people are important people. If we continue that with our army of people out here, you're gonna see all these voters turn out and vote.
We're here 12 months out of the year. We're here all the time. We're not going away. And that's the message I hope we portray.
Americans for Prosperity is the last defense against bad policy. And we're gonna keep fighting for good policies and continue down the path of prosperity until this state is heading in the right direction again. I want to help build a better future for Wisconsin.
All right, 1, 2, 3, freedom!
Thank you. Thanks so much to Americans for Prosperity for helping us. They've done this with us almost every year. We've done the gathering. They've been a great partner to work with. He probably needs no introduction, but one of the defining foundational points of the conservative movement in the United States since Ronald Reagan has been the desire and understanding that we need to keep taxes low in this country, one, to starve government to prevent it from getting too unwieldy, and also to free up the free market and the resources of the country for the people who actually make the country work, which is the American people, instead of the bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. And there is no greater force for fighting for low taxes in this country at the national and the state level than my friend Grover Norquist.
Hey,
thank you.
Thank you.
Now listen, this is actually a treat for me as a guy who spends 3 hours a day talking on radio. I know I could just shut up for the next 30 minutes and let you talk, but I'll endeavor to ask you some questions out of the gate. Yesterday, though, you and I had this conversation in response, because I know you share my frustration with some people on the right now saying, well, what is conservatism conserved? And we forget there was 40 years of liberal dominance in government until 1994, and then since then we haven't had all three branches of government, and we can only roll back so much so fast.
Yes, if you go from 1932, when Franklin Delano Roosevelt got elected, until 1994, which is when 95% of all the Republicans signed the pledge never to raise taxes and have kept it since, that 62-year period, Republicans controlled Congress for 4 of 62 years. 2 years under Truman, 2 years under Eisenhower. Otherwise, no. The PRI in Mexico never had that amount of control nationally. We had a one-party state in Washington, D.C. for 62 years. We could elect Republican presidents. They could veto things, and Eisenhower would go, I'll veto this, and they said, fine. When you're gone, we'll pass it. And then Nixon will maybe stop a few things, and when you're gone, we'll pass it. Congress runs the country. Presidents start wars, they have scandals, and they can veto things and slow stuff down, but they cannot make things happen. Congress does that, and Republicans were shut out. From 94 on, the Republicans have won Congress half the time, both houses, House and Senate, a little more than half the time, because we became the party that would not raise your taxes. We might invade small countries you can't pronounce, and that cost us the House and the Senate in 2006, temporarily. So it wasn't without costs. But by being the party that wouldn't raise taxes, the Republican Party became competitive. And as long as we stay there, over time we can deconstruct what the left built in 62 almost uninterrupted years of new ideas, new taxes, new spending. Every time they failed, every time they made a mistake, they'd fix it with more taxes and more spending. And after a while, the Band-Aids became as high as the wound.
And you know, we were talking backstage, and you made such a profound point that I haven't even thought of phrasing it this way, that there are so many people on our side who now want to punch the left, but that doesn't mean you beat the left. And we're sometimes doing things to fight back, but without an actual plan to win. We want to unleash violence on the other side, metaphorically, I hope, in policy-wise, but we don't actually have the strategic vision and comprehensiveness to actually put together a plan to actually win.
Well, it becomes particularly dangerous when people see the government being used to attack parental rights or to attack our industries and growth, and they go, oh, we'll pick up the government cudgel and use it to hit the other team with, and we'll make that government power greater and do it. There are almost always two ways to fix a problem. One is to expand liberty, and the other is to have the government do X, which doesn't actually happen. And that's why when we look at government schools that have failed, the left says spend more money, give more authority to the teachers' unions and so on. And some on the right go, well, why don't we have the federal government, since we run it, temporarily for 2 years, grab control of these things? Well, because someday Hillary Clinton or her ilk will be in charge. And the movement to school choice and homeschooling, which was illegal in most states back in 1986. How recently some of the liberties we now kind of take for granted, school choice, homeschooling, but school choice allows people to say, if you can have dirty books in the school library if you want, I'm leaving with my tax dollars, okay? Enough people start leaving those schools, the teachers' union will burn the dirty books for you. Freedom allows us to defeat the left and shrink the size of government and expand freedom. And sometimes guys on the left get so frustrated that they want to pick up the first thing they can see, which is a government power, and hit the other team with it, forgetting that after a while you have to hand that cudgel to some Democrat who will then use it unmercifully on everything you care about.
Americans for Tax Reform, been around for a while. You've been doing the no tax pledge for a long time. And every time I think, okay, we've been there, we've done that, it's time to think of other things. Some Republican, always, including in this state back in the early 2000s, when the Republicans finally took over, the first thing all the no new tax pledge people did was raise taxes. As well, we'll do it on cigarettes and sales, we won't do it on income tax. It's like you can't actually put this raise tax idea on the ash heap of history, even on our side.
Well, the left spends so much money, and then they come to the Republicans and say, you should be responsible. And when people talk about the dangers of the national debt, the driving up the national debt and the deficit, the left does on purpose in order to convince a handful of Republicans, as many as they can, to support a tax increase to solve the problem they created with too much spending and too much debt. And the left has several goals in running up the deficit and the debt. One is to break the Republicans' opposition to tax increases, because while you and I see it as sound economics, they understand that this has changed the balance of power in America. A Republican Party at the national level, with presidents since Reagan who've taken the pledge never to raise taxes, with the vast majority, 90% plus of Republicans in the House and Senate have said we're never raising taxes. Since '94, no Republican has voted for a tax increase. No tax increases passed nationally unless the Democrats had House, Senate, presidency. 2 years under Obama, then they lose Congress. 2 years under Biden, they lose control of Congress. They realize that a Republican Party that isn't absolutely against all tax increases, that includes cigarettes, that includes gasoline, that would fill in the blank, whatever villain. The reason they vilify some people is to get them ready to tax it. Oh, this is a terrible industry. We don't like the insurance industry. We don't like pharmaceuticals. Whatever they pick, they're planning on taxing. But first they want to make you feel better about it because they deserve it. And they recognize that as long as the modern Republican Party is the party that will not raise your taxes, we've won Congress, again, half the time during that period, which is not the world they lived in for 62 years. The world Biden remembers. He doesn't remember anything after 94. He remembers before 94, bipartisan meant the Northern Democrats and the Southern Democrats and the rural Democrats and the city Democrats would get together and they'd have democracy, which means they'd make the decision. And having Republicans in the room is the new thing for him. And he's not used to it. He doesn't like it. And we can, Republicans have said no to most of to any of the Democratic tax increases nationally, unless the Democrats had all three branches of the House, Senate, and presidency. So they want to break the Republican Party politically by taking away the no tax position, which is why the phalanx we've put together, 2/3 of Republican governors have signed the pledge and kept it. 90+% of the House and Senate guys, they've all kept it. Even the Republicans who haven't taken the pledge, everyone thinks they have. You're a Republican, you must have taken the pledge. And no, I didn't. Yes, you did. And state legislators becoming increasingly no. Those states where the Republicans will not raise taxes become redder and redder. Those states that have passed tax hikes, Virginia, twice in a row, the Republican legislature helped the Democrat governor pass a tax increase because of an emergency. Turns out there was a lot of money in banks that the governor didn't tell anybody about. There was no need for the tax increase. And the Republicans lost the House and Senate. What's the reason to vote for them if they're not going to hold the line on tax? We lost Colorado because a Republican governor led the fight for spending increases and tax increases that followed, and the Republican Party collapsed in that state. They can break the Republican Party as an alternative if they can beat us on the tax issue. That doesn't mean we get to win everything. We're only winning Congress half the time. There are other issues in the world that advantage freedom, and we get to fight on those. But if you take away the tax issue, we're gone. What the Ds want with the deficit is a VAT, a value-added tax. The model, when I was growing up, the model of the kids I knew at the Harvard Crimson, the student newspaper run by Bolsheviks, was sort of East Germany and maybe Yugoslavia to make it sound a little less heinous. And that's really what they wanted. They wanted us to lose the Cold War, all these red babies. Now the modern left wants us to be Europe, okay, where everything slows down and you don't have all this progress and the nice bureaucrats who all graduated from certain universities in France will make all the decisions for you. And you don't have to work very hard, but you're not going to make very much money, and you can't invent new things or run your own business. They want a slower, more controlled, completely secularized world. That's Europe. It's better than East Germany, I suppose, but we all moved here from somewhere else to not be France and not be East Germany. They need a VAT. They realize they cannot have enough money to run the size of welfare state they want without a value-added tax. Europe has income taxes, they have excise taxes, they have corporate income taxes, and a VAT. The difference in the size of the American government and the French government is the VAT. And the difference between the American government and the Swedish government is their VAT. They want to put a value-added tax on us. It'll come as the grand fix for the deficit. Originally, they wanted to do it in return for getting rid of the corporate income tax. And then we said, no, we'll get rid of the corporate income tax ourselves. We took it from 35 under the Republicans with Trump, from 35 to 21. Okay, we were the highest corporate income tax in the world. Highest in the world with 35. We took it down to 21. I believe the first thing we need to do when Republicans win the House, Senate, and the presidency back is to take that corporate rate to 14. And the reason 14 is the Europeans have agreed that 15 would be a good cartel to set up. We'd all agree never to go below 15. And that's what Biden is organizing with the Europeans. Now, they need Congress to make it a law, but they're going to announce, like the Paris Agreement on global warming. We've agreed. We agreed. Who we? No, the president agreed to it. So we have, and the press will announce, we all agreed. So we need to break this idea that we're agreeing with Europe to set a floor on the corporate income tax. And if we want to leave China in the rearview mirror, take that corporate income tax to 10% and just watch the capital that's coming to the United States, more than China, but completely flow in. I mean, when we went from 35 to 21% on the corporate income tax, trillions of dollars flowed back into the United States. American earnings, which were parked overseas, were brought back here. We can continue that process, but watch out for the left wanting a value-added tax on top of everything else, or temporarily as a replacement.
And you bring up the value-added tax, and to me it seems to be almost the most sinister tax, because when you and I in this country go to a restaurant, we see the price is $0.99 for a hamburger, and then we see the sales tax on the receipt, and it's more. Yeah. You go to Europe and you see, oh, it's actually like €5. It is €5, but embedded in that price is a tax people over time connected to, oh, this is the price of the thing, completely disconnected from there's a tax embedded in it, that if you got rid of the VAT, the price would be €1 instead of 3. And then it becomes really easy over time to say, oh, it's actually inflation raising the price, not a VAT.
And evil corporations.
Yes.
And businessmen and women, yeah.
I mean, it's ingenious in its evil nature that you put this thing there and then you don't even see on the receipt that you've paid a tax.
It's almost as if it was on purpose.
Almost. So at the state level now, I mean, you mentioned Colorado and Virginia, but there continues to be a lot of, even in the South, a lot of the Republicans used to have D's next to their name instead of R's, and they still have a lot of philosophy around having been former Democrats, where there is still this idea that, well, we can raise the cigarette tax or the gas tax and get away with it.
Yeah. This is a problem, but not every southern state has term limits, but God does. And that has, over time, moved states that are nominally red, South Carolina, to Reagan Republican. But it has taken some time, because you do have members, and the way to check is if your state legislator has not signed the pledge and they say they're a Republican, they're really a George Wallace Republican who just switched from Democrat to Republican. And when you ask them about it, they say, I have 3 guns, and I attend church from time to time. What else did you want? And when you suggested perhaps don't steal money from people and give it to your friends, they look at you and go, what do you think I got into this business for? Over time, this is improving state by state. It is in some states are taking longer, and this is why you see some slowness in moving towards school choice. Why is that a problem for somebody to wrap their head around? And again, with taxes, they were used to raising taxes and bringing money back to the courthouse to share with their friends. That is improving. The younger Republicans are better than the older Republicans. And even in South Carolina, they had their first tax cut a couple of years ago, first income tax cut in the history of South Carolina ever. The first one, because a particular Democrat switched Republican, was no longer there, we were able to break through. So that is getting better and better, and I think the success of the states that have a no tax increase position, such as Florida and North Carolina, and the new pressure is not just don't raise taxes, but in the 57 states, there are 7 that have no income tax, no state income tax. There are 12 that have a single rate, flat rate tax. And a single rate tax is infinitely better than a graduated income tax, not because it's fairer. Taxation is taking money from people who earned it and giving it to people who didn't necessarily earn it. So fairness is really not part of this process. But a single rate tax is important because it is very difficult to raise, because you have to look everybody in the state in the eye. Illinois has a single rate tax, and it's about 5%. You'd think Illinois would be at 10 with their confederates in California and Minnesota and New York. They're at 5. Why? They have a single rate tax. They have to raise everybody's taxes at once. And the governor there, Priskin, got the legislature to put on the ballot, let's have a constitutional amendment, get rid of our requirement for a single rate tax. He put $50 million of his own money, okay, into the campaign, and it lost by 9 points the same day that Biden won by 16 in Illinois. So in Illinois, they go, oh, we'll vote for the big tax and spender guy. But in Illinois, we want a single rate tax to protect us from you guys mugging us one at a time. A flat rate tax, because the point of a graduated income tax is so that you can, well, hit you, and then we come back and get somebody else. This is the Richard Speck theory of tax increases, that if you can't take on everybody in the room at once, you take them out of the room one at a time. And some people are old enough to remember Richard Speck. Thank you. He's the model for Democrat tax collectors. Divide people into little groups, mug them one at a time. A single rate tax makes it tough to raise, but here's the good news, better news, easier to cut. Because when you cut taxes from 4 to 3.5, well, what about millionaires? Well, they get 4 to 3.5 too. We all get 4% down to 3.5. That's fair, that's reasonable. There are 12 states now that are committed to going to zero, in addition to the 7 that are there. North Carolina started this ball rolling 11 years ago, and they said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to set a spending limit. When revenue pokes up above that spending limit, the teachers union gets to steal some of it, but the other part of it goes into permanently cutting the income tax down by 0.5 point, say. And then they've taken it down from being highest in the Southeast to where they're en route to go to 4, and they should in the next 2 weeks announce new legislation to go to 2.5. And then they're committed to going to zero. So you don't replace the income tax with a sales tax or something else. You replace it with money you're not spending that was expected to come in as revenue, but you cut the tax so it doesn't come in as revenue. And it's hard for the other team to get their hands around insisting, hey, that's my money, because it hasn't shown up yet. West Virginia has voted a 10-year phase down to zero, one of the newer Republican states. Kentucky has voted a 10-year phase down to zero. Our friends in South Carolina just started, but the governor said, we're going to zero. That's what we're doing. That's the whole point of our tax cuts here. Iowa, the governor there and the Senate leader and the House leader have taken the top rate from 8.6%. It's on their way to 3.99. Somebody in the Iowa legislature used to work for a gas station and decided that 3.99, because those Bolsheviks in Mississippi are at 4, and we're at 3.99, so come here. And then next door was Nebraska, which said, okay, 3.9. And now Nebraska is coming down as well. So there's this wonderful, positive, virtuous cycle where states are competing with each other. Arizona's down to 2.5% now, and then they're going to go to zero. North Dakota just went from 7 rates down to 2, en route to 1 and 0. Says governor, says House, Senate goes, we'll get there eventually. Ohio is now down to 2 rates, again committed to go to single rate and then to 0. We are going to make it, we're going to save California and New York for anybody who's from those states. And the way we save you is get enough, in the next 20 years, we will have 25 states at 0, or within inches of getting to 0, committed to going to 0. At which point, every blue state that would love to have a 10% income tax, or 13+% in California, Minnesota, New Jersey, New York, you'll be able to walk across the border to a state with 0, not fly to Florida or Texas or Tennessee. And we've already seen those states, blue states, stop income tax rate increases. They may do other things, a lot of fees, but the income tax rates are not going up because the Democratic governor of California and the previous Cuomo in New York both said, we can't take the rate up, guys. They'll all leave. You know, they haven't read Atlas Shrugged, but they figured it out. And, that's how we help the whole country. And we should think of this as something we do on behalf of the nice people of New Jersey to help them out, is to cut our own taxes down to 0. And then the smart ones will come visit us in no income tax states. and the other guys will eventually get their rates down. So at the state level, we're going to have half the country at a flat rate tax within 10 years, not all zero, but a flat rate tax. Then I think it'll be easier to make the case at the national level. Well, we all live with a flat rate tax here. Why not nationally?
What do you see in Republican states, or even if we take back Congress, what's the biggest threat from the Republican side to maintaining good discipline on taxes?
The fear is people get frustrated and want to use the state power to accomplish some goal instead of think of how do we reduce state power to accomplish the goal. And that gets frustrating. We don't have the staff to go look through every library for ridiculous books. We get school choice. Parents will pull their kids out as they wish. The one succeeds, the other, you just don't have the time, the energy. They'll hide the books, for crying out loud.
And just let me interrupt you there, so you understand that there are some people on the right who their idea to fighting like woke indoctrination in schools is for the federal government to expand the Department of Education and hire staff to examine the books in the libraries to make sure they're not woke. Well, guess what happens when it's not a Republican administration anymore, when you've expanded the Department of Education? It's mind-blowing, anybody who opposes it.
They'll be out taking out the encyclopedias.
Yes.
And the American history books, and the Federalist Papers have got to go.
Redacting the Constitution.
Yes, on their list of things to do. And sometimes you end up with the challenge with Republicans who have impure thoughts about tax increases. Our goal is not only to get them to know, but to tamp down the impure thoughts, because from time to time that becomes problematic. But at the state, local level and the federal level, expanding individual retirement accounts. Every time you have people with more savings, we now have more than half the country with an IRA or a 401k, personal savings. That used to be 10% in 1960, people who own shares of stock directly. It's now more than half. Wonderful polling by Scott Rasmussen. If you have a 401k or an IRA, defined contribution pension with at least $5,000, you don't have to have $1 million in the bank. $5,000 makes you 20% more Republican, less Democrat. And that is true for every demographic group. African Americans, old people, young people, government employees, Republicans, Democrats. The only group that doesn't get more Republican with $5,000 of stock in their possession are women who make more than $75,000 a year, because they're already fairly Republican. So if you know any women like that, don't give them any stock. You buy them a gun. And unless it's one of the really cool 50 caliber, it's less than the 5,000. So share ownership makes more Republicans. Self-employed makes more Republicans. If we lose the House, Senate, and presidency in this next election, everyone gives you this election matters, this election matters. It does. If we lose the House, Senate, and the presidency this next time around, they will change labor law to make being an independent contractor illegal. They want everyone to have a boss. They want everyone to pay union dues. They will change the Supreme Court by adding several people and/or doing term limits. And with that, they will overturn the Janus case, which says state and local government employees can't be forced to join unions. This has cost the unions hundreds of millions of dollars as public sector workers say, I don't want to pay union dues, thank you very much. And it's defunding the left, which is irritating the billionaires on the left who have to pick up the slack. And they would like to go back to the good old days where the unions paid all the money through forced union dues. There is a very real challenge to what they do want to get a value-added tax, but I don't think they'll do a value-added tax unless they first break the Republican opposition to tax increases. They want that to be a bipartisan stupid move. Most countries that put in a VAT, the government fell the next year. Okay, in Europe, in Japan, Canada, this is not a popular thing to do. They really, really, really want to talk a Republican, a couple of them anyway, into joining the Democrats. And that's one of the challenges we have. All it takes is 1 or 2 Republican senators or congressmen to join the Ds, and that's a bipartisan dumb move. which is why it is important to make sure none of our guys walk across and join the other team, not just holding most of them. It's very important. The unanimity on the right against tax increases is terribly important to continue. But I think if we hold on to the Senate, the House, I'd like to win all three. That's my goal. If we do, you can fix the problems you're talking about on the debt. Spend less. Reagan showed us how to do this with the block granting of welfare that he suggested back in the 70s when no one was willing to listen to him and said you were wrong. And then we moved forward, and under Clinton, the Republicans in the House and Senate 3 times passed block grant aid to families with dependent children out to the states, and then most states dropped spending about 30 to 40%. It got worse in Hawaii for reasons I never understood, but everywhere else it went down, even the blue states, but 80% down in Wyoming. So there are different ways to do welfare, still take care of people who need some help with taking care of fraud and requiring that able-bodied men work. And then Paul Ryan said, that's very good on welfare, but let's do it for all of the means-tested programs. That passed the House 4 times, the Senate once, but unfortunately during Democrat presidencies. When Trump was president, they came back and did that for Medicaid and our friend Obamacare. We're going to block grant it to the states. We lost by 1 vote. John McCain, who promised us all day he'd be with us, and then flipped for a no. That would have shifted hundreds of billions of dollars out to the states. And then the states could, when you save the money, they lose about 10 to 20% on fraud on these issues. But if it's the state's money, all of a sudden they care, and they will police that. And they'll take a look at other ways to reduce costs. I think the numbers show, and this is what they've been working on for some time, is if you block grant all the means-tested programs, Medicaid, job training, subsidized housing, all the welfare programs, food stamps, block it in the states, let the red states do a better job managing it, let the blue states mismanage it, and just as well people will move to flee not just higher taxes, but also less competent government and move to more red states. That's the way to bend the cost curve down without cutting and slashing. You send it out to the states, and the states will figure out, and if you have 50 states, 57, all competing to provide the best government at the lowest cost, then you really do have an opportunity to see what works. And even blue states over time will go, oh, we can do that too.
Grover Norquist, this has been super enlightening and helpful, and I'm always excited to be able to talk to you about these because I don't think we on our side spend enough time talking about it. We just take it for granted, and we can't. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was so great.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. All right. I get to introduce you to a friend of mine, and he's a fantastic guy. He's a Marine. He's an emergency room doctor. He's now also a member of Congress. I should note that his wife is actually more awesome than him, but she's not actually in Congress, but she's fantastic doctor in her own right. I adore both of them tremendously, and they're from right here in Georgia. Congressman Rich McCormick. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
So I want to actually not start with policy and stuff because I continue to think it's just the neatest story for a Republican member of Congress. You're a Marine, an ER doc, you were the student president of an HBCU without looking like you went to an HBCU typically as most people think of, but you earned the trust of the student body. And then you're emergency room doctor in a highly diverse area of the state where you don't take for granted that you can just talk like your standard Republican on the stump speech. It's always an encouraging, optimistic, really nonpartisan message that has drawn in a pretty diverse base of voters for you.
You know, I'm glad you bring this up because one of the things that we're kind of missing in politics right now is There's a lot of people who get on their phone or get on the internet right now, and they're trying to win an argument. They're trying to convince somebody that they're wrong and that I'm right. One of the things that we've forgotten is that when you get on the internet, the other person on the internet didn't get on there to prove that they're an idiot. They didn't want to know that they're wrong. They don't go into a conversation hoping that you'll prove that they don't know what they're talking about. If you really want to be influential, if you want to win over minorities, youth, soccer moms, if you want to change the constitution of our party and grow it back to the days where Reagan won 49 out of 50 states, won by 12.5%, if you want to have that kind of conversation, instead of trying to win an argument, try to win a friend. That's the way you develop real influence in this world.
You've practiced what you've preached in that. I mean, let me just pause for a moment before we get into Congress and why on earth you'd even do that. But an emergency room doctor in Gwinnett County, you've seen some like pretty terrible things in the emergency room and had to console people, even though as a doctor in the emergency room. And you saw COVID hit and what happened in hospitals across America there, in your own hospital. I mean, you're dealing with humanity when you're in the ER, well, when you were in the ER on a regular basis.
You know, there are certain things that are universal to all people. Everybody wants opportunity. Everybody wants to be recognized as a person. When you go into a room, if you want to win over a patient, the doctors get sued aren't the doctors who are dumb. They're not the doctors who don't know what they're doing. It's the doctors who don't treat people well. And this goes back to my original point. You witness a lot of bad things, but if you want to have the ability to absorb it and feel good about what you do, because you'll see children die. You'll see people rotting with cancer. You'll see people who are having the worst day of their life. The question is, how do you handle that and what kind of impact you can have? It is a ministry. And this is one of the things I love about Erick, is that if you listen to Erick on the radio, it's his ministry. It's his ability to affect people and the way they think of things, and the things he say are authentic and moral. And I think that's missing in politics a lot of times right now. In a conversation in the ER, the way I survive the horrible things you see is if you have a relationship, you feel like actually people are changing their behavior and their attitudes, even towards death, which is inevitable for every one of my patients and every one of us. We're all going to die someday. The question is, how do we face down that death? How do we make our impact on life? And that's kind of what keeps you going, even in the face of seeing some pretty horrible things sometimes.
Speaking of horrible things, you decided to run for Congress. I mean, you know what I think about you, and it's a guy of your caliber and character. I'm glad you're in Washington, but at the same time, why put yourself and your family through that?
Yeah.
And by the way, first term too. So
yes. So when I was it's always been nice to be an ER doc. People respect that. It was great being a Marine. People like that. Being in youth ministry for about 20 years, people liked me. And then I went into politics. Man, it's not just that the Democrats don't like you. Half of your party, once you get into a primary, you've seen how it's kind of become really backbiting and divisive, where a lot of people inside the party believe that if you don't agree with what I think, then you're not really a Republican. You're either a rhino or a crazy. We start throwing names around in our own party as if we're a cult, as if everybody has to believe exactly the same thing. It's not a good way to grow the party, by the way. And I'm ultra-conservative. For those who aren't paying attention right now, I'm probably one of the 30 most conservative people when it comes to votes in all of Congress. But I don't go around calling people names. And even though I've had this diverse background of experiences, I think it's prepared me for this moment in time to try to convince people to do the right thing, even inside of my own party. When I see people that disagree with me, if I approach it with, have you considered, I might have a good result. But if I approach with, you're an idiot, once again, it doesn't help me with the conversation. And I think you're seeing us achieve some things with a very narrow majority, only 4-vote majority essentially, that we didn't achieve when we had a 20-vote majority. Because of the relationships that we're seating right now, because everybody's at the table. You had Chip here recently. Chip's a firebrand. Chip's a devout conservative. Nobody would doubt that. But to watch him bring him into the fold and help with the decision making, even with people that maybe you don't support as a speaker, but watching everybody contribute and actually have their input so that when we come up with legislation, it's way more conservative than if it's just ramrodded through with some sort of omnibus bill. I think that's the rewarding thing for me, despite having the disadvantage of actually being part of the political machine now.
Well, you know, you mentioned that. It actually is notable because of such a small majority, the coalition building that has to go into the legislation. In the past, you could see leadership designed the package. It never even went through the committee process. It was sent to the floor at the last minute, and they knew that they had a coalition that would never object to it. And now with a 4-seat majority, you've got to have a level of buy-in to be able to advance the agenda, and you are having to balance out the Don Bacons of Nebraska, the Chip Roys of Texas, the Rich McCormicks of Georgia, to build something that's acceptable to all but maybe 2 or 3 people.
The way we're getting it done, first of all, going through committees for the first time in a long time. We're actually going through everything, even the appropriations process now. And the reason it's getting passed is because when we're having our conference get together and somebody stands up and says, look, I understand this is not exactly what you want or what you want, but if we don't pass this, if we don't have some source of urgency, the Senate will put something in and we'll get a worse bill that we have to vote on. The point of getting as much conservative of the process done with the idea that we support instead of they support. In other words, with some sort of sanity, with some sort of fiscal constraints, understanding what the people want and what's good for America. If we act on that, even if it's not perfect, it's an incremental change in the right direction, which is, by the way our government was designed. So many times we swing for the fences, we get 0. Get something. Democrats are great at this, getting small little changes, and next thing you know, we're way over to the left, but they did it one bite at a time. You don't eat an elephant all at one time. If we're going to have the way the design of our government was, is to have incremental change. To have an inefficient government that doesn't change things very quickly, that's on purpose so it doesn't become too powerful. What both sides need to be careful of is we don't use the government as a weapon, that we don't use it as a way to get my way and cram it down your throat, even when it doesn't agree with maybe an individual. We are based on the ultimate minority here in America, which is the individual. And that's what we're trying to protect. And I think by getting that incremental change in small bites towards something as conservative as possible, we can get this done.
I want to talk to you a little bit about military preparedness. The number one issue when I ask people questions for those of you who are going to be on stage was the military. You are a Marine. I always catch myself, not was, are, always present tense for Marines. And you are seeing, just by virtue of what the hearings in Congress, a lot of things that are happening in the military right now, some of which just seem insane, like cultural stuff in the military, trying to advance a social agenda in America by first advancing the military, but also serious procurement process issues, technology issues, weapons development issues, that it's like the bureaucracy's gotten too unwieldy now.
You know, it's funny, most of the contentiousness we had in the NDA and the approval process was over the political side of the military, which should have never been an issue to begin with. You never make the military a political experiment. We are warriors. I always say when you want to know what the mission of the Marine Corps is, every Marine can tell you to locate, close with, and destroy the enemy through fire and maneuver, or to repel the enemy's assault through fire and close combat. That is our mission. Anything outside of it is a distraction. That includes our weapon procurement, or the policies, the lectures we have to get. In my last year in the Navy, it's hard to say Navy, but you don't think my friends give me a hard time, man. But when I was on a Marine Corps base, and we had 4 lectureships on how to treat transgenders in the military. We didn't have transgenders in the military at the time. This is when Trump was president, by the way. I saw it as a huge distraction now that we allow transgenders in the military. To give you an example, if you come in, and it's not that I really care, if you're an adult and you want to do something I think is deranged or whatever, and I'm not saying that transgenderism is deranged, but I think it is a somatic disorder by a medical standard that I've studied. And I feel sorry for people who have that problem, because you have a 40% chance of trying to commit suicide. That's a significant problem. Why would you bring somebody with that mentality? And by the way, that's regardless if you feel persecuted or not. This was done by a UCLA study, very even-handed. It didn't have a bias towards conservatism. It's just a fact. You're going to struggle with some significant problems mentally. Why would you we won't bring people in with flat feet, but you'll bring people in, think about that. You know, we're very selective. We discriminate all the time when it comes to the military. But you cannot come in the military if you have flat feet, or you have to take certain medications for psychiatry or any other medical condition. But you're going to bring somebody in who literally could have a surgery and hormonal treatment and counseling that's going to keep you from deploying or shooting bad guys or doing anything of consequence. So therefore, your budget, which we know we have a budget problem already, is going to be spent on those people, the most expensive demographic. Meanwhile, they can't deploy, so your sons and daughters are going to have to deploy in their place. How does that make sense? We're losing the sense and sensibility of what the military is all about. And by the way, it's been the greatest place for integration, for brotherhood and sisterhood that's ever existed in America. It's the ultimate meritocracy. It's the one good thing we have in America left. Let's keep it what it is, a mission-centered group of men and women.
Just so everybody knows here, your committee assignments, because you're not on armed services, are you?
I am.
You are. Okay. Which ones are you on?
So I'm on more committees and subcommittees than anybody in Congress right now.
This is why I had to ask, because I can't name them all.
So on armed services with the subcommittees of tactical air and land, as well as cybersecurity. I'm also on foreign affairs with subcommittees of North Africa, the Middle East, Central Asia, as well as global health. Also on science, space, and technologies with a subcommittee in aerospace and space. And also on the special committee for coronavirus, is the only doctor who's actually treated coronavirus in Congress, as well as the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. So we go meet with other parliamentarians and come up with NATO policy, which for the first time in world history, NATO really has a mission that it's going after and accomplishing, hopefully.
You are aware you're married to a nerd, right? Yes. I mean, this is why I got to ask. So, but in that regard, it balances so many wheelhouses between cybersecurity, what's happening. I've talked to a number of the candidates on stage about all the weird coups that are starting to happen in West Africa. You've got the China situation and its expanse. I mean, obviously there's lots of stuff you know that you can't tell the crowd.
But I could tell them I just have to kill them. It's a big crowd. Yeah.
Your former job there. So now, but in all seriousness, you're seeing behind the scenes problems on the horizon. I mean, what do you want Americans to know about? Is the government prepared to deal with some of these problems? And if not, are we thinking about how we need to move the ship of state?
Yeah, this is where I get really concerned, first of all, that we get the words globalism confused with world leader. So I'm not a globalist. I don't believe that any country should be on even footing with America, because we are leaders. But to be leaders, we have to be involved with the world. We can't be isolationists. This is one of the problems I find with the rhetoric from my own party right now. There are people out there that believe we shouldn't support any other country. We shouldn't be involved in any other country. That we shouldn't allow any immigrants into America for a couple years. Maybe some of you believe that. It's okay to have that conversation. I'm not saying that you're a lesser human being, but I want you to consider that America has a real leadership role in the world. People pay attention to us. We just got back from Bangladesh and India yesterday in the afternoon, and it was a phenomenal trip to understand how people perceive us. And the strategic importance of India, by the way, cannot be overstated. If you take the populations of India and China alone, you combine that together, it's 3 billion people, almost 3 billion people. That used to be what the world population was when I was growing up. That's just two nations. When you look at what China's doing around the world, what they're using to warp the economy of the world, the way they're using slave labor and fiat currency, the way that they're deploying the military all around the world. They just bought basically and paid for a port in Bangladesh that can be used for submarines. Now, Bangladesh has one submarine in their entire navy. It was given to them by China basically, and it can't even go underwater. So get an idea what that submarine base is going to be used for. Is going to be a Chinese port. All over Africa, all over the West. You want to get scared, think about what China's doing in the Western Hemisphere, in Argentina, Chile, now Colombia, now Brazil, Venezuela, what it's doing in Cuba, what it's doing now in Central America. Be very aware that if we're not world leaders, if we're not invested in the rest of the world, we lose our prominence. As soon as you lose our prominence, somebody's going to take that spot, and China is waiting, salivating for that opportunity. And I'm very concerned. If you look at the way Russia's had its influence, it has an economy the size of just Texas. And yet it has some world influence, allows through the perceived strength of the military, and that gets back to our military preparedness. If you don't represent strength around the world economically and militarily, somebody else will. And we have to be world leaders. That doesn't mean globalists, but we have to lead the world, and we have to show them that we care enough to actually help them with their own self-determination. That's why it's important to have really strong allies, too.
I didn't realize you just got back from India and Bangladesh, so thank you again for being here today. How's the jet lag?
You know, I'm kind of used to traveling now, and it's a lot better to travel in first class than it is to travel on the belly of a ship for 6 months, which I've done several times. So I'll take that any day. No, we were treated well.
Good. Okay, so let's talk about India and Bangladesh a little more, because we do have this Indian subcontinent with 1 billion people who, they're a democracy. It's fractious and messy like democracy sometimes can be. And I've had this idea now for a while, and I know you and I have talked about it briefly, of it, instead of outsourcing, ally sourcing, that it seems like we should be moving heaven and earth to help our companies do business in allies like India, where we can still manufacture things cheaply enough that it doesn't affect our way of life, as opposed to just sending everything to China. And the Biden administration seems more intent on spending money on battery-powered cars for farmers in America than helping us divest from China.
Worrisome policies. I'm glad you brought up the Biden policy, which whenever you talk about renewable policies, it sounds great on paper. But the problem is that most of that technology and that production is over in China, up to 90% in certain areas. When you talk about renewable energies and putting them in the hands of China, which seems very hypocritical since they are the world's greatest polluters. Even the way they produce their renewable technologies is producing a ton of pollutants to the world. So the more we hand over the keys to energy production in America to a foreign national country that literally gets enriched by it and continues to pollute by it, it's not achieving what Biden says he wants to achieve, first of all. And secondly, it's making them into an economic power that will surpass America eventually if we keep it up. They've grown from a GDP of about $5 trillion back in 2015 when they came out with their Made in China initiative in the World Trade Organization, to now a $13.8 trillion GDP, catching up to us rapidly, passing China and Germany. They are problematic because they are not doing what we want them to do. By joining the World Trade Organization, we thought we could make them more into partners. They've done anything but that. They've used, like I said, slave labor all over the world, including the western part of China. They continue to use their own debt to warp the market by propping up certain businesses in China to outperform American producers and put them out of business, like producing certain drugs and PPE and technologies, and it's going to warp the market. So I think the more we hand things over to Biden and his policy that's favorable to China, the worse we're going to do as a nation, and the more we're going to pollute anyway. So it's not good policy.
Being in the majority, but also a young member of Congress, I mean, what interactions do you have, if at all, with people from the Biden administration?
None from the Biden administration directly. Although I will say Catherine Tai, who's into trade, she's very intelligent. She impresses me as the one person I've been briefed with when we were in the Munich Security Council. If you read her stuff, it's very apolitical, and it's very much pointing out the misbehavior of China. But other than her, I mean, most of them are political hacks, quite frankly. So I don't try to focus on people I know. It's like wasting your pearls on swine, so to speak, for any of us who want to make a biblical reference.
So before we wrap up, let me just talk to you about the minutia of being a member of Congress, having a cell phone, all right. Sorry. Being a member of Congress and just dealing with constituents. So you represent the 6th District of Georgia, and it's a fairly compact district because it's suburban Metro Atlanta. But just what's it like to actually, the day-to-day operations of being a member of Congress, not in hearings in Washington, D.C., but just dealing with constituents?
This is the part that I actually love a lot about, maybe the most about Congress. We have the 6th District, which for those of you who don't know is is North Fulton area all the way up to Dawson. And it kind of brackets over on the East Cobb area all the way over Sugar Hill. And it's super diverse because it starts with very suburban to very rural, 40% minorities. But I think that God has very much prepared us for this moment. And by the way, this is the one thing we control, is constituent services. Everything else, I'm 1 out of 435 votes. Constituent services, every single person who calls my district gets help. I don't ask if they're a Democrat or Republican. That's how you win friends. We've been extremely effective. I think we have I'm biased, we have the best staff in the world when it comes to this. I literally call 10 people a week just to see how did we do, and we're getting rave reviews. So I love the fact we're one of the most highly educated districts in all of Georgia, most degrees and just affluence, and to watch their education level in their decision making, how it transcends politics and really gets into the meat of the matter. They're well educated. They understand the policy and how it's going to affect us into the future. And I've really enjoyed the interaction with people who represent what I've been prepared for. If you don't believe in God, imagine this: a Marine who's never had any background in politics, who never went to a political meeting in his life, who never knew a politician, who never did a fundraiser or contributed to anybody other than Herman Cain, which was $50 in medical school. That's about all I had. But literally just was not really into politics to all of a sudden come out of nowhere and beat my state senator, and then beat another candidate who is not only endorsed by Trump, but also by Gingrich and Pompeo and Sean Hannity and all these other people. Why did that happen? Well, look at my history and how God's prepared me. We have 40,000 Koreans, 100,000 African Americans, 100,000 Indians. We have this incredibly diverse district, and I spent 3 tours in Korea. I've spent a tour in India. 1 out of every 5 doctors in my community is from India, and I was a student body president at Morehouse School of Medicine. Tell me there's not a God.
Amen. It's the nature of the beast, because you're in the House of Representatives and it's in the Constitution, but does it get a little tiring that it almost seems like it's a perpetual campaign being in a 2-year cycle?
I don't look at it that way. I don't worry. It sounds weird for a politician to
Yeah, okay, let me just stop. The man doesn't worry, and it's the worst trait that he has. He's the most optimistic person I know.
You know, I'm fairly stoic when it comes to my approach to everything, because I believe that God is ultimately in control, you know, and even when we get a president we don't like, it's going to work out. It's been prophesied. I know this. I will say that I am enjoying thoroughly the learning process. You have more access to more information than anybody other than the President of the United States. The rich relationships between meeting folks like you, which I thoroughly enjoy, to meeting heads of state, to see the diverse political input from countries, Bangladesh and India, 2 very separate, to talk to the Prime Minister of India and the President of Israel the same day. I mean, who gets to do that? I mean, to talk a 4-star general as a peer is phenomenal. I have breakfast with the future Commandant of the Marine Corps and the current Commandant of the Marine Corps at the same time is an opportunity I'm forever grateful for my constituency putting me in, because I think that it gives me the right input. If you want to grow, and a lot of politicians don't use this as an opportunity to learn. My wife knows, she knows I stay up late at night reading and learning, because this is like medical school and flight school combined, rolled into one. And my wife, she's always been, I always say, she's always been summa cum laude. I've always been thank the good laude. And, you know, the average person takes about 7 times a repetition to learn something. Doctors are expected to learn it in 3. I learn it in about 12. So I spend a lot of time learning, but I'm reading constantly, and I'm enjoying this process immensely, because I feel like I'm becoming more complete. And so I can have a conversation with people inside of my party I disagree with from a logical, factual standpoint rather than just emotional. And I think the emotion is what gets into trouble in politics a lot of times.
Congressman, friend of mine, Rich McCormick, I can't thank you enough. Thank you for doing this. I would have never asked, but I know you were doing that travel, so thank you. Absolutely. Thanks. Y'all are in for a treat now. I'm in for a treat because I get to get off stage for just a little bit, but y'all are actually in for a treat. Brett Buchanan is the pollster for Governor Kemp and one of the best pollsters in America. And I'm going to step off stage and let him talk to you about the data out there and the way the landscape is. And so thank you very much.
Good to see you.
Thank you for giving me a break on stage.
There you go, 30 minutes.
All
I'll
right.
see you back on here. Let's all thank Eric. And there's a lot of other folks here too that have put in an incredible amount of work. There's a whole crew right behind this stage that you get to see when they come out and bring a podium here. Because I'm not as smart as all the other folks and I have to take notes to make sure I stay on track here. But yes, my name's Brent Buchanan. I'm president and founder of Signal, which is actually the fastest growing polling firm in the United States right now. I'm an Alabama boy, but before that I grew up in Peachtree City, just on the south side here, and love Georgia, love the South, and just grateful for the opportunity to be here. Thank you all for coming to this. I mean, you took a Friday and a Saturday to come out and to hear from folks, hear from a number of great presidential candidates, from folks who are leading this country. You've got a program beyond this that's incredible and going to close out strong with Governors Youngkin and Kemp, who are two of my favorite folks in politics right now. So we do polling work, everything from presidential campaigns down to state legislative races and county commission races. I have the honor, as Eric had mentioned, of working with Governor Kemp. We also work with Governor Abbott of Texas, and with both caucuses here in Georgia, the Republican caucuses, and 23 other ones. And so we get to see a lot of data from around the country on a regular basis. But as I look at Georgia specifically, I see a state that is red, that is not necessarily voted red the last couple elections. They did with people like Governor Kemp. They don't with other candidates that present a certain way. So as we walk through the data this morning, I'm going to show you a survey that we just conducted last week, and I want to thank Hardworking Americans, who's co-sponsor of this. That's Governor Kemp's federal effort for paying for this survey and for allowing me to be here today to show it to y'all. You're the first people to see it, of anybody here. And I want to start with a raise of hands. Everybody raise your hand if you think America is headed in the right direction. Okay. I was expecting 8% of the crowd to respond, because somehow we found 8% of people here. If I can get to go to the next slide. There we go. Most people in Georgia, this is Georgia Republican primary voters. That's most of the data we're going to be talking through here today. They don't think the country's headed in the right direction. So I'm glad that you here also agree with that data point. And something I'm going to be pointing out in a lot of this data is kind of three buckets of people. And we'll get to that in a few slides here. And it's Republican primary voters who only would vote for Donald Trump. Then Republican primary voters who are considering Trump, but also one or more of the other candidates, many of which you got to hear yesterday and today. And then there's a bucket of folks who are those who would never vote for Donald Trump, and they'll take anybody else. So again, these are just Georgia Republican primary voters here that we're talking through. And I think this slide is very indicative of where we are as a country, not just as Republicans and conservatives, but it's very clear to see we're just not headed down the direction of what we used to see. Can anybody tell me, I'm just looking for a shout out of what Donald Trump's red hats say? What do they say on them? What was that last word? Again. So that means what? We used to be great and we're not great today. That's how many of us feel. And we look around us and the world is changing drastically. And it's changing quickly, and it's going pretty far to the left. And that's what's driving much of this right now, of this feeling here. And so when we look at what's going on within Georgia specifically, again, this is Georgia Republican voters, they feel a lot better about the direction of this state. You know, I think outside of maybe some of the Democrat victories at the Senate level here, the U.S. Senate level in Georgia, the last cycle, these numbers would be a lot higher. They'd be in the 70s or 80s. But Georgia Republican primary voters are concerned about what they're seeing around them, what's happening to the state. I mean, if you go back, 3-4 cycles, this was a 10-plus point Republican state. And I think Governor Kemp gives us a really good path of the type of Republican that swing voters and all voters are looking for from us. And it's our responsibility as Republican primary voters to pick that individual that is going to have the chance to win in the next election, to win whatever seat we're electing them for, from county commission to governor to president. And as we look at the top issues, so this is, many of us care about many issues, but sometimes voters have to think about it in terms of, okay, what are the one or two things I'm going to have to make this decision based off? Because I can't find somebody who agrees with me on everything. So what are the issues that I'm going to focus on? And I look to you, the people in this room here, who are taking your Friday and Saturday off to come learn more and to hear more and to educate yourselves more. And you have a responsibility in the Republican primary. There's voter records. And every time you vote, it goes into the Secretary of State's office, and that becomes publicly available information. And I would guess that many of you in this room are what we call, in the political world, 4 of 4 voters, that you voted in 4 of the last 4 elections that you were eligible to vote in. I would bet that almost every one of you falls within that bucket. And the reason this is important is because you 4 of 4 voters in this room are the ones who get to touch and meet the candidates more often than folks. You're more active on social media. You're talking to your sphere of influence, whether that's at church or the grocery store. You have a lot of impact in what the candidates are going to say. Because when we conduct surveys and we take this data to the people that we're working for, like Governor Kemp or a presidential candidate, they're looking at what do the most attuned voters think? What are they paying attention to? How are they thinking? What issues are they concerned about? And I'll tell you, if you were to watch Fox News, for example, you would not think that inflation is the #1 issue of primary voters. By far. It's far and away the plurality issue. And so and this is really important because this is also the #1 issue by far, even more so than you're seeing in this survey of Republican primary voters in Georgia, of swing voters. It's almost 50% the most important issue. So we have a responsibility as those perfect 4-4 voters, as the people who have spheres of influence, that we're making sure the candidates realize they know where we stand on the issues and that they understand what matters to us, because that's going to drive what they talk about. And if we're spending our time tweeting about the culture wars all the time, what do we think the candidates are going to talk about to get elected in primaries? They're going to talk about the culture wars because they saw people like you talking about the culture wars all the time. Well, you know what? Regular voters they want the country to get back on the right track. And they want inflation to come down. They want our economy to be strengthened. They want illegal immigration to be addressed. Folks who aren't really fans of President Trump, they are also concerned about the economy as a whole, more so than just the inflation issue. And as we dive into some of this data, it's actually female voters, female Republican primary voters, that are even more concerned about inflation than any other issue by a larger margin. And this matters because you've probably heard the phrase suburban female voters, right? We hear that all the time in elections. It is a voter segment that in Governor Kemp's campaign in 2022, we paid a lot of attention to, because we knew if we could move the needle with that group of folks, that it would make a big difference in the margin. And if you look at where Herschel Walker was below water and where Governor Kemp was far above water, that was one of the voter groups that was a really big difference maker for his campaign. And so Republican primary voters are still in the same spot. So one of the questions that we always like to ask as pollsters, because it gives us an idea of how does somebody feel about a candidate for office? And it's a very simple question. Do you have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of this individual? Have you never heard of him or her? Or do you just have no opinion? And then we look at intensity with that. And that's why you see kind of the 2 different colors of blue and the 2 different colors of orange there. Because we're looking at, are you very favorable or are you somewhat favorable? When we advise candidates, especially folks who have never run for office before, we explain that there's a 3-rung ladder that you have to walk up with voters in order to earn their vote. They have to know who you are. They have to recognize who you are. They have to like you. Then they have to trust you. And then you're in the space to earn their vote. And so that's why what we call image, their favorability versus unfavorability versus you have no clue who these people are, is very important in what we do as pollsters to track how a race is progressing. Because you want your candidate's image to become more favorable. The reason that there are attacks in politics is you want your opponent's image to become less favorable so that you can earn and work your way up that ladder with voters. And so you'll see here that the most popular Republican in Georgia is actually Governor Brian Kemp, even more so than Donald Trump. And this makes a lot of sense because this guy won and got 3/4 of the vote in the Republican primary over a Trump-endorsed candidate in 2022. And so he's done a good job of governing from a conservative perspective and maintaining that strong favorability, that strong trust level with voters. And you'll notice here too that even though, and you'll see in a second, who people are choosing to currently support in the Republican primary in Georgia, there's some big differences. Georgia Republican primary voters actually like a number of these candidates. The reason that some of these candidates who are very well liked haven't broken through is they just haven't moved up the ladder. They're known, they're liked, but they haven't built that trust level. Donald Trump is a known entity. He's a known quantity. Every one of you in this room probably has a very strong opinion one way or the other about the guy. There's not a lot of ambiguity about how anyone on this planet or the United States or Georgia feels about Donald J. Trump. But the other candidates have a lot of room to grow for the most part. You'll notice here that former Vice President Mike Pence has what we call an upside-down image. More people dislike him than like him. And then Chris Christie takes the cake, pun intended, with way more people disliking him than liking him. And then as you look at voters who would only consider voting for Donald Trump and no other candidate, this looks almost the same as the exact slide. I bet if I flip between the two, you'd have a hard time even seeing what the difference was. So people who are only considering Donald Trump still actually do like a number of the other candidates unless you're Mike Pence or Chris Christie, and then they dislike you even more there. So as we look at these individuals of the biggest bucket currently in the Republican primary for president are people who would consider Donald Trump and somebody else right now. That's the largest bucket of voters that's available. And so among these folks, you can see that all the candidates are still very well liked. And so you start to wonder, okay, why do we not see more movement within the race? Why is Donald Trump still kind of dominating here? And it's because he has moved further up the ladder with voters of know, like, and trust. And that is, as you have, I don't know how many, we're going to have 9 people on the debate stage next Wednesday, I believe, in Milwaukee. Make sure if you're like me, you would prefer to watch it the next morning because it starts at 9 p.m. and that's kind of late. I have 5 kids. They're all really young, so I need my sleep. I hope you may too. But it is 9 o'clock p.m. on Fox News next Wednesday. That they're known, they're decently known individuals. They just haven't moved up that ladder with voters in the same way that Donald Trump has. I want to show you something here before we move into kind of the meatier parts of the survey. And this is comparing Brian Kemp's image to Donald Trump's image among several key voter groups. So we have overall among men, among women, among college, among non-college educated voters. And the reason that I broke up the educational attainment piece here, I think this is something really important for us to realize as Republicans. How many of you have been Republican for more than 30 years? So most of the people in the room here have been Republican for more than 30 years. If you go back to the Republican Party of 30 years ago, it was actually the more educated, higher income base of a party. And then if you looked at what made the Democrat base, it was more working class, it was more blue collar, lower college educational attainment levels than Republican primary voters. And there's been a huge realignment, and it really came to a confluence with Donald Trump's election, where the bases are flipping. Now the Democrats are the coastal elites, the most highly educated, and our base is now the folks who are the working class individuals. Governor Kemp speaks to this a lot where he says hardworking Georgians, hardworking Americans, and that's because that's our new base as a Republican Party. And as you look at all these groups, you can see that even among any of these gender or educational attainment that we look at here, Governor Kemp is very well liked. And the reason I keep bringing him up is, one, is because he's my favorite client, one of my favorite clients to work with. Him and Marty are incredible people. And, but I also think he's on to something that these presidential candidates could really learn from more, and that is how to be authentic, how to talk to issues in ways that regular people talk about those issues, how to focus on the right topics. You know, within his campaign last year, you know, we basically had two themes. We were talking about the money in your pocketbook, and we were talking about crime and public safety. Those were our two themes that we hammered on throughout the entire campaign, and that's because that's what regular people cared about. And so he's done a great job maintaining that as he governs in his second term. So this is the buckets I was talking about. I didn't want to just start with this. I kind of wanted to lead into, because as pollsters, the way we look at things is almost like a funnel. We're looking at the big, broad things, and then as it gets more narrow and narrow, that's how we make determinations of what to spend time and energy and resource on for campaigns. And so I wanted to work through that of the know, like, trust on the ladder before we jumped into this. But you can see within Georgia, essentially half of the voters currently are saying, I'm open to voting for Donald Trump or one or more of the other candidates. As you look at the voter group that is about a quarter, it's Donald Trump only. This group is mostly male, non-college educated individuals. They over-index for this. You know, if you're college educated, and then even higher, you know, up towards like PhD type level, these individuals are more likely to be in the never Trump, anybody but Trump column. And so you can even see within a Republican primary how that educational attainment that I was mentioning even plays itself out within a Republican primary. What was interesting to me is that evangelicals, which was really one of the key voter groups that helped Donald Trump rise to win the nomination in 2016, they're only 27% Trump only. And as you look at mainline Protestants, which are, when we ask this question of voters, it's Methodist, and so it's not your Southern Baptist type on the religion side. They're 32% anybody but Donald Trump. And you see this also play itself out in general elections on those mainline Protestants tend to be a little bit less conservative than your evangelicals are. So this next slide is looking at these groups of only Trump, Trump plus somebody else, never Trump. And you can see that somebody's ideology plays a very big role in which bucket of these three they're likely to fall into. So if a pollster like me were to ask you, are you extremely conservative, very conservative, somewhat moderate, liberal, you can see that those have a large bearing on how somebody views which candidates they're open to or not open to voting for. And to kind of break this out for you, about 20% of Georgia primary voters consider themselves extremely conservative. Those who say they're very conservative is a little over a third of voters, is the plurality. 28% say somewhat conservative, and then there's still 13% of voters who consider themselves moderate to liberal. Now, we have to remember that's within a Republican primary context. They're saying they're moderate to liberal as Republican primary voters, not necessarily that they are moderate or liberals in the sense of a general election, per se. So another question we look at, especially when you have a multi-candidate field like this, is who are you opening to considering? Because just because you may know somebody and have a favorable opinion of them, or a somewhat favorable opinion of them, you may not necessarily be willing to vote for these individuals. And so as you look at these blue bars here, what's really interesting is there are a huge number of voters here in Georgia who are willing to vote for Ron DeSantis. But you'll see in a second here that you see that dark blue. The second bar says Ron DeSantis. It's really dark blue. It says 28%. I'm going to give you a preview to where the ballot stands in Georgia today. He gets nowhere near that 28% right now. So, and I'll explain what I believe is driving that, because you can't ascertain everything from the data. So a lot of this tracks with image. You know, I'll tell you this not to rib on Chris Christie any more than I already have, but he's not going anywhere in Georgia. He may have some luck up in New Hampshire and some other states, but Georgia voters are not even looking remotely at Chris Christie currently. As you look at kind of the gray bars on the right side of the screen here are essentially a response of I don't know where I stand. Because if you've never heard of the person and I'm asking you in a survey, would you consider voting for them? What's your likely response? Well, I don't know. I don't know who that person is. So the three candidates that I think, and I believe the debate's going to be a big driver in this, are most likely to start moving are who you heard from earlier, Vivek Ramaswamy, Tim Scott, and Doug Burgum, governor of North Dakota. Those are the three that you're likely going to see the most movement on in the polls over the next few weeks, because all three of them are going to be on the debate stage with the others. And then as we look at those considering Trump plus others, the numbers are still pretty similar. But you see Donald Trump just dominates this bucket of voters still, who are saying that that 48% of folks said I'm willing to vote for Donald Trump and somebody else. He's just absolutely dominating that bucket currently. And then as you look at the group that says, I'll vote for anybody but Donald Trump, this is where Nikki Haley actually starts to break out some. She's been a really fascinating candidate to watch because she had a really big splash coming in, and then it's gotten kind of quiet since then. But she has, at least within Georgia, been making inroads with voters who are saying, I'll vote for anybody but Donald Trump. So here's the ballot, is where it stands in Georgia today. Donald Trump is getting more than 50% of the vote, which helps you see that he is consolidating beyond that quarter of voters who are saying only Donald Trump is the only guy I would consider within this race. Again, male, non-college educated voters in Georgia, 66% of them are saying Donald Trump on the ballot. Extremely conservative voters, that 20% we were talking about, he's at 70% with that voter group, and then he's at 58% of those considering themselves very conservative. He's lowest with what group? College-educated female voters in the Republican primary, which has always been a challenge for him electorally. And DeSantis, interestingly, does best with men over the age of 65, but he's still only at 19% with that voter group. It was a private survey, so I can't share the details with you, but I'll tell you, earlier this year, these numbers looked very different. The race was much closer. And there's been a significant movement of Donald Trump. Really, these indictments, I think, just brought so much attention to him. And DeSantis waited way too long to jump into the race. Way too long. If he had jumped in this race in December, I think we'd be talking about a totally different set of numbers here, had he gotten in right after he had that huge victory in Florida for his reelection. So as you look at, and this is what I was talking about, look at that middle chart right there. 57% of voters who are saying Trump plus others are in my consideration. He's winning that bucket of folks. So he's winning more than half of the largest bucket, in addition to having total dominance. The number was 96% of people saying I would only vote for Donald Trump actually selected him on the ballot when we asked the question of who are you looking to vote for now. And so this middle group of voters, this 48% of voters within Georgia that are Trump plus anybody else, are going to really make the difference here in the state in who is the nominee or who the electoral or the nomination votes go to for the convention. So this is a national primary, and you'll see there's actually been, I think, 7 polls or so come out since we did our national survey about a week and a half ago that showed Vivek Ramaswamy coming into second place, if not right behind DeSantis in third place. But still, the big takeaway is Donald Trump is still securing half of Republican primary voters nationally. And what's driving that nationally? The same trend. Donald Trump is dominating that center bucket of voters who are saying Trump plus some other candidate. And as long as he continues to do that, he's going to continue to stay in the 50% range that we're seeing here in Georgia. We're seeing the exact same number nationally. And this is a question that has been kind of a newer one that we've been asking is, are you interested in a Republican nominee who is advancing their own agenda or that of the Republican Party? Because I think during the Donald Trump era, we haven't really talked about what the Republican Party's agenda even is. It's been Donald Trump's agenda. And this tells me these numbers here show us that that middle bucket of voters can be incredibly instrumental in picking the next nominee. And what are people in Georgia using as their deciding factor of who to vote for? The number one is who can beat Joe Biden. Because isn't that the most important thing? Like, you may see here all these folks that are coming up here that Erick's getting to interview. And as you can see from the data, most everybody likes those people who are running. They're incredibly intelligent. It's a very diverse, it's probably the most diverse group we've ever had as a Republican Party that we're fielding as potential nominees for president. And we have to keep in mind that the most important factor is, how do we beat Joe Biden? Because we can't afford, this country cannot afford 4 more years of Joe Biden. And then as we look at these individuals here of what are they looking for? The Trump voters are still with Trump. But what's really interesting to me is that this number wasn't higher, that they're looking for Trump or somebody that is supported by Trump. So less than half of Trump voters are still interested in other things. The second being defeating Joe Biden. Illegal immigration pops up there. But you can see that those who are considering Trump and others and those considering anybody but Trump, beating Biden's an even more important factor to those voters within those two groups. And then what are some characteristics of somebody, of a presidential candidate our Georgia primary voters looking for? Well, they're looking for somebody with business experience. This actually really surprised me. I kind of thought that fighter would be the number one thing, because if you look at the way that Donald Trump acts and the other candidates you see act on in their interviews, is they're definitely coming across as a fighter. But it's not the number one issue. It is, though, the number two issue, followed by government experience. They want somebody who's had some experience within the government system. So I'm going to flip here to, and I'm going to close with 3 slides that are, this is general election, because again, what's the most important thing that we can accomplish next November? Beat Joe Biden, because if we beat Joe Biden, we take back Congress, we take back the US Senate, and we have to have all 3 to make anything happen. You can see, I mean, thankfully we won the House of Representatives in this last election, and we could put a little bit of a brake tap on the liberal Democrat agenda. But things are really ripe for us as a party to win in November of next year. So we have to keep that goal in mind, because as we talked about, Georgia Republican primary voters are 92% wrong direction. Americans are still very heavily wrong direction of the country. They believe that we're not going the right way too. More than half of independents feel this way. Even suburban female voters believe America is not headed in the right direction. So we look at these environmental factors that we have, and we have to remember that this is what it looked like last year too, where we lost a U.S. Senate seat here in Georgia, or at least didn't get the opportunity to pick it back up. Brian Kemp does incredibly well. So just because the environment is good doesn't mean that we're going to win the election next year. Candidate choice and quality matters so much. And that's why I'm so glad we're having this debate as a party of these 10, 12, 14, depends on the day, number of people running for president, because who we pick as our nominee does not need to be who we want to reward or they've been there before. And I'm saying, if you're a Donald Trump voter, that's fine. I voted for Donald Trump twice. But we need to really critically think about, between now and probably Super Tuesday, which is when Georgia votes, who is that person that's going to help us defeat Joe Biden? Who's that individual that's going to help us capitalize on this great tailwind that we have as a party of how people view the country headed in the wrong direction? We talked earlier about inflation being a top issue. Well, it's even more important nationally. It's more important in a general election sense of what voters are focused on. These key voter groups that we need to pull to our team in a general election care about this even more. And if we talk about these topics, if we take the Brian Kemp model of what do people care about, why do they care about it, and then how do I talk to them in a way that they believe that I'm there to help them for it, you get victories like Republican +9, which is what Brian Kemp won by, as opposed to losing by 1, 2, or 3 points in what I believe Georgia is the most important state in the general election of 2024. If a Republican does not win Georgia, there's literally no path on the Electoral College to win. And so we have this environment. Right now, what we call the generic ballot is tied. The same number of people would vote for a generic Republican that would vote for a generic Democrat. You see female voters, which we struggle with, especially at post-Dobbs decision last year, are coming our way. We're only down by 2 points with female voters nationally. A lot of that's driven by non-college educated female voters. And the reason I bring this up is because if we're going to win Congress, if we're going to win the presidency, we're going to take back the U.S. Senate, we have to elect candidates that can relate to the broadest coalition possible in a general election. So thank you all for the opportunity to share here today.
Thank you, Tony. So I was directed to stand way over here so I don't get like a chair dropped on me as we prepare a panel discussion. You have heard Tim Scott, Mike Pence, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, and Chris Christie, all of them reference parental rights. And it's so much more of a multifaceted conversation than just education or even trans issues in schools. The left in particular seems increasingly hostile to the idea of parental rights, and you've even seen states like Illinois try to force homeschool parents, true story, tried to force homeschool parents to pay teacher union dues. It's a story that didn't get enough press. They wound up killing the idea after much outrage and questions about the constitutionality of it. But there is clearly this movement in the country to restrict parental rights, to try to raise kids devoid of the values of what the families want. And this is like the 21st century in the United States, and something like this is happening, which just is wild to me that we're at this point. So I want to go on and allow our panelists to come up here and allow them to introduce themselves when they get up here. And we're not going to do like the standard like academic style opening statements. We just want to have a conversation with three women who are passionately committed to the cause of parental rights in the country. So we have Mehek Cook, Ali Mar, am I mispronouncing your last name? Murray, and Michelle Exner. Thank you very much for joining me. Mehek, let me just start with you, and we can work our way down. How did you get involved with the parental rights movement?
I love the story, but it's quite brief. I'm a new mom. I have a 10-month-old at home, and I'm expecting, so another one on the way in December. And I started noticing that our parental rights were under attack in Ohio. We are truly the battleground state there, where the ACLU has started targeting not only our schools, but kids, and allowing them to perform life-altering surgeries, like transgender surgeries, without parental consent. We have the most important decision this November. It's on our ballot to allow for kids to go through these surgeries without consent. And we are the #1 state that the ACLU is trying this out on. So I decided to get involved and speak out, because I've had a lot of opportunities being an immigrant in this country. Came here when I was 5 from India, and the #1 privilege I've had is education, and my parents making those decisions when I was a minor on what's appropriate and what's not in terms of health care. That's why I'm involved, Eric.
Thank you. Ali?
Similar story. I'm also a mom. I have 3 young kids. And I first got involved on the tails of COVID and what we were seeing coming into the schools via the changes in curriculum. And I think it really opened all of our eyes all of a sudden when parents had a front row seat at the table via our kitchen table into the classrooms, and just this eye-opening experience of seeing that there was a lot less focus on academics than we perhaps believed there had been up to that point, and that we had really let education as a whole kind of cruise on autopilot for the last decade or two, and school isn't what I remember it to be. And so that's how I got involved back in the beginning of the COVID days, seeing what education had become.
I'm Michelle Exner, privileged to be here with you all today. And yes, you guessed it, I'm also a passionate mother. I have a rising 3rd and 4th grader. In 2020, they were supposed to be in kindergarten and preschool. Very exciting. And of course, so we're in Fairfax County, which I'm sure is infamous, as you all know, for keeping our schools shut, right? And so I watched my children. I had to tell them, I'm sorry, actually in-person school's canceled again. I watched my daughter become an introvert. I watched my son continue to regress in reading. And at the end of the day, I figured my husband and I will figure it out. We'll get them the help they need. But I thought about kids who grew up like me, like Mehek, American Dream, grew up in a household, neither my parents completed high school, English is a second language. But I had my chance at the American Dream. I was able to go to school every day. School was not shut down for 2 years. And so I thought about kids who grew up like me and how many American dreams were just ripping away from students. And we're still seeing the consequences. I'm sure everyone in this room thought back in 2020 and thought, what are we doing? We know what's going to happen. We know that children are going to miss massive amount of education, and there are people, whether it's school district officials or whether it's blue state governors, that were doing nothing. And so here I am working on education issues.
Now, we talk about this in terms of education, but as we've seen across the country as well, it's so much more expansive than just schools. There is a real rescission or an attempt to rescind a lot of parental rights, where more and more people on the left discuss openly on MSNBC that parents co-parent with the government. They're raising children for the government as opposed to it being their kids. I mean, how do you engage people to, I mean, first of all, it sounds absurd to say, even though you hear it on TV, but how do you raise awareness with parents?
So I think it's really important for us to first remember, as Americans, the justice system, the Supreme Court for over 100 years has said parents have a fundamental right to direct the education and upbringing of our children. That is a fundamental right. What the left has done, special interest after special interest, including the ACLU, they are targeting us at a grassroots level to erode and eradicate and eviscerate parental rights. And they've been somewhat smart. They've started at school districts, through schools. They're indoctrinating. They're working on, instead of ABCs, as Tim Scott said, the CRT. We have to make sure that we are more involved as parents in our schools. And then state by state, what we've started noticing again is same special interest. ACLU is going after our state legislature. The governor in New Jersey is suing 3 school districts right now because they want parental consent if a child wants to be called something else in school. So if a boy's a girl, decides to be a girl, or a girl decides to be a boy, a change in gender ideology, 3 school districts said we need parental consent. You have the governor suing these school districts. This is absolutely unacceptable. This is not American. We have to fight for our fundamental rights. And I think the first step is we need to start working with our state legislatures. I'm proud to say that Georgia is one of 8 states that has passed a bill to secure the rights of parents. They have specifically said if you're talking about sexual orientation or sexual identity, you cannot do it without parental consent. More and more states need to continue to fight for our children, and it starts at the legislature.
I think we also, something that gets left behind a lot is we have to be prepared and comfortable with discomfort. And I think we have become so conditioned, probably not those of us in this room, but broadly speaking, to not upset the apple cart, to not offend your neighbor, to not want to, reach in and say, oh, well, have you considered this, et cetera. And if we're not having those conversations with people around us and who are important to us, and then finding our coalition of like-minded people, it's really easy to feel isolated and on an island and like you're the only one that's fighting it. And we talk to so many parents who say, oh, well, I'm afraid that if I speak up, my daughter won't make the soccer team, or so-and-so will act a certain way and they'll be out of their friends group. And it's such a catch-22 because as parents, all we want to do is protect our kids from those types of experiences. But at the same time, if we aren't the ones who are stepping up and having those conversations and fighting for them, we don't get anywhere. So as much as it's, of course, on the the legislative and the activist front, it starts at the kitchen table, and it starts with our values, and it starts with the conversations that we're having in our neighborhood and the coalitions that we're building to then turn around and go to the school board, to your legislative member, to your congressman, et cetera, and to say, like, look, hey, it's not just me. We have 15 people, we have 50 people, we have 500 people who feel this way, and there's always much more strength, of course, in numbers, and the ability to have that voting block or that constituency that's going to speak up person after person after person at a school board meeting right down the roster.
And like you said about building a coalition, what we found with parental rights, this isn't a Republican or Democrat issue. This is an issue that transcends politics. And if you ask any parent, the overwhelming majority said, no, I want to be in charge of my kid's education. I want to have a seat at the table. I want to have input. And I want to be the one to instill the values that I think are important to our family. Like you said, Eric, there is, from the Biden admin, he uses our children. No, they are not. They're my children. We're raising them how we deem appropriate. And so I think one of the things that we could be doing, again, building coalition, by exposing these stories, right? I'm sure when you read these articles, it could be overwhelming to think, oh my gosh, we're being overrun with all of this indoctrination in classrooms. But really what I think that is exposing what's happening, that's creating change, and that's building the support to strengthen and fight for parental rights. I think this is the most important fight of our lifetimes. It's about the next generation of Americans. It's important not only for our family, for the future of our country. And so exposing, and at least for parents defending education, on our website we have resources for parents, whether it's how to interact with the school board, whether it's if you want to run for a school board position, there's resources for that. And there's also the exposure that PDE is taking part of, whether it's lawsuits that we're engaging in, whether it is putting up complaints with the Office of Civil Rights. And so there's a lot of work that's happening that I think is creating good, important progress here.
Michelle, you mentioned it being a bipartisan issue. I've seen a lot of the polling on parental rights, and it's like the only group in America that doesn't think it's an issue is like hardcore progressives, and overwhelmingly it's women realize the significance of this issue. It seems like, I mean, for conservatives, this is an issue we need to be more vocal about.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I think exposing what's happening so recently, what PD has taken on is let's go through the different school districts across the country and find out what are they doing, how are they making sure that parents have a seat. And what we found out that a lot of school districts, in fact about 1,000, have a policy in place that when it comes to transgender policy of the pronoun use, there's policies in these schools. Again, 1,000 school districts, about 18,000 schools, impacting 18 million students, that these school districts say that parents shouldn't be informed if this is happening with their students. Obviously, that's absurd. We should absolutely be informed with something so critical and so personal and intimate to our child. And so I think what we're, again, building that support, where I think this has continued to be a critical issue, to the next election and beyond.
Ali, you talk about having young kids and the schools. Can you just really explain the problems, particularly in the Northern Virginia area, saw it in others, of the school systems treating the parents as the bad guys during COVID shutdowns?
Yeah, of course. So I think we've all probably read a million stories about this where parents were just at every turn kept on the outside and seen more as adversaries, not more as adversaries, seen as adversaries and not partners. And that's why one of the projects that we've been working on, we're going through and we're looking at school boards across the country and the election rules surrounding them. And interesting fact, school board elections typically only have 5 to 10% voter turnout. It's abysmal. And I don't want to be just another person that sits up here and says, like, hey, go out and vote, but 5 to 10%, like, that does not represent our values. And so if you dig into that and back that up, we were very curious, why is that the case? And most people don't know when their school board elections are. And the deeper you dig, the more you realize this appears to be pretty intentional. So they're not on general election days. They're very rarely in November, which I think I kind of fall in the minority. I don't think that's necessarily the end of the world. However, what's what's really sticky is filing deadlines in a lot of places are only 20 to 30 days, sometimes 45, before the off-cycle election. So if you've got an election in May, the candidates are only filing in April. The teachers' unions turn on their text list and their email blast and they tell their people, and no one else knows. Candidates don't have time to campaign, and voters don't have time to ask questions. And there are very few states that post a list of like, hey, here's when the school board elections are, here's who's running. Sample ballot rules vary from state to state for school board elections. In a lot of places, Minnesota, for example, you only have to post a sample ballot 4 or 5 days before an election. So if these candidates are filing at the last minute, nobody's seen a sample ballot, nobody knows when the election is, the only people who show up are the 5 to 10% that the teachers' unions turn on. And so we don't have a fighting chance. And so I think a lot of, specific to the school front, a lot of this can be changed even within, as much as I'd like to see these election rules changed a little bit, can be changed just with the awareness factor, the grab a buddy, go vote kind of thing, and staying involved and keeping feet to the fire. But we need to kind of reform that school board election process so that there's, at least a 6-month filing deadline, et cetera, mirror some of the federal offices or the bigger ones, to give people a chance, because right now, it's not surprising with only 5 to 10% turnout that our school boards don't reflect our values, because nobody knows when they are.
Mick, you mentioned the Ohio constitutional amendment that's up that is cast by the media as a pro-choice measure, but when you actually read it, it's an expansive restriction of parental rights that the ACLU wants to put in the Ohio Constitution that nobody seems to be aware of. It's not abortion, it's a parental rights measure.
It's called the Anti-Parent Amendment. You're absolutely right. But what the media has done is continue to trick individuals into thinking this is just about abortion. And let me tell you, it's about much, much more. This amendment that is being pushed by the ACLU and Planned Parenthood specifically states an individual has the right to make its own reproductive decisions. Now you're thinking, what's a reproductive decision? They say, including but not limited to, and they list about 6. And this is where it's very important. They don't use the word woman, they say individual. They list reproductive decisions, but they say including but not limited to. That means transgender surgeries, and nowhere in that amendment is there specification for parental rights. In fact, it states if the state passes anything that is a burden on parents, it will not be held. And the ACLU has won time after time. Parental consent is a burden. That is their MO. This is allowing for transgender surgeries without parental consent. And I said this initially, Ohio truly is the battleground state. The ACLU is trying to eviscerate parental rights, and they're using Ohio as their test case. And what they've done is they've realized very quickly parents are not going to stand for this. So now they've turned the same legislation into Florida, but they've added the state may pass parental notification laws. We are at a huge crossroads. It's you're diminishing not only parental rights, our moral compass, our family values, the discussions we have, as the other ladies have talked about at our dinner table, when you allow the government to dictate transgender surgeries of your children, especially when they're minors. There's no age restriction in there. So this is very dangerous. I won't speak about abortion because at the end of the day, this is much more than abortion. The #1 issue right now are parental rights. We are the #1 special interest. We need to start standing up and fighting. Abortion needs to be dealt with at the State House, but this is where the ACLU has started across the country. They're no longer going to the State House. They're going to your state constitution and eviscerating our rights there. So we have to wise up. You say the word abortion and everybody goes crazy. So we have to settle down and say, what's at stake here? It's parental rights first, and that's what we need to fight for.
So I've got a question, and it is very specific for you, is you've got a baby and you're about to have another baby. How do you even have time to balance and take on this issue?
I have an incredible support system. I said I was an immigrant, came here when I was 5, 10 family members in one home. So my parents, my grandparents, my aunts and uncles, my husband, I have a lot of support. And I truly feel that I've been blessed with all the opportunities I have been given in this country. Opportunity to go to, hopefully somebody cheers, the Ohio State University, to attend to attend law school at IU, to work at the U.S. Attorney's Office on counterterrorism cases, opportunity after opportunity. And now it's my time to make sure that I'm giving back. And I want to fight for the future of our children, because as a child who came here when I was 5, I know I would have never had these opportunities if I wasn't in America. And I want to make sure that I give back. So there's always time, Eric. When you have a calling and you feel that you have a duty, you make the time. And I have the privilege of having an incredible family and support system.
Allie and Michelle, you as well. It's got to frustrate you both that you've got young kids, you're trying to be advocates for them and for their education, and you're having to fight the very system in which your kids are entrusted to get an education.
Yeah, I think what happened over the past couple of years was a great parent awakening, right? I think most of us, at least, well, again, I'm a new kind of school mom, just in the past couple years, but I don't remember this being in the news. I don't remember this being an issue. We'd go to school, we'd learn reading, math, science, history, right? There wasn't time for all of this. So this wasn't even an issue. And you'd think with the time that district officials and some administrators are spending on miscellaneous topics that our testing scores would be great. No, they're abysmal, right? I was looking up the test scores last June. I think it was the 8th graders and 4th graders had one of the worst reading and math scores in recorded history. And again, just this past June, more numbers came out for 13-year-olds. Again, lower points for reading and the worst math scores since they've started tracking these test scores. So the fact that some schools are spending so much time on the CRT, on all of the equity, that's just wasted time. Every minute that our students are not learning the skills that they need to succeed in their careers and as future citizens of America is a loss for our country. And so it is very frustrating. And so what I think the benefit or the silver lining that's really come up is that I think parents, whether grandparents, everyone in that family unit that Max said is so important, is now heavily invested, right? I'm not complacent anymore. I just had open house and I'm skeptical of everyone in that classroom, right? I want to, of course, have a great relationship with my students, with my kids' teachers, but at the same time, I'm gonna scrutinize everything that they're bringing home, every email, everything that's happening, and so thank you. And so nothing's gonna get by, and Christopher Columbus Day, that day, that history lesson has gotten tricky in school, and we had to do some deprogramming when our 3rd grader last year told us that he was just an evil man and all of that. I'm like, well, let's go through that. There's some missing context there, and I told her, I'm like, I'm gonna email a teacher. She's like, Mom, please don't, and so that is a hurdle. I think that as moms, parents, that we can relate is that when our students are old enough to realize that we might embarrass them or that it might become awkward with their teachers, that's a challenge, that's an obstacle. And so we do have to navigate that a little more cautiously. We do, I think, want to have good relationships with our students' teachers, right? It should be this mutual relationship where we're both invested in helping the students, right? Helping them help us. And so, but when that bonds becomes broken, then that's when we kind of have to look to other resources to make sure, because my kids are the most important thing in my life. I'm sure to every parent in here, they agree. We do everything for them. Every single day, I wake up and think, am I doing enough for them, right? And so the same thing with the education fight.
Yeah, when we were making the decision, so my oldest is 5, and she's going to be a kindergartner this year. And my husband and I agonized over it for a long time because we remember our school experience and how much fun that was and what kindergarten was like. And we moved to this great school district where our kid could walk to school. And now that's all changed, and we're driving her 20 minutes down the road to go to school. But when we were doing interviews with each of these schools to kind of figure out, what was going to be the right place for her, like Michelle was just saying, removing that complacency makes you that much more confident that your kid's going to get what they need out of it. And it also does put the teacher, the administration, and the school kind of on notice that people are paying attention. And to drill a little bit deeper in what Michelle said, we're not only falling behind where we being our kids, are not only falling behind where we were academically against ourselves over the last 5-10 years, it's been a 10-year decline to where our peers and our adversaries are in the world. So it's also a national security issue. And when we're having these bigger conversations, as many of the presidential candidates who've come through here have said, talking about China and Russia and the great power competition, how are we going to, continue to keep our elbows out in our posture? If our next generation is so focused on the identity politics and on race and gender and not offending anyone, and they're not learning anything in school, it's a national security issue too. And it's going to continue to put us as a country at risk, not just problems within the household and our communities. Us as a country are going to suffer for that. So this is a huge, huge issue that every single one of us needs to be extremely involved in, not just parents. So if you have friends, neighbors, grandparents, et cetera, you need to make sure that they're pulled in on these conversations as well and really have a true understanding of just the breadth of this discussion and how forward-looking we have to be when we're having these conversations.
I mean, heck, to bounce off something that Allie said there, you're from an immigrant family, and remember yesterday Nikki Haley said that her mother, who came over from India, one of the first female judges in India, gave up that career to move here, that she, at the table every night, complains about illegal immigration, given what it took for her to legally come to this country. I've got to imagine, as an immigrant family as well, your family looks at this stuff and thinks it's absolutely insane that kids are more likely to learn about a gender unicorn than in the alphabet when you get into a school.
I'm really glad my father isn't here and he doesn't have the mic, because let me tell you, he spent over 18 years in the Indian Navy and gave up his career so that our family could live the American dream. We came here legally to the United States, and the number one thing that was discussed at the dinner table, what did you learn at school today? That's it. I could complain, and I'm sure Nikki has lots of stories, because look, we do look different. I make this joke, but I am serious. I was the hairy little Indian kid on the playground, and nobody looked like me, and nobody wanted to play with me. And I had to learn how we were similar rather than different. So what Nikki Haley said is true. When you have immigrants coming to our country, fighting to be here legally, those are the ones that you have to applaud. Those are the ones you have to cheer for. But then once we get here, the number one thing I'll tell you an immigrant family wants is better education for our children. This is why we come to America. It's a land of opportunity, but it's education that drives us here. And what's happening in our schools is atrocious. I'll tell you, my mother was a private school and then public school teacher, almost 30 years. She retired about 5 years ago. And as I'm telling her, Mom, this is what's happening in school today, she is shocked. She is dumbfounded. She said, what happened to math and science? When I retired, that's what we were discussing. There wasn't gender ideology and pronouns and keeping secrets from parents. Parents were demanding, what is my child learning in school today? And she taught at an inner city school. Many of us know inner city schools, those families, unfortunately, don't have the father at the table anymore. These are moms and grandparents that are raising these children. They are invested just as much as any other family, regardless of the zip code, in education. So my parents today are very confused, but they know that this was happening. You know, I got my master's degree in state local politics, worked on an international degree at IUPUI, and they told me in Indiana that my thesis was a love letter to the Bush administration, and they would not pass me until I cited about 10 books written by Democrats. So I closed my eyes, opened up the book, picked a line, and inserted it in my thesis. That is the only reason they passed me. All my other grades were A's. But if you can imagine this was happening 5 years ago, what is happening in our universities today? I mean, this is not acceptable. I don't talk about diversity and inclusion today. I talk about diversity in thought, and that is what we need to bring to the table. That is what our children need to celebrate. What's happening, whether it's CRT or what's happening in our education system today, this isn't why my family came to America, and this isn't why I came, so I'm going to continue to fight to make sure we get back on track.
I have a friend in the audience who was a private school teacher, and I know we're talking about public schools, but it always shocks me how so many elite private schools in the nation are doing the same thing the public schools are, and the parents are often not clued in, or the parents who pay the actual bills directly to the school and the alumni who make donations are oftentimes hit by an administration that lies, obfuscates, and still values indoctrination of students. We're one of the big private schools here in Atlanta now, which has a background as a military academy, and it doesn't even want to tell people about that anymore lest they trigger kids at the school. I mean, when it's that pervasive into a private school where the parents funding the school are also opposed to it, I mean, sometimes it just feels like there's too much to push back. I mean, I don't know who wants to address that in the private school fight.
Well, so, I mean, the reason we all pause is because private schools are tricky for exactly what you just said. There is no governing body per se in which the populace has a way to make a change. You have to hit them where it counts, which is the funding, but you need to find a handful of people who will stand on principle and pull their funding. And if you can't do that and you can't connect it to some of these issues, then they just continue on with the status quo. It's part of why I touched on earlier needing to find comfort in the discomfort and be able to have those tough conversations with people and build those coalitions. Because if you're not putting together within that private school the coalition of parents who can go to those handful of backers and say, like, look, you need to pull your funding, this is nuts. But then you also have to look at it as to the pipeline too, because at the end of the day, people are sending their kids to these places, especially these really, really elite ones, because they know that it's the pipeline to the Harvard, et cetera. But if Harvard, et cetera, all have that same DEI statement, and they all are accepting, applications based on the portrait of the student versus the rigorous academic workload that the student is taking on, then it doesn't really matter. And then the parents have no reason to push back and to try and get someone to pull their funding, because it all just is one step into the next. So private schools are tricky, and I won't shy away from that. It's why we spend a lot of our time focused on public schools, where we have that power of the people and where we can work within the election laws that I was just talking to you guys about to really be able to make those changes. But at the end of the day, there are 50 million kids in this country right now who are the next generation. And if we're not starting to chip away at this piece by piece on the private side, in the public side, school choice, et cetera, if we're not chipping away at this from every single angle, we are just going to continue to fall further and further behind. Our kids are going to get dumber and dumber and dumber, and we're just going to lose our standing in the world. And it is that dire. It sounds crazy, but it is that crazy. It's why the three of us have, all, don't want to speak for you, I know we've kind of changed careers to get into this, and it is that important.
So let me ask you a question that just given your backgrounds and the ages of your kids, I can imagine that the progressive response would be, well, I mean, your kids are really young. I mean, yours haven't started into the system yet. So, I mean, why should anybody even listen to y'all, because you don't really even know what the system's like, having just gotten into it, which is frustrating, I understand, but I got to imagine that that's one of the progressive responses that comes up of even y'all are really too young to appreciate what really is going on.
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, my kids are in 3rd and 4th grade. I feel like if I don't start getting them in the right direction now, then when is the right time, right? Is it 8th grade? Is it in high school? Is it when I'm college and I probably lost them? So what I think the most important thing we can do now is sometimes as parents, we have to learn to be uncomfortable. right? If I see something at school that I don't agree with, right? If it's standing up to the PTA president, then I'm going to have to do that. And I think that some parents have to figure out, and I think this probably goes to your private school question again, is that there is a social cost to it, right? And you have to take that into account. Maybe you get invited to less parties. I don't know, right? Less picnics or less gatherings. But at the end of the day, if you're standing up to your morals and sticking to them, then you're gonna feel good about that, and you're gonna know that you're making a priceless, invaluable investment in your child. So I think being okay with being uncomfortable, and we see this with all the mob mentality, right, that we see happening in the country. This is all that this is. We saw it in 2020 with all the BLM movement. We're seeing it with all the LGBTI infinity, all the equity that we're seeing in schools. And so this is all a mob mentality, and it takes brave people to say, like, no, I'm not okay with that. And I know that that's gonna cost me. Well, maybe financially, I don't know. But maybe, I'm not gonna get those C-suite jobs at those woke corporations, but that's fine. I'm fine. I'm happy and content in knowing that I'm doing the best I can for my kids, and that means steering them away from all of this stuff that's not gonna help them in life, so.
I also think the data speaks, and part of what's interesting about the public school system is they, of course, have to report the data. So if someone were to come at me with that type of a rebuttal, well, your kid's in kindergarten, like, what do you know? The data speaks. It's all public. It's published. So when you're showing me that there is a 97% graduation rate from the high school, but only 40% passed the SOLs, and the average SAT score is X and the ACT score is Y, why did 97% of them graduate? Like, how does that show academic proficiency? Forget proficiency, that's not even a functional adult. That's why kids, when you go in, I can't tell you how many times I have stood waiting for someone, a teenager, to make change and seen them pull out an iPhone or type it into the cash register, or God forbid you give the extra dollar bill or the extra change so you get the dollar bill back. I mean, that is mind-blowing math. And I say this as someone who went to an art school. I can do that math. Okay, so
So just for the record, I went to law school. I can't do that math.
But it's things like that and anecdotes like that where you can kind of tease and lighten it up, find that comfort in the discomfort. But the data speaks, and if you're passionate about this issue or even moderately paying attention, you can pick any 4 or 5 of those things just from what is on your, in fact, a lot of times the schools brag about it for some reason right on the homepage. And so you can just pull right from there, and those are very good pieces of data to have as those conversational rebuttals when you're talking to people in your community.
And I'll say, as a new mom, I have every right to be at that table, and I started getting involved in parental rights before I was a mother. I was in one of the largest groups in Central Ohio because moms were coming deeply concerned about what was happening in Upper Arlington schools, what was happening in Dublin schools. My purpose in life, my mission has always been, as I said, to give back, especially to our children. I want each child to have the same opportunities that I have had living that American dream. I ran for office in 2020. I'd like to say I ran out of time, but it was truly a year where every Democrat won in Franklin County, Ohio, and just wiped out Republicans. But I never stopped fighting for our children and for rights. So I know what's happening in our school systems. My mother was a teacher. I know what the good days were like and what we're facing today and the challenges. So I am not only fighting for my children who are not in school today, but for other people's children, because I truly believe this is the greatest country. We have the greatest opportunity, and the only way we're going to succeed is if we look out for one another, if we fight for one another, and if we ensure that education is the #1 conversation at dinner tables. I care about people, and it's really difficult for me to see these moms and dads today struggling. And when I ran for office, I can tell you during COVID, yes, I wore a mask in 90-degree weather, and I did run against a doctor. I don't recommend that in the future, but during COVID. So I knocked on doors, and most families came out and said that their child was struggling. They were struggling with learning online. They were struggling with the material. They were struggling with depression. We have so much work to do to catch up. Our national achievement grades and testing, I mean, we're behind in reading and math. We're not going to be able to beat China. I'm glad the presidential nominees all are talking about this. It's absolutely important. You don't beat China without good education in the United States of America, and that's where we need to focus today.
So to wrap this up in our remaining moments, and Michelle, I'll start on your end now and work back. What do you all recommend? Like, we have people in the room who are grandparents or parents, expecting parents, haven't gotten married yet, but will. I mean, what do you tell people to do? How do they get involved? How do they fix it?
Sure. I'll say one, don't underestimate what you can do at the individual level in your respective communities. So it's so powerful. Each of you has a right as an American, and so please have your voice heard. The second part is I'm going to plug Parents Defending Education. We are there to support parents, to be a voice for the parents. It was the organization was established in the spring of 21, obviously as a result of all the frustration that parents across the country were feeling. And since then, right, the school closures might have started this movement, but it really just opened our eyes to everything else happening, whether it was parental exclusion that's happening, right, just a complete assault on parental rights across the country, whether it is frankly, the discrimination that we're seeing in some schools. I mean, we are having some school districts that are starting up different programs, extracurricular activities, all taxpayer funded, and they're discriminating by race. You can only apply to these if you're X amount, if you're a minority and whatnot. That is a violation of civil rights. That is discriminatory. There is no other way to put it. And so when PD hears about that, we go into action. We put up a complaint. We just started the Department of Education just launched an investigation after we filed a complaint against a high school in North Carolina that stood up an organization that excluded some people just based on their race, which it was wrong before and it's still wrong. And so whenever you hear something like that, maybe you feel like I don't have the power to do something, please forward it to us. We have an entire team who's vetting all of these tips and going into action to make sure that there is change. We have a lawsuit going on in Ohio where a school district is saying that there will be penalties and punishment for students who use the wrong pronouns to address some of their peers. And doesn't stop there. They also have some sort of snitch line. And also, even if some of this stuff is happening in their homes, perhaps using their phone, that's included as well. No, that is unconstitutional. And so we have a lawsuit going on that. So I think for all the negative things that we've talked about, just know that there's a lot of action taking place to be a counterbalance that is so needed right now to counter all of that. And I think that is something to be proud of and something to be optimistic about.
I'm going to try and spin this into something positive. So 5 to 10% voter turnout in a school board election tells me that we have a long way to go in terms of getting people to come out and vote. But every single one of those percentage points is a person and is an opportunity to make a connection and to turn them out. And so this is perhaps the greatest example of any issue where a handful of people can have an immense impact. So building those coalitions within the community, going in and talking to teachers, talking to the PTA lead, making sure that your representatives within your hyper-local community actually represent you, doing the research. Look, a lot of these parents especially don't vote in school board elections, like we said, because they don't know when they are. So if you have an extra 10 minutes on your hand, find it and tell someone. And good old game of telephone, just keep passing it along. And make sure that people in your community have the information that they need to be able to make an informed decision. In a lot of places, school board positions are nonpartisan, and so they're just listed alphabetically. And so it's no surprise when the 3 winners for the 3 open seats, last names are A, B, and C, right? And so there is tremendous room for impact at a hyper-local level that everyone in this room can make, especially if you're, a parent, grandparent, et cetera. There's a lot of room for improvement. And so to try and leave it on a little bit of a hopeful note, we can get it way above that 5 to 10%. There's the election reform side of it, which our organization is hoping to make some headway on, but we can't do that, of course, without people also coming out and raising those numbers organically.
I would say speak up and speak out. I think that's extremely important, and it starts at our dining tables. Ask your children, if you're a grandparent, ask your grandchild, what are you learning in school? I think that's the #1 conversation we need to have. And then legislatively, there is a Parents' Bill of Rights. 18 states have passed it, Georgia being the last. It is so important for our states to start passing legislation. This bill specifically states that parents have a fundamental right to direct education. And if the government wants to step in, they have to pass a strict scrutiny test, which means there must be a compelling state interest before they can come between you and your child. And that's generally abuse and neglect. So we need to start a national movement. Right now, we have the Supreme Court on our side for over 100 years, but states need to start passing a parental bill of rights so that we can reassert our right, reclaim what it means to be parents, and reclaim the decisions that we're making. But I think #1, kitchen table, start those conversations again. Don't sit in front of the TV and have dinner. Go back to that, what I call that traditional family setting that makes us great, that makes us all think about the issues that we're facing. And together, I believe we can unify and come up with solutions and continue to make sure that our children are doing well.
Well, listen, I know the slings and arrows get hurled at y'all for doing this, particularly from teachers' unions and even elected officials who don't like it. So thank you very much, and thank you for spending time with us here to talk about the issue. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we get to reset the room for a few minutes, and then we're like in the home stretch. My voice is holding up. Senator Tom Cotton from Arkansas, Senator Joni Ernst from Iowa, Governor Glenn Youngkin from Virginia, and Governor Brian Kemp from here in Georgia, the two of them on stage to wrap us up. In just a little while, we'll take 15 minutes to clear out the stage, and we'll be right back. The home stretch. So the next guest is he's gotten to be a friend, and as I promised you all underneath this, Jesus saves. He dared me to wear this shirt when I interviewed him, and I thought, well, you know, I've got like Joni Ernst and the governor of Virginia after him, so I probably should like have a dress shirt on, but I'm totally like, you dare me to do it, I'm gonna do it. What he doesn't know is that the senator from Arkansas, Tom Cotton, I bought him one too. So, Senator Tom Cotton. Yeah, you go home with you're the only guest with a souvenir.
All right.
As
a great
it
one at
slides
that.
off the side.
A great one at that.
Yeah, it's a great shirt too. Although I got to tell you, Christy, when she opened the mail, she's like, "What on earth?" It's like Tom Cotton dared me. So how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for doing this.
My pleasure. Looks like it's been a great news-making weekend.
It actually has. It's funny what happens when you actually ask presidential candidates about themselves as opposed to just asking about other presidential candidates. They might make some new news. I want to talk to you about the news out there because your background in the military, being in the Senate, I have brought this up with the presidential candidates, but now having a senator who actually probably knows a little bit of perspective beyond them, we have this weird situation shaping up in West Africa where we've developed a lot of resources for our military and been building relationships with those nations to combat Islamic radicalism, and suddenly we're seeing multiple coups and destabilization of those countries. Is it too much to say there might be some organized effort to start destabilizing these countries, or is it just a pattern that's happening there?
I'd say it's probably, it's something that is unfortunately not uncommon in that part of the world. When you think about it from America's perspective, though, I think the main question we should be asking is not who is ruling this or that country or how they came to power. It's whether they're pro-American or anti-American. And that's something that our Democratic friends don't often do. What we want to do is maintain ties with every government around the world that is supportive of America and our interests and will act to further those interests when we need them to. Look, if we lived in a perfect world, all of our allies could be democratic countries that share our cultural and religious and historical and linguistic backgrounds. That's why countries like Israel and Great Britain are our best allies. Or even if you look at the summit just yesterday with Japan and South Korea, even if they don't share that cultural and religious and linguistic historical background, they still share our democratic system of government. If we live in a perfect world, those could be our allies and partners. But unfortunately, we don't live in a perfect world. We live in our world, the real world, a fallen world, and we have to take our partners and allies as we find them. And that's why when I look at foreign governments, I ask first and foremost, are they pro-American or are they anti-American? And the reality of the matter is, too, is if they are pro-American, they are much more likely to be a more moderate and modernizing kind of place as well. I mean, what are the worst regimes in the world? China, North Korea, Syria, Cuba, Iran, Russia, governments that have all chosen specifically to be hostile to the United States. Just the very choice of deciding to work with the United States, even if you don't share our political system, even if you don't share our cultural and social sensibilities, you still, by making that fundamental choice, are putting yourself on a path to becoming more democratic, more capitalistic, and more respective of individual rights. So that's kind of how I think about these things.
Okay, you and I share a very similar thought pattern on this, and which leads me to Saudi Arabia, which I understand the outrage over the killing of Jamal Khashoggi. I understand Saudi abuses. I grew up in the Middle East. But also, it seems like this administration has driven Saudi Arabia into China and Russia's camp more and more, when they used to be a great partner of ours in the Middle East, not just for oil production, but also for security in that part of the world. It seems like we've dropped the ball in the Middle East.
Very much so. No, Saudi Arabia has been a vital partner of ours for 80 years. And again, the very fact that the current king's father, the crown prince's grandfather, made the choice in the 1940s to side with America as opposed to siding with the Soviet Union has moved Saudi Arabia over the decades in our direction. I was just there 4 or 5 months ago, and it's changed radically from when I was last there 8 years previously. You had young men and young women mixing in public, women are driving, women are working. Young people are expected to get out of their house and get a job and to become productive members of their society. They're trying to diversify their economy so it doesn't just depend on oil commodities. That's very different from what it was 8 years ago, much less 80 years ago. I would broaden the look a little bit beyond Saudi Arabia, though, to the whole Middle East and take it back to the Obama era. Barack Obama made Middle Eastern politics kind of a facsimile of American politics. He grafted our politics onto Middle Eastern politics during his time in office by trying to create a new rapprochement with Iran. Again, one of the worst regimes in the world that went far beyond just the nuclear deal. The nuclear deal was just one aspect of that, trying to elevate Iran and therefore trying to weaken and undermine its traditional adversaries, Israel, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and some of the other Gulf states. And if you were opposed to that effort, here you're called a Republican. But if you're opposed to it in the Middle East, you are viewed as having a red jersey on. And that's why Barack Obama and his understudy, Joe Biden, have been so hard over the last decade on Israel, on Saudi Arabia, on the United Arab Emirates. And if those countries and their leaders are wearing red jerseys in the eyes of the Democratic Party, well, who's wearing the blue jerseys? The blue jersey is on Iran and all of Iran's proxies and allies, like militias in Iraq and Syria, or Hamas and Hezbollah and so forth, which I think is a very dangerous way to view the Middle East, and it's one reason why we've had to send aircraft and ships back into the Middle East now, while we're apparently going to put troops and Marines onto civilian shipping vessels because Iran is threatening them so much in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. And as you say, the end result of all this is not that we've elevated Iran or somehow moderated the Ayatollahs there, it's that we've driven some of these countries closer to China. Because if you sit in Riyadh or Abu Dhabi or even Jerusalem, you have certain security needs based on the world you live in. And if Joe Biden won't invite you to the White House or he won't shake your hand, that doesn't mean those security needs go away. It means you have to look somewhere else to fulfill them. And China is the next best place for them to look if the United States and our partners in Europe are going to turn their back on our friends in the Middle East.
Moving closer to home, you've been one of the vocal members of the Senate on the Republican side about the need to support Ukraine. And it has continually made sense to me that a Russian threat against NATO and the United States that we can diminish makes sense for the United States. Yet on our side of the aisle, there does seem to be this louder, isolationist movement that it's not reflected in political polling. You certainly see it reflected online of loud voices thinking that somehow we either should be on Russia's side or we should stay out of it, that it's not in our interests. And yet it seems to me it makes perfect sense for us to try to help the Ukrainians wind down the Russian military in some way.
Yeah, I like you, Eric, and I suspect a lot in the audience, support Ukraine, but I don't support Joe Biden's Ukraine policy. It was Joe Biden's timidity and weakness and concessions to Vladimir Putin in 2021 that tempted Putin to think that he could go for the jugular in Ukraine and succeed. And not just the calamity in Afghanistan 2 years ago this week, but also the one-sided concessions that he granted to Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin has wanted to reassemble the greater Russian Empire ever since he took office. He's invaded Ukraine once before. I note, and I sometimes note to my Democratic friends in the Senate, to their dismay, that Vladimir Putin only seems to invade Ukraine when a Democrat is president, not when Republicans are president. And that's because he was scared of America again whenever Donald Trump was president. But Joe Biden tempted Putin to invade Ukraine. And then he's prolonged the war. I share what some of the critics of our support for Ukraine say, is that the war's already gone on for 18 months. We've had hundreds of thousands of casualties. I regret that as well. I wish it had never happened, or I wish it had concluded much earlier. I wish Joe Biden, rather than continuing to say we're going to support Ukraine for as long as it takes, would say we're going to help Ukraine win as fast as they can. And we could have done that if Joe Biden hadn't pussyfooted around for 18 months and denied this weapon system, but let them have that one. But then given them this one, but then denied them the other one. And it's in a consistent pattern, is that he's racked by unwarranted anxiety about what's happening in Ukraine, which, for the record, is much less confrontational or provocative than anything America and Russia did to each other in the Cold War in places like Korea and Vietnam and Afghanistan. And that has had the effect of prolonging the war, and now in this most recent campaign, making it harder for Ukraine to regain the territory they might have never lost by giving them months, giving Russia months to dig in and fortify their positions and lay out minefields and other obstacles, and still they don't have the armor or the aircraft or the long-range missiles they need to help overcome those fortifications. Wouldn't it have been much better if we'd just given them all that a year ago, before those minefields were laid, before those trenches were dug in, before those fighting positions were built, so they could take back their own territory? That's my position, is that from the very beginning, I've supported Ukraine, but Joe Biden has been wrong on Ukraine on almost every turn.
A lot of people in the crowd have been concerned about military readiness in the country generally, in particular when it comes to China. Several of the presidential candidates have mentioned the audacity of the Biden administration to be as public as they are, that we can't make ammunition and weapon systems fast enough. Do the Democrats even understand the core function of what our military serves these days?
Well, I think the Democrats view the military as just another government agency, oftentimes as a kitty to rob to pay for their domestic priorities. And that's true going back decades. Even so-called strong or hawkish Cold War Democrats like Harry Truman and John F. Kennedy grossly underfunded the military, to say nothing of Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden. And oftentimes they view it as kind of a playground for their social engineering, as opposed to what it is, which is the most fundamental institution of our government, what keeps us free and preserves our way of life. It's not the highest function of our government. That's to preserve justice and help create prosperity so our families can thrive, but it's the most fundamental. It's the most fundamental. It's the thing that has to come first before anything else. And the Democrats just don't see it in that regard. You know, Ronald Reagan, in the middle of his fights with the House Democrats in the early 1980s, explained that the defense budget is just different from any other kind of government agency. You know, with the defense budget, you have to take stock of what your threats are, and your enemy gets a vote in those threats. And then you have to allocate the money necessary to counteract those threats and, if necessary, to defeat them. And that's how you get to the number that you spend on your military. Your strategy has to drive your budget. Your budget can't drive your strategy. In everything else government does, it has to be the budget and what you can afford driving what you end up doing. But you know, the military is not our road systems, not our park systems. As important as those are to us, it's the most fundamental thing that our government does. It's kind of like law enforcement at the local and state level. Of all the other blessings of liberty, you cannot have them if you don't have safe streets and law and order at the local level. Same way it is in a dangerous world. You can't have all those blessings of liberty if you're not secure at home.
So, moving closer to home, being a native of Louisiana, I've never been to our state's knee, which is Arkansas sticking out of the boot. Other than I accidentally took a wrong turn on an interstate one time, and I went into Arkansas and went back to Memphis, which was probably a mistake given the way Memphis is, but my sister lives there. So in Arkansas, though, every single person who has said on this stage, and every interview I've had with anyone running for president or governor anywhere, continues to mention fentanyl as a huge issue and our southern border. And I know you've been to the border, and it continues to boggle my mind that this administration and the Secretary of Homeland Security continues to say it's secure, and yet not only is it not secure, we had Ron DeSantis here yesterday talking about the number of Chinese illegal aliens coming in on high-speed boats from the Bahamas that you've only got about an hour to rally and catch them, that they're being stopped, but a lot of them may be getting in. We've got huge gotaways. This isn't just a fentanyl issue, although it's huge, but also a massive national security issue.
Yeah, sadly, Arkansas has lost over 600 people to drug overdoses in the last year. I'm sure Georgia is much higher because of your larger population. And as you probably know, we've been losing 100,000 people a year to drug overdoses year after year after year for several years, which is, think about it, almost twice as much as we lost in the entire 20 years of the Vietnam War. Every single year, year after year. And increasingly, the large majority of those, as you say, Eric, is from fentanyl, a uniquely deadly kind of poison. I don't even refer to fentanyl overdoses because there's no safe dosage of fentanyl that you get on the streets. It's fentanyl poison, in my opinion, and I think people should be held to account to it if they're dealing in fentanyl for murder charges. But almost all of that fentanyl almost every single flake of it is made in Mexico. Much of it comes from Chinese chemical precursors as well. That means it's coming across our southern border. It's not just, as you mentioned, yet coming across on the land or coming across on the seas. I think last year there were over 10,000 violations of our airspace in the southern border as well, from drones being used to fly drugs across the southern border. So of course we don't have the border open. I mean, there's a lot of things we can do to combat the fentanyl epidemic in this country. The number one thing we could do is to close the border. And further, as you say, it's not just to protect our people from this kind of poison as well. It is a grave national security threat. You know, 2 men were charged last year with trying to cross the southern border to assassinate George W. Bush. We now estimate that over 100 people on the terrorist watch list have crossed our southern border. And those are just the ones we know about. We don't know about the so-called gotaways who do not have an encounter with our border patrol. Russia has more intelligence officers in Mexico than any other country in the world. Think about that. Is Mexico really a threat to Russia? Not a country on its border. It's not China. It's not Finland. It's not historical adversaries like Poland. It's not even Ukraine. Mexico is where Russia has the most intelligence officers in the world. What do you think they're doing down there?
Okay, this is a fact I did not know.
Well, now
I bet
you do.
most people in the room didn't. Wow.
So Trotsky got an ice pick stuck in his head as well. So Russia has a long history of making mischief in Mexico, and that inevitably is aimed north, and that's why there are hundreds, maybe thousands of Russians who have also crossed our border, in addition to Chinese, in addition to all, I mean, if you haven't been to the border, you'd probably be shocked not just by the chaos and the massive humanity you see there, but how many of them are not Latinos from Mexican or Central America or South America. You know, I think now we're basically up to every country in the world has had someone cross the border. Last I checked, it was like 140 or 150 foreign nationals from different countries.
I'm going to bet Canadians aren't crossing the southern border. That may be the one. But, you know, that brings up a point. A couple of others who've been here, and Ken Cuccinelli mentioned the number of illegal aliens who are now crossing from the Canadian border into New England.
Yeah, and too, like, I mean, the word is out. I mean, they know they're going to get in. This is why they used to wear their shirts say, "Biden, let me in." I mean, this started before Biden even took office. In the same way that when Trump won the election in November of 2016, illegal crossings dropped. It wasn't because Barack Obama decided to get tough in his last 10 weeks in office. It was the signaling effect that it sent. You know, illegal immigrants didn't want to make the journey anymore because they didn't think they would get in. Now, after about a year or so, it started trending back upward, because the first few months in the Trump administration, he hadn't taken some of the actions that he would later take. But then once he took those actions, it started trending back down again. Because again, the word got out. People are sending back text messages. They're, you know, DMing on social media apps. They're calling homes like, you can come, get in. They're let in, or don't come. You know, we just heard from our friend who came last month and he didn't get in. But the word is out all around the world. I mean, you have refugees too. You know, people from countries that are war torn or have genuine persecution in their borders, unlike the claimed persecution south of our border. You know, they know that if they can afford a flight from their country in the old world into Mexico City or Monterrey, that they too can get into America.
I've always found you, this isn't just to blow smoke in your direction. You're one of the more thoughtful senators when it comes to thinking about things we may not be thinking about policy-wise. I mean, right now, as you see the lay of the land and where we're headed through the election, obviously there are the election issues, but policy-wise, what are things you're starting to think about that maybe are on the horizon?
Well, I don't think it'll surprise any of you to know, and I'm sure most of you are worried about this as well. I worry about a conflict over Taiwan, the most dangerous flashpoint in the world, again, because of the signal that this president has been sending, is that, you know, we're going to hedge and accommodate and grant concessions to try to persuade dictators like Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping not to invade Ukraine or not to invade Taiwan. In the history of the world, that simply does not work. If you want to preserve the peace, it has to be done actively and assertively, and it has to be done by a power or coalition of powers with a greater preponderance of strength than the aggressive revisionist nations. And you can see this in both the history of World War I and World War II, that neither one of those wars were inevitable, certainly World War II, but if you had leaders in Western Europe who were willing to confront aggression early, firmly, resolutely, and assertively, you wouldn't have had either one of those wars. And I worry very much the lessons that Xi Jinping is taking from Joe Biden's actions, not just in Ukraine, but in the Middle East and towards China, is that if he goes for the jugular there, something he and every Chinese communist have wanted to do since the 1940s, then in the end, Joe Biden is going to blink. And he may be thinking, too, that the time is coming that he wants to take that risk. You know, he himself is getting up there in age. He's got a third 5-year term. Not that they respect term limits in China, but that window closes in 2027. But the gap between America and China's power has closed over the years, in part because of their notorious cheating and trade and economic relationships has funded their military buildup. And it's getting smaller, but it's starting to even out, and it's probably going to start returning again because China is in a demographic death spiral. They barely have one child per couple now, partly because of their shameful one-child policy for so many years, and their economy is stalling out. He may think that the next 2 or 3 years is the window of opportunity he has with a weak American president and the closest gap in relative power between the United States and China, that he wants to do what he's always wanted to do, what Chinese leaders have always wanted to do, which is invade and annex Taiwan into mainland China. So I worry very much about that. That gets back to some of the points we were talking about earlier with the levels of defense spending, especially defense spending on the kinds of weapons that would be used to deter a conflict over Taiwan. Because we might be able to win that conflict, but I would much rather it not happen because China doesn't think they can successfully execute the operation because of America and our allies standing with Taiwan.
Domestically, with an election next year, this is probably our best chance now with the alignment to take back the Senate. So many other seats are seats where Democrats hold that even President Trump won those states. In 2022, we had just bad candidates in a number of states who failed miserably, who otherwise could have won. I mean, can you just explain for the crowd that understands that it's better to be in the majority than the minority, but may not understand exactly why in the Senate that's such a big deal?
Yeah, so it is a good opportunity for us. Unlike the House, where every seat is up for election every 2 years, in the Senate, only a third of the seats are up for every 2 years. Last year was a tough year for us. We had about 2/3 of those seats are up, but it's flipped this year. This year, I think we only have 9, maybe 10 seats up for re-election. The Democrats, therefore, have 21 or 22. Most of our seats are in fairly safe Republican states, places like Nebraska or Mississippi. I think the 2 toughest states we have are Florida, which has been trending in our direction, and Texas, which has remained a Republican state despite the Democrats' best efforts. Whereas they have a lot of endangered Democratic incumbents up for re-election in places like West Virginia and Ohio and Montana, which Donald Trump won twice, and in a bunch of purple states as well, like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada. So if we can win those 3 seats alone in states that Donald Trump won in 2020, that gives us a majority of 52, assuming we hold all of our seats. If we can pick up a few of those purple seats, then we're adding a margin for error for the next couple cycles as we move back into a slightly less favorable map in Senate elections. And I cannot stress enough just how important winning a Senate majority is, even if it's just a 1-seat majority, although I'd rather have a bigger one. Just look at what's happened in the House this year. We did win the House. We didn't win quite as many seats as we might have liked in 2022, but it's put the brakes on the worst and most egregious excesses of the Democrats' agenda. There's no more talk of trillion-dollar spending bills. There's no more talk of packing the courts or making Washington, D.C. a state or federalizing our election laws or anything else. Just the ability to control the agenda of what comes in front of the Senate or what comes in front of the House makes a huge difference. I can't stress that enough. I know sometimes I hear people complaining that, well, the 2 parties aren't all that different. They often end up, colluding together, in their own interests in Washington against the people's interests. I understand where that's coming from, but I can tell you, seeing it up close for years now, there is a vast, vast difference between the 2 parties in Washington. And if we had won, for instance, just one of those runoff races here in January of 2021, everything that happened in the last 2 years would not have happened. There had been no $2 trillion stimulus. There had been no $1 trillion green energy boondoggle. All of these radical judges had been appointed to the trial courts and the courts of appeals would not have been confirmed. It just makes a huge difference to actually control the agenda and set the calendar in the House and the Senate.
Regarding that, though, assuming we get a Republican president and a Senate, if we can, we've got $32 trillion in national debt. That was a bipartisan spending. I mean, is there anything Republicans are willing to do, assuming they control all of government?
Well, I certainly hope so. I mean, I know some of your guests have probably talked about what the House is trying to do, which is move discretionary domestic spending back to the levels it was just 2 years ago in 2022. That'd be a good step in the right direction. I could say we could go back to 2019, before the pandemic. I don't remember that as being a time of particular austerity in America. And although that's not going to address the biggest sources of our federal debt, it starts to make a pretty big difference. If you chip away, $10 billion here, $10 billion there, as they joke, that starts to add up to real money. And it especially adds up to real money over the long run when you're not paying interest on that debt at Joe Biden's new interest rates. So I think there is something we can do, and I would point out too that 2025 has the potential to be an extremely consequential legislative year, because that's when many of the Trump tax cuts of 2017 will expire, because they had an 8-year sunset on them. And the Democrats intentionally, in their two big budget bills in 21 and 22, put 2 or 3 year timelines on their bills, which meant those things are going to expire in 2025 as well. If we can hold the House, win the Senate, win the White House, we can craft that legislation to what we think the American people want, because that all those taxing and spending measures can be passed with a simple majority. They don't require a 60-vote threshold, which is typical in the Senate. So it's a hugely consequential legislative year in 2025, which makes 2024 an even bigger election year.
Okay, before you get off stage, let me ask you about the Biden administration in general, because you've been in the Senate through multiple administrations. Does it strike you that the criticism is fair that President Biden's administration is more a managerial class operation by progressives as opposed to him charting the course of the White House agenda?
No, Joe Biden is definitely in charge of things, because no one else could screw them up as badly as he has.
Okay, that's fair.
And I only say that half jokingly, and sadly, tragically, the best example of that, because I get this question a lot, is the fiasco in Afghanistan 2 years ago. Look, I don't have a lot of close drinking buddies in the Biden administration, but I know enough people, especially military people, that I'm fairly confident almost every single one of Joe Biden's advisors, to include his own politically appointed advisors in the White House and the State Department elsewhere, discouraged him from that hasty, disorganized withdrawal from Afghanistan. But that was Joe Biden making that decision. It wasn't the Secretary of Defense, it wasn't the Secretary of State, it wasn't any general, it was Joe Biden, because that's what he wanted to do in 2009. That's what he kept badgering Barack Obama to do in 2009, if you read Bob Gates' memoirs about this time. And he's carried a chip on his shoulder for 12 years that Barack Obama didn't take his advice, that mostly took the advice of people like Hillary Clinton and Leon Panetta and the senior military leadership at the time. And for 12 years, Joe Biden carried that chip on his shoulder, and once he won the election, he was going to say, I'm going to prove that I was right all along. When all he really did was prove that he had, as Bob Gates said, he'd been wrong all along. Gates famously said that Joe Biden has been wrong about nearly every major foreign policy and national security decision for the last 40 years. My only quibble with that was he said it in 2014, so now you'd have to say it for the last 50 years. But on the biggest questions, like are we going to withdraw from Afghanistan with no plan to get our people out or get our friends out? Are we going to give Iran $6 billion in hostage ransom so they can take more hostages? Are we going to kowtow to China and plead with them to reduce carbon emissions 75 years from now so we can let them fly spy balloons all over our plane and keep stealing our jobs? On those decisions, Joe Biden is still in charge, because you see how badly things are screwed up. Now, small things like what are we going to do on this or that small bill or piece of legislation, most presidents don't get involved in those things, and that's probably flying below his radar. But on the big things, it's Joe Biden.
Which I guess explains why no one's lost their job over Afghanistan, because
he can't
he
fire himself. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's 100%. That's the best single example of why Joe Biden is in charge, is what happened in Afghanistan. Only Joe Biden could have screwed it up so badly.
And speaking of that screw up, we can go back to, I guess, move back in there in foreign policy here at the end. About a minute left. The Taliban it seems like they're providing more safe havens to terrorism there, that this could be a situation that, again, gets out of our control.
I know you're shocked to hear that the Taliban haven't turned out to be responsible governing partners in Afghanistan. Unlike what Joe Biden was saying 2 years ago. And you know, they talked about these kind of over-the-horizon terrorism strikes against the terrorist groups that are reappearing in Afghanistan. At the time, and still today, I would refer to those as over-the-rainbow strikes, because they're simply not going to happen. There's one time the leader of Al-Qaeda was killed there. I know how it happened. Obviously can't share the details of it. I can tell you it's not something that can be replicated. That's why it's only happened one time in 2 years. And you had our commanding general for the region testify in front of Congress earlier this year that ISIS in Afghanistan still aspires to strike our country. They could strike in as little as 6 months American interests or European interests around the world. And if they can get it to Mexico, they can just walk across our southern border to conduct terrorist attacks here.
Well, that's reassuring. Listen, thank you so much for doing this. Just so you guys know, Senator Cotton was one of the very first people who said, yes, I'll come to Atlanta and hang out with you. He's gotten to be a great friend, and I love our text exchange, which is never about politics, and it's a welcome retreat from all of that. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Eric.
Don't forget your shirt. Thank you. Back when she was first running for the U.S. Senate, I got asked by Bob Vander Plaats and the family leader in Iowa to come up to Iowa and moderate a debate of all the candidates who are running for the Republican primary in Iowa. And I went up there. It was actually my very first time ever going to Iowa. And okay, first of all, let me just tell you, those of us in the South think we have a monopoly on like fried food. The fried pork sandwiches in Iowa are like, hands down, I still crave the sandwich I had there where it's like this tenderloin that was pounded out paper thin and flattened. And so you have this little bitty bun and you want to see where the meat is. The meat is like, it's just fantastic. People in Iowa know how to cook. I want to say that. And the senator from Iowa, I have this small connection with her, and that, as many of you know who listen to my show, is a Harley rider, and the senator from Iowa, like my wife, loves her motorcycle and leads people across Iowa on trips on motorcycles. I'm actually fascinated by her and her background, and also she's got a military background. So you've got a senator from Iowa with a farming background and a military background who studies cybersecurity around the world as part of her duties in the Senate, and I'm delighted to bring her down here to Atlanta to sit down and hang out with us, the senator from Iowa, Joni Ernst.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thanks so much. God bless you. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
So the very first time I came up there, it was to moderate that debate when you were running the first time, and Bob Vander Plaats took me to some restaurant, and you get this little bitty bun, and then you get this fried pork sandwich, and it's like a sheet of paper with a little bun, and I've craved the sandwich ever since. Y'all know how to cook up there beyond corn.
We do, and of course, many of you have probably seen we have the Iowa State Fair going on right now.
Oh, yes.
So if you want food that's either deep fried or on a stick, you can come to the Iowa State Fair. I had a pickle dog that was deep fried. Okay, yeah, crazy, but it was actually really delicious. So I ate that yesterday with some fried Oreos.
And you're here today.
And a deep fried rattlesnake corn dog.
Okay.
Which I shouldn't say, but it was a little chewy. So that was not, the pickle dog was the favorite.
Thank you for surviving and coming to Georgia today. So, I know your background in the Senate, and I want to talk to you about the cyber issues, because this has come up a couple of times here, and I don't know that people appreciate it enough that we have so integrated our national networks, power grid, water supply, and the like. And we've discovered, like, for example, it was somewhere on the Mississippi River, the power company, or the water company rather, was using like Windows 3.1 still on their systems and had gotten hacked. And I don't know that we as Americans are as concerned as we should be with the vulnerability of everything being on the internet like it is.
Oh, well, you're right, Eric. And we have seen the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, the head of that organization, just state in the last week or so that they know Chinese hackers are preparing for an attack on our infrastructure. So think about those Chinese hackers that will find their way into our power plants and affecting our power grid, into our other utility companies, into our railroads. You think about banking systems in private industry. All of that is subject to Chinese hackers. And the Biden administration right now as well, they are trying to do a deep dive into our cyber infrastructure to find what they believe is hidden Chinese code. So they're trying to do a sweep of all of these programs to find out, have they buried code either in the software or the hardware? And I feel that we have waited far too long to engage in this space. I do want to reassure everybody that we do pay attention as Congress. In my subcommittee on the armed services, which is emerging threats and capabilities, obviously we have a Department of Defense focus on artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, all of those issues. But bottom line, it's so hard for federal government to keep up with what's going on in private industry. So to regulate cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, all of these other areas, you know, we're at that Windows 3, and you know, we're trying to keep up. But to regulate that, it's very difficult. So I think that we just need to form guardrails and ways of protecting ourselves, and then work with private industry as they're making these rapid advances.
So the Subcommittee on Emerging Threats of Senate Armed Services, so you're the one I need to ask about the UFOs.
Actually, yes.
Okay, so I have a theory, and look, I know there are things that you can't say publicly,
Right.
but I have a theory that we're not actually seeing aliens. We may be seeing other nations testing us who may be deploying more advanced technology, that we've had this presumption for so long that China is still so far behind us. And in a lot of ways they are, but I mean, what if we've got nations out there, China in particular, trying to leapfrog us with
Never
technology?
assume. I mean, never assume, Eric. And yes, so we actually did have a hearing in the Senate, Emerging Threats and Capabilities Subcommittee, not all that long ago. And the Democratic chair is Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York. And so we did focus on the unidentified aerial phenomena, UAPs. And we brought in, we do have actually a new agency within the Department of Defense. We brought in the head of that organization, and they did play some film footage, and they were able to identify for us a number of the UAP that showed up in films, but there actually are a number that have showed up in films and photography that's been done by naval aviators and so forth, that they can't identify. But they're physicists, they are scientists that study movement, and there are oftentimes very simplistic reasons. Things are showing up the way they are in film, and there are still, though, things that they can't explain.
It's just, you know, it's fascinating just because my mind does not rush towards little green men, but little nefarious Chinese agents.
Absolutely.
And
as it should.
I just think that if it were aliens, it's just remarkable that they always show up around our military installations in no other countries, which tells me a lot. Funny how that works. I mean, if it was aliens, they'd be going to the Iowa State Fair to like check out a fried Twinkie.
They are there. They are there already.
But you know, I mean, but back to the more practical reality of this with these technologies and software and hardware even, that the global banking system, so much of it runs through the United States. Our power grid and stuff, even hospitals, could be really vulnerable in a next level war where, I mean, as Xi Jinping has said, he thinks we're fighting a smokeless war. Well, there's no smoke in a computer hack, and yet we could be behind the ball on this.
Right, and this is an area that goes unobserved by most folks out in Main Street, Iowa, United States, and that's okay. Maybe they shouldn't have to have that burden of worrying that their banking information or their utilities aren't protected. We should be focusing on that for them as Congress, as the federal government, as a state government. We should pay attention to that. Our American lives are heavily burdened in so many other ways. We should make sure that they are protected. Between government, between private industry, we should find a way to keep nefarious actions from happening. But fact of the matter is that the Chinese are out there. They are focusing on this. Russia is focusing on this. Iran is focusing on this. They are trying to find ways into our daily lives. They are trying to disrupt our civil society. And there are so many ways that they can do that. We are dependent upon our phones and GPS. Think what would happen if all of those systems went down and we weren't able to look up directions on our phone, or if we weren't able to call to work, if we weren't able to connect on a Zoom, you know, whatever it is.
Okay, some of that, I got to be honest, doesn't sound so bad.
Yeah,
but
it's probably okay. But we are so reliant upon technology, and we have a huge vulnerability when it comes to technology. And it's what, in the defense space, we call that gray zone. We operate in the gray zone. It's neither black nor white. It is an area exists where adversaries can compete against each other in a way that would be considered just short of war. So how do we regulate within that gray zone? How do we operate within that gray zone? Because certainly, if we have adversaries that are attempting to hack us, and we talk about this in open forums in the Senate Armed Services Committee, but if we have an adversary like China that comes after us and we know that they are targeting our federal government agencies, what are we doing in return? What can we do in retaliation that makes sense and would deter them from coming after us again? So we operate in that gray space as well. So if they're coming after us, we are going to retaliate and go back against them. But there are not necessarily written regulations or rules on what constitutes an all-out threat. So that's why we have to have trust that those decision makers are doing the right thing in that gray zone.
I want to step back just a little bit and let you tell your story a little bit. Joni Ernst goes to the military, gets out of the military, runs for office in Iowa, and is now in the United States Senate. Can you just talk a little bit about your path in life for the audience?
Oh, gosh. Thank you, Eric. I would say, I'd like to say I'm extraordinary, but I think I'm like everyday Iowa. You talk about, you know, riding a Harley Davidson. I grew up on motorcycles on the farm. I grew up on a farm in southwest Iowa. My dad and mom had a very small farm, family farm. We raised hogs, corn, and soybeans. And I have an older sister, a younger brother, and we all grew up doing chores. I mean, that's just expected. That's normal. That's just normal. I see some heads nodding. I mean, you grow up doing those activities. You're expected to work and contribute to your family. So I went to school. I graduated high school at the top of my class, folks, from high school, right? All 24 of us in my graduating class. So, but I loved it. Those are all young men and women that we all grew up together, literally from kindergarten. Many of us went from kindergarten through Iowa State University. And it's a tight community, and it's a community that helps one another out. And during the 80s, of course, it was really tough for farmers, and we saw a lot of farms that were going under. Banks were taking land back from those farmers and foreclosing on mortgages. And my dad, you know, he was a hard worker, and he said, okay, we're gonna make it. I'm gonna start a secondary job. I'm gonna do heavy construction. And all of us kids helped with that as well. And we made ends meet. And that's what it was to grow up in Southwest Iowa. I still live there today. I live about 8 miles from the farm I grew up on. So very simple, humble beginnings. And went to Iowa State University. And I'm the only child in my family that has a 4-year degree. My sister, she worked her way through community college, and my brother went straight into the workforce and works for a railroad as a union laborer. So those are the people that I love. Those are the people that I go home to every weekend. But I did have that opportunity to go to Iowa State, and while I was there, there was a life-changing experience for me. I was selected to go as one of 18 students from the state of Iowa to go on an ag exchange, and this was in 1989, and I was off for the first time ever on an airplane flying into the Soviet Union. And I went to a collective farm in Ukraine where I farmed with a family there over the summer 1989. And it really has impacted me significantly, because when we got there, the family that I was housed with, they didn't have running water, they didn't have a refrigerator, they had one television with state-sponsored programming on it, they had no telephone, and when we came together in the evening, all of us students and the Ukrainians, they asked us questions, and it was an agricultural exchange. So I expected they were going to talk to us about Iowa farming versus their collective farming, and we didn't talk about that at all. So I've asked this question many times, but it was an ag exchange, so what do you think they might have asked? You know, again, I anticipated they'd ask about, oh, what kind of livestock do you have? Or, you know, they asked what it was like to be an American. And it struck me very hard, I think, at that point, because I have always been a proud American. I've always been a proud American. I had very humble beginnings, and my family is still from humble beginnings. But growing up the way I did, I still had so much more than that family I lived with in Ukraine. I mean, they were living in abject poverty with no phone, no car, no refrigerator.
And only PBS to watch.
And only Russian or Soviet PBS to watch, which was horrible. But it just demonstrated to me how incredibly fortunate we are to live in such a magnificent country. And it wasn't lost upon them either. And several years then after that exchange is when the Soviet Union fell apart. And those countries that had comprised the Soviet Union were, at least many of them, were trying to make their way in democracies, much like the United States. And so, you know, I do have a part of my heart that still is with Ukraine. It wants to see them succeed, absolutely see them succeed. So that changed the trajectory of my life. I truly believe that exchange changed the way I was moving forward in my life. So after that exchange, I got back to Iowa State University, and I decided that I can't continue to take my country for granted anymore. So I joined Army ROTC, and I decided this is the way I can give back. I don't come from a family of means, so I will give my time and my treasure, my blood, I guess, if called upon. And so I went into the Army Reserves, and I served for 23 years between the Reserves and the Iowa Army National Guard. I did deploy overseas for Operation Iraqi Freedom, and I was a company commander at that time. So I had 150 men and women, my truck drivers, my mechanics, you know, just extraordinary Iowans that really all came together. I had brothers that were serving together. I had a husband-wife that deployed with me, left their 1-year-old daughter at home with grandma, and went with me to Kuwait and Iraq. And cousins, I had an uncle and a nephew. You know, it's very typical of National Guards. And you have a lot of family members that serve together. My father actually had served in the same unit that I commanded. You know, he had been a young mechanic 30 years prior to my deployment with that unit. And we ran convoys in Kuwait and southern Iraq, and then came back after that deployment. And I decided, okay, I want to continue to serve, and I ran for local government office. I was a county auditor and commissioner of elections, and went on to serve in the state Senate, and then was called to serve in the United States Senate. I retired in 2015 from the Iowa Army National Guard, and it was truly, I think, one of the most difficult decisions to make is stepping out of uniform.
Daniel, oh, there we go. Look at that.
We can share. But it is just to wrap it up, though, you know, I served with some of the best people, the cloth of America. Everyone that I worked with came from different backgrounds and had different reasons for serving. But I have seen the best of America in those uniforms. And love the service that I provide in the United States Senate. But truly one of the greatest honors of my life was serving in a uniform and boots.
Well,
and my daughter, I'll end on this. When you all get discouraged, because a number of us do with what's going on across the United States today, but my daughter is now serving active duty in the United States Army. And all I have to do is look at her and look at her soldiers, look at the young men and women that are serving in uniform, and I know our country is going to be okay.
Well, thank you
They're
very
going
much
to be
for
okay.
your service.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Let's talk about Iowa for a minute, because I've been there now a couple times, and it's always on the campaign trail, and I always try to rent a car and leave Des Moines because there's so much more to Iowa than Des Moines, and you fly in for the Iowa caucuses, and that's where you go, and it's this beautiful state. Having grown up overseas, and particularly in the desert in the Middle East, and then go to some place where in the wintertime it's that cold and all the time, and you have these hot summers, and people think of Iowa's farm country and field of dreams, but there's this huge financial center and banks in Des Moines that I don't think people pay attention to. But then you do have farmers and an administration in Washington that wants to convert them all to battery-powered tractors and EVs to power the land, and it doesn't seem to make any sense.
Oh, have you been hearing my rants lately?
I've been having my own. It makes no
Erick,
sense.
Oh my gosh. There we go. So, do you want me to keep that here?
We've had a long day.
So truly, this administration they've got this goal within the next 5 or so years that we're all going to be driving electric vehicles. And there might be some of you that are driving electric vehicles, and I'm not going to knock you, okay, because it's about consumer choice. But folks, when you have a president and an administration that is saying, you are going to drive an electric vehicle, then we've got a problem. Okay, so when we're talking about the makeup of those batteries, and it all goes back to China, right? So China controls 90% of the rare earth elements that are found in the world, and they control 50% of the global capacity for critical minerals. And most of it, regardless of where it's found, is refined in China. So when we're building all of these batteries for these electric vehicles, we are enriching China in one way or another. These electric vehicles, when we look at the critical minerals that go into them, the rare earth elements, 6 times more amount than a conventional vehicle goes into an electric vehicle. So the Biden administration, a year ago, when we were going through the Defense Authorization Act, because not just tractors, but think about our military vehicles. The Biden administration, their focus at the time was transitioning the entire military non-tactical vehicle fleet to electric within 5 years. What? Okay, so, and that's the non-tactical vehicle fleet, so that's not tanks yet. But the goal was to start with the non-tactical vehicle fleet and move all the way through until we had an entirely electrified military. Yes. So I think about, so again, I was with a transportation company. I was running convoys in Kuwait, picking up supplies, and then pushing those north into Iraq, dropping them off at Talil Air Force Base, Baghdad International Airport, all of these other bases, logistical bases in Iraq, right? Okay, so you get a convoy of trucks running up through Iraq. Can you imagine? Hello, Mr. Iraqi, where's the nearest charging station? It doesn't work like that. So instead of focusing on making our military the most lethal fighting force on the face of the planet, we're focused on green ideology, even in combat zones. So this president, in his 48-page national security strategy, he mentioned China only 9 times. He mentioned climate change 63 times in 48 pages. That's the entire focus of this administration. Again, instead upon, focusing upon the resourcing for our men and women in uniform, making sure that they have the equipment, the training they need, so that if we are deploying them somewhere around the world, that we bring them home safely. I mean, that should be our goal. Instead of that, they're focusing on electric vehicles for our military. And I mean, it's almost like a comedy routine. And it's so sad that this is what they are focused on. And it's why our adversaries like Xi in China and Putin in Russia, it's why they look at us and they laugh. Because President Biden is so focused on the far left green utopia that he's not focusing on real world concerns that everyday Americans had and how we are going to remain a strong country and pushing back against our adversaries. He's lost it. He has lost it. But in the critical mineral space, we've got to compete, and we have to make sure that we are rebuilding our national defense stockpile of critical minerals and doing it in a way that moves us away from our dependency upon China. but also building resources here in the United States of America, because we are not refining here and we're not allowing new permitting for these critical minerals. We need to exploit the resources that we have in the United States of America, whether it's critical minerals, whether it's energy. We can do this here if only we have an administration that will allow us to do it.
Senator, my last question for you, and you mentioned your daughter and now her service. When you look around the country, when you look at Iowa, what gives you hope?
It is those young people, Eric, and there are so many people across the United States, and I know all of you feel very strongly about our country and the pride that we have in our country. We have the richest country in the world, not just with our resources, but with our people. And the combination of our people, our resources, and our freedom and opportunities, it provides us such a strong path forward. If we take away part of that equation, then we are going to falter as a country. If we take away our freedoms, if we take away our opportunities, if we limit our resources, and if we're not encouraging pride with our people, then we are going to falter and ultimately fail as a nation. But what I see, and I travel all across Iowa every single year. Senator Grassley, he started all those years ago what he calls a 99 county tour. So he travels all 99 counties every single year in Iowa. I do it as well. I'm just wrapping up my 9th year of the 99 county tour. But every stop I make, I'm engaging with Iowans, and they love their state, they love our communities, they love our country so much. And I see these young people that are engaging in the workforce. They are going out to jobs, they're going out joining the service, which is a whole nother conversation for another day, Eric. But there are still those that are choosing to serve because they believe in our country. You know, when I see that, I'm heartened. I have just spent the last week and a half back and forth at the Iowa State Fair. There are kids there, and they're kids. They're 16-year-olds, they're 17-year-olds. They get up at 5 a.m. every morning. They go out and they are washing their cattle. They are scrubbing down their hogs to show at the Iowa State Fair. They are leading them around those show arenas. They are explaining how they raise their livestock to adults that are visiting, presidential hopefuls that are visiting. And I see the hard work and determination in their eyes, and I know that America's going to be okay. We're going to be okay. But we have to maintain all of those things that I outlined. You know, our freedoms and opportunities, our people and our resources. That's the strength of America, and we've got to lean in on that. I am an eternal optimist. If you didn't pick up on that, I believe in the goodness of our country, and there is so much more potential that's untapped out there. But it's up to us, it's up to this next generation to really dig in, lean in, and make sure that we're developing all of that and encouraging all of that. We've got to move away from these hard ideologies and these pie-in-the-sky dreams of everybody's gonna drive an electric vehicle, okay? You know, let's just lean into what makes America good.
I would like to note for my daughter who's in the audience at 17 that a United States Senator defines you still as a kid. Remember that. You're not an adult yet. You're still mine. So thank you for coming. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Eric. Thanks to all of you. God bless you.
So my daughter wants to be a weapons engineer because of the Ukraine war.
Yes.
She's got straight A's in calculus. So, yep.
Let's talk to her. Thanks,
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, hop up and follow the senator. Okay, now we got to move some chairs around here and can juggle microphones and have the last of the day. How do we want to do this? You want me to slide? Well, that'll work. So, at the end here, first of all, thank you again to Senators Cotton and Ernst for coming down and spending some time talking a lot about the military and foreign policy. It wasn't by design, actually, to get so many questions from you guys about those particular issues, so I'm glad they were scheduled to come, and that's why I wanted to spend a lot of time talking about those issues with them. But I think one of the biggest issues for us moving forward into 2024 is our party doubts itself, and our party, I think, is so busy yelling at each other as we head into a presidential primary season. I mean, the debates haven't even started yet. We haven't seen these guys on stage other than here doing these things. And as we're shaping the future, there are a lot of people in the party who are convinced that it's going to be lost anyway, that we got to do same-day voting, that we shouldn't do early voting, we shouldn't do those things that we know were historically successful. And there's this guy in Virginia. I've never met him before. I hear he's tall. I haven't seen him yet. But he happens to have been elected governor, and he's committed to evangelizing to all of us and to all the Republicans in Virginia that you got to get out the vote. You've got to put boots on the ground. You got to knock on doors. You got to do the legwork early. You can't just take for granted that the Republicans are going to show up on election day. There could be a blizzard. There could be a hurricane these days. We never know. But then he's also doing all this remarkable stuff in Virginia and came into office in large part because the former governor was caught on film essentially saying, ignore the parents, listen to the elected school board members. And the parental rights issue became such a big issue in Virginia. And now you've got a Republican in a state that's perceived these days as being a very purple, almost blue state. He's got a 57% approval rating. And he's also got a friend who happens to be a friend of mine who's carrying the same message in my state of Georgia. So please welcome back the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp, and the governor of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin. Thank you for coming. Thank you very much. Yes, you're tall.
Yeah, really fun to see.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for coming back.
He is tall.
Yeah, he is. Where do you want to sit? You want to sit over there? I've been drinking out of this water bottle, so. Look, we all got boots on except for me, so that's fine. No, okay.
Mine are size 14.
Oh, jeez. Wow. All right, I wish my wife were here because I don't admit she's taller than me, but she is, and she rides a Harley and has shotguns. I'm scared of her. So.
There you go.
Now, look, I want to first say something directly to you because I feel like a huge disservice is being done to you because we're in this wild election season, and whenever anyone hears your name, including the people in the back of the room here, is like, oh my gosh, is this some sort of presidential stuff? And I know it's not. I want to assure them it's not. And I want to tell you, I feel like you're doing such a good job on trying to rally the troops in Virginia, and nobody cares. It's so for even Governor Kemp, in your situation, we have this 2024 mindset, and oh my gosh, these two guys have great popularity in their state, and they're doing good for their state. Clearly, there's a hidden agenda here, and the agenda seems to me to be to make your states work and to get people to show up and vote in state legislative elections.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and it's a real pleasure to meet you, and thanks for the great work you do. And I think carrying over the airwaves a message of common sense and a message of conservatism. And so thank you. And I do believe that we're at this moment where we've kind of lost the plot a little bit, because this is about first delivering results, and it's second of all about convincing people that we can in fact win. And we in fact have done that in Virginia. Governor, you've done that here in Georgia, which is, guess what? Conservative common sense policies work. And in Virginia, we went from being totally blue to being red in 17, 18 months. We went from being bottom third in job growth to top 4 in job growth. We went from having schools that were driving people to move away faster than they were moving to Virginia to all of a sudden, Virginia is now number 5 in the nation in one-way U-Haul trips. You pay attention to one-way U-Haul trips. I mean, I drive by the U-Haul dealership and it's stacked full of U-Hauls because they're all coming in and none of them are going out. I mean, this is common sense, conservative governance at work, and it works. And so I just think this is a great moment for us to step back and really compare what's working in states run by Republican governors and clearly what's not working in states that are run by Democrat governors. And we have this great juxtaposition of success and failure. And when you compare that also to Joe Biden's failure, and we can see that we can change it really quickly. We can change it quickly, but elections matter, and you've got to win. And that's why I just appreciated your opening comments. We've got huge elections in Virginia this year. We're one cycle off. We're a year off, everybody. So the year that I was fortunate enough to get hired in Virginia, it was 2021. And now we have our midterms in Virginia. And our entire House and our entire Senate is up. And I believe these are the biggest elections in America this year because we get to finish the job. We have a House that came with me, controlled by Republicans, a Senate that wasn't up in 2021, but is up now, that we have a small minority in. And so this is our chance to put our record to the voters and to say, hey, extend our license to lead. I think we've done a pretty good job. I think people are happy with the results. Job growth has been great. We're fixing schools. We're empowering parents. We're standing up for law enforcement and making sure that everybody understands that you got to back the blue. You can't demean them. And guess what? When you back them, more people go into law enforcement. There's more badges on the street and crime goes down. How about that for just a basic reality? And all of a sudden, the real voting of the feet changes. And we're seeing it change in Virginia. I know the governor has had many years where people have been moving into Georgia faster than they're moving away.
Yeah, I've just got to interject here and say this is the first time I've seen another governor stand up and quote all of his wonderful economic statistics in front of the governor of Georgia. I mean, don't want to get a competitive fight going up here. We do have Chick-fil-A at the University of Georgia.
Hey, there's a little bit of this because, at the end of the day, every business that we compete for is usually competing to come to Virginia or Georgia or maybe Texas, maybe. And if we don't get it to come to Virginia, then I'm okay if it goes to Georgia. I just don't want you to win too many times.
Well, Eric, thanks for having us back. And, I just want all the Georgia people to know that last time Glenn Youngkin and I were on a stage, he was here stumping for me in my re-elect. So I appreciate Governor Youngkin doing that. I made this point yesterday morning when I spoke about the GDP in the South now outpaces the Northeast because you do have great Republican governors, business-friendly environments, good competition that's going on here and in states like Virginia where you have great leaders, and it matters. I think one point to what the governor was just talking about in their elections in 2023, I see the same thing kind of for us in the 24 cycle here. We had a great year in 2022 with the re-election campaign. Every Republican at the state level got re-elected overwhelmingly, even with libertarians in the race. And for us, the next election in 24 is so important, which is the case that Glenn's making right now, because if you guys are successful in 23, it leads the momentum in 24 that makes states like Virginia in play. Nobody's talking about Virginia in play right now, but you go up there and help Glenn Youngkin help win these legislative seats. That's going to be 2 cycles in a row where good things are happening, and people are going to talk about that, and it makes it harder on the other side, or it makes them have to defend that harder. And we have the opportunity to do the same thing here in the state of Georgia, and that's why it's so important in all of these races, even down to holding legislative seats.
Governor Youngkin, you missed yesterday. Governor Kemp brought his prop with him, which is his pencil, and made the point that if we win next year, we get the eraser to erase all the other stuff. But you in Virginia, if y'all win the state Senate this year, first of all, I'm on a group chat with a lot of political guys in Virginia who note that the Democrats in Virginia have done what some Republicans did earlier, where in primaries they went like to the hard side of the party. And you've got your poor unfortunate Senate Democrat wanting to know who else's Pornhub accounts have been blocked in Virginia. That you've got a great opportunity to get Republicans and a lot of independents showing how extreme the Democratic primary process went in Virginia to lure people in to take back the Senate.
No, we do, and it's, I think, also an opportunity to really re-emphasize the fact that in a state like Virginia, which really is a microcosm for the country, you know, we have a huge group of independent voters that we have to win in order to win elections on a statewide basis. And we were fortunate enough to win the independent vote in 2021. But we got to go back and win it again. And when the Democrats have their primaries and they basically throw out everybody who's reasonable and replace them with folks who are extreme, it only furthers our argument. And when they block bills, and this last legislative session was just a perfect example of where they stand. I put in a bill that basically says if you're a fentanyl dealer and you deal fentanyl to someone and they die, we should be able to charge you with a felony homicide. And they voted it down. They chose dealers over victims. And I put in a bill that said if you're a family and your child wants to open a social media account, that child who's under the age of 18 has to get parental approval in order to do that, and the social media company can't harvest your data and sell it. They voted that down and said, no, we're gonna side with social media companies over families. I put in a bill that said that at the end of the day, a bill that had been passed earlier, signed by the previous administration, that outsourced our government to California and now requires Virginia to follow the mandates on what car you buy. So in 2024, Virginians will have to start buying electric vehicles based on California's decisions. I think that Virginians should make this decision, not California. I mean, at the end of the day, the last place Virginians want to be is California because they're all moving to Virginia. But they voted that down as well. And finally, last year, we were fortunate enough to convince everybody, even in a bipartisan way, that Virginians were way overtaxed. And we had a $4 billion tax relief package that we got done, 4 times anything that anybody had ever seen in Virginia. And we ran another $5 billion surplus this year. So I've been fighting to go back for more tax relief. And of course, the Senate Democrats don't want any part of it. So the reality is that while we have found ways to navigate, I believe very importantly, tax relief and reducing regulations and empowering parents and standing up for law enforcement, I have this battle every day with folks who really are extreme. And I think what we'll show in November is that not just Republicans, but independents and a lot of Democrats are tired of the extremism of the far left and will in fact elect a majority House, a majority Senate that are Republican and allow us to continue to accelerate the progress that we're making.
So you listen to this, makes you feel good to have a House and a Senate with Republicans in control?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about we already did all that. But I'm proud Glenn Youngkin's fixing to do it too. That's a good thing.
So, you know, let's talk a little more specifically about the political landscape. That Governor Kemp, you've left a political operation, though your term limited, in place to continue the grassroots operations that other organizations, the state party and stuff, have kind of atrophied in the past to be able to turn out the vote. And now you in Virginia are doing something very similar to just encourage Republicans to not be too clever by half and just all storm the polls on election day, but bank their votes.
Yeah, well, I have to say, I don't mind being a fast follower. And the great early voting program that was run last year in Georgia kind of set the real template on how to do this. I call that the first edition of the playbook here. And so what did we do? Well, we went and hired Governor Kemp's team and said, come to Virginia and let's write the second edition of this. And listen, the rules, they're the rules. And I didn't write them, I inherited them. And we've got to go compete. And we've got to get Republicans off the sidelines and not take the risk of missing. And I'm so tired of going into Election Day down thousands, if not tens of thousands of votes because we're so far behind in early voting. And so we're running a hard press, 45 days of early voting. We're running a statewide campaign. We've had help from lots of folks, and everybody is aligned, everybody. from top to bottom in our party about signing people up to vote early. And we have a huge military contingent in Virginia. Listen, 1 out of 10 adults in Virginia is a veteran. We have 150,000 active duty. We have families in Virginia. I want folks to vote in Virginia and make sure they can. And so this secureyourvotevirginia.com program rolled out hard, and we are signing people up to order absentee ballots if they're at risk of not showing up, or to just make a plan to vote early so that we can bank your vote and get this done. I'm excited about it. People have really taken it up, and I think it'll make the difference. And I think it'll be a key ingredient in not just delivering our House and our Senate this year, but I think this first edition that was written in Georgia and the second edition that is being written in Virginia really can be a template for the nation in 2024.
I think another interesting point about that is if we're getting our people off the sidelines, meaning they've already voted, so we're taking their name off of the list of people that we got to go out and make sure that we get to vote on or before Election Day. You know, the more people that have made their mind up, you know how they're going to vote, just get them to go vote. You don't have to call them anymore. Yeah. You don't have to send them another piece of mail. You don't have to badger them and spend money on them. And it allows you to go after the persuadable voters, especially in a place like Virginia, those independents that you need to go get with a specific message for that one individual person. It may be, you know, this person over here, it may be a military issue. This person, it may be school or education issues, public safety, law enforcement issues, tax reform, whatever that you can go get the persuadable voters. And that's what we were able to do here in Georgia, because we raised a lot of money. We had a lot of people volunteering. We were knocking on doors. We were making phone calls. We were using a lot of data, and Glenn and I have talked about this to figure out who the persuadable voters were, who are the ones that we could get, what is their issue, and then we literally would badger people till they went and voted, because we knew we could get them. I'm talking about 3 or 4 times we're knocking on their door, we're calling them. And so that's why it's so important for us to get our folks to go out and vote early. Quite honestly, the other side has been beating us at this game the last several cycles. We used to kill them in early voting and absentee voting here in Georgia, and then we got complacent, and then we had other people saying, don't go do this. Well, the rules are the same for both. You know, the rules are the same for both sides. So we have to take advantage and get our people out there and early, and then allow us to go get the persuadable and the independents.
Well, I just promised them that if they'd go vote early, we'll stop mailing them, we'll stop calling them, we'll stop knocking on their door. And it's amazing how many people say, I'll sign up for that.
You know, it's great as a radio talk show host to have 2 politicians on stage who are competitive but like each other, because I can just sit back here and let them talk.
Let me ask you a question, Eric.
You know, Governor Youngkin, I spent a lot of time as a teenager in Virginia. My brother-in-law was in the Navy. He lived in Portsmouth. My nieces are here. They grew up in the area, and we would spend a lot of time, my brother-in-law being a huge NASCAR fan, going back and forth from Portsmouth up to Richmond to the Motor Speedway. And the evolution of Virginia over time from there, and then the D.C. corridor, all these massive corporations coming in. And to a degree, I guess you could argue it has changed. The wealth of Washington spilling out has changed some of the culture of Virginia. But you've still got this beautiful country in Virginia on the Blue Ridge Parkway and farmers, and there does seem to be this massive disconnect between Northern Virginia and a lot of the rest of the state. How do you, just within the Republican Party, try to synthesize Republicans in suburban areas of Washington versus rural Republicans? It's something I know, Governor Kemp, you have to deal with here too.
Yeah, well, let me first begin. Your description of Virginia is beautiful, and so you're invited to join the chamber anytime you want to.
I hear it's for lovers.
You want to join. So, and it really is a remarkably beautiful state with beaches and with mountains. Oh, you have beaches and mountains too,
And gnats. We do have gnats.
You have, yeah, they're as big as 747s, I understand. But one of the things we have to recognize, of course, is Virginia is very different depending on where you are. Agriculture is our #1 private industry in Virginia. Forestry is our 3rd. And so we have a giant ag industry that we need to grow and foster. And we also have suburban DC, which has a whole different feel to it. And when we ran in 2021, people would say, well, how are you going to win? And I would start out really clearly, well, we're going to get more votes than the other guy. That's how we're going to win. And what it required, of course, is for us to really sit down and say, where are we going to win? And people would say, well, how are you going to win Northern Virginia? And I would say, well, we're not. We're just going to lose it less bad. That's what we're going to do, and that's what it took. And we ended up getting about 42% of the vote in Northern Virginia, which is about 10 points more than recent Republicans had gotten. And yet we still had to turn around, and we had to win Greater Richmond, and we had to win Hampton Roads, which we hadn't won in a while, which is crazy just given the huge military population there, which we did. And then we had the largest margin of victory in our traditional red counties than we've ever had, and we still just won with 52% of the vote. So, I mean, this is a battleground. But we have to make sure we're speaking to everybody. And I think this is one of the big mistakes that Republicans make is we spend a lot of time just talking to the folks that are going to vote for us. And instead, we've got to spend time with the folks who may vote for us. And I'm always reminded, I went to meet with a group called the Hindu American Coalition, largest group of Indian business owners in Virginia. And we sat down and we were having lunch with the board of directors, and the chairman of the board at the end looked at me and he said, well, Glenn, we're for you. We agree on just about everything, small business, low taxes, low regulations, religious freedom, educational excellence. We're going to back law enforcement. I'm like, well, great, that's our platform. That's what we're running on. He said, I just want you to know, we're for you, but you're the first Republican to come see us in 10 years. This is our issue. And so we've got to go campaign and can't concede a single vote. Because in these states that are traditionally, Virginia was deep blue, folks. I just remind everybody, in 2020, the very first state called for the presidential election for Joe Biden was Virginia at 7:01. 7:01. And I vowed that we were going to go do something about that. But at the end of the day, the way we do something about it is we got to go campaign everywhere. We can't concede votes simply because it's hard. And I'll go engage in a debate and a discussion with anybody because we know that common sense, conservative values and policies work. We know that parents should be in charge of their children. Kids belong to families and parents, not the state. And we know that when you back the blue and you have more law enforcement instead of less law enforcement, crime goes down. I mean, these are just basic truths. And so come on, let's go into communities that have traditionally not voted for Republicans, and let's convince them that they should. And it worked. I mean, we won the Hispanic vote in Virginia. We won the Asian vote. We won the Indian vote. We got a higher percentage of the black vote than Republicans have historically gotten. It works. And so that's my encouragement to folks, is that there really is the ability to break through all of this clatter and to do what we know we have to do, which is win elections. That's at the heart of it.
I'll brag on my friend here who did remarkably well shifting demographics from his first election to 2022, and the door knocking campaign in the Hispanic community targeting black men in the state of Georgia. I mean, you saw measurable increases, not just of suburban white voters returning home, but of non-white, non-traditional Republican voters in Georgia moving our way.
Well, and it's the case really that we can make, I think, all over the country, because the other side has just gotten just so leftist in so many ways. I mean, the party has, the Democrat Party in a lot of ways has left what it once was and has just moved to the extreme left. When you have Democratic politicians that are out there wanting to defund the police, school boards that are playing pandemic politics. I remember Governor Youngkin was on the bus right before our rally, and we were talking about just the pandemic and other things that we had done in the state, and he's like, y'all's kids were back in school a whole year before ours were. A whole year. I mean, can you imagine that? And so, and when we reopened the economy, and I mean, I've had so many Democrats, so many minorities that came up and said, thank you for allowing us to go back to work. Thank you for letting us make the decision. Thank you for fighting for our kids. Thank you for doing something about street racism and violent crime in the city of Atlanta, because those issues cut across political lines. Those are not Democrat and Republican issues. You're talking about somebody's child. You're talking about some family's safety and their economic viability. And you can campaign on those issues in any neighborhood. And it's like Glenn says, we don't have to necessarily get the majority of those votes. I mean, we moved, I can't remember the number, but we moved the African American vote 2 or 3 points, and it creates a huge advantage for us and a big problem for them, because we made Stacey Abrams stay home. You know, she couldn't go to these new groups because she was trying to defend her base.
Governor, I've never met a governor from Virginia before, so I get to ask you this question. Do you ever sit in your office and you think, gosh, Thomas Jefferson had this job? I do. I mean, it's got to, and then by the nature of your state and its constitution I mean, you've got one term. I guess you can go for broke out of the gate because you're not running immediately for re-election.
Literally, let's go get stuff done twice as fast as you ever thought you could. I have a clock behind my desk that was set at 4 years the day I started, and it ticks down by the second. And so I'm reminded every day that time's a ticking, we better get to work. And so there's a real sense of urgency that we bring to everything we do. And on top of that, there's a huge sense of legacy because I live in a house that was built by President Monroe when he was governor. And I walk out front and I look at a state capitol that was designed by Thomas Jefferson, and I take a right and I go work in the Patrick Henry building. I mean, this is what we live in Virginia. These are the foundational values of our nation. You know, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that we're endowed with certain unalienable rights, and among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You guys know this. And this is at the heart of the spirit of Virginia that we watched go to sleep under really oppressive leftist policies, and that we had to wake back up. And we didn't just wake it up in Republicans, it woke back up with independents and a lot of Democrats. And this is the legacy that every morning when I wake up and I have my quiet prayer time, I thank the Lord for putting me there, and then I ask him for help. So this is a big deal every day. And then I walk down the steps and I stare at that Capitol and I sit there and shake my head and say, how did I get here? But it is, in fact, that foundation of liberty and freedom, of our Constitution with James Madison, of the voice and the pen and the sword that was literally Patrick Henry, Thomas Jefferson, and George Washington that created the freedoms that were, of course, handed down by the Lord, but then gained by men who fought for them. This is what I want to make sure I'm trying to carry and fulfill. And I think this is a moment as a nation where we step back and we just have to remember these fundamental principles that at the end of the day are principles that underpin everything that makes America, America. And we've got to go to work in order to protect them, preserve them, and make sure that they're a part of our kids' futures and not just something they read about in a history book.
Thank you. Governors, both of you, before I let you all off stage, and I know federalism, the states are different, the laws are different, the powers of different groups are different. Could you all both, though, talk about during COVID what it was like dealing with the government and the teachers? Well, and I realize you came in afterwards, but because of this, the teachers' organizations and unions that didn't want to, particularly more so in your state than ours, not go back to school, but also the school boards that treated parents so badly.
Well, I have a great story that really sums that up. When the vaccine was fixing to come out, and everybody was wanting to get a priority on the vaccine, well, obviously it made sense to have healthcare workers have vaccine priority. Well, the teachers union and a lot of the teacher groups in Metro Atlanta started saying, well, we need to have a priority. Well, the schools weren't even in at that point. And they were giving me the hardest time, wrote me a letter, went through this whole rigmarole, and we said, look, we are going to prioritize you all as soon as we can, but we need to make access available for the people that it's killing, number one, the elderly, those that were, had health conditions, and then our frontline healthcare workers and other first responders, which to me made sense. And they were criticizing that, and it was all political. So we finally get more availability, so we go back and prioritize them, and one of the local school districts, they decide that they're going to wait 3 weeks before they go get release the vaccine to their public health department. When every other school in the state, people were going back literally the next day. And you know, we didn't have mandates or anything else. We were just making the availability. But it just shows you how insane, like, all of that was political. It had nothing to do with the science. It had nothing to do with, you know, anything other than they were playing pandemic politics. And it was like that the whole way. It was like that dealing with the locals. And then it was also, quite honestly, unfortunately, like that with a lot of people in Washington, D.C., like Deb Burks and Dr. Fauci.
And I had a slightly different perspective because we were campaigning during 2021, and then I was hired in November and then started work on January 15th, 2022. And so during that entire period, just to be clear, Virginia schools were still locked tight a year later than they were in Georgia. Virginia kids were still being told that watching class on a 12-inch computer screen was a quality education. Businesses, for a big chunk of that, were still closed. We have a city, Bristol, Virginia, and right across the state line, which is on State Street, cleverly named, is Bristol, Tennessee. Businesses in Virginia were shut. They were open in Tennessee. A lot of people were going across the way to eat. But we saw a state that was a true example of failed COVID policies, because Virginia all of a sudden was near the bottom in job recovery. When the national report card came out, we saw that Virginia had the largest learning loss in the nation in 4th grade reading and math, the largest in the nation. I mean, we all saw this didn't work. There were mandates that you had to go get the vaccine. Every kid was mandated to wear a mask in school. And so we rolled in on January the 15th, and the first thing we did was issue executive orders that say no more mandates for state workers. You want to get the vaccine, get it. If you don't, don't. It's your call, not something that the government's going to decide for you. Second of all, parents, you decide if your child wears a mask or not. That's not something that the state is going to mandate. You decide. And then finally, we opened up business. And we said, folks, the health department is taking a step back. We're open for business. And the state just lifted immediately. Kids were back in school. Parents were excited that their children all of a sudden were enjoying going to school again as opposed to dreading it. And we started the journey back from where the progressive left policies had dragged the state. I don't think there's any better example of bad leftist policies that weren't working, and all of a sudden common sense conservative policies that do work. And now we see ourselves 18 months later, and we're, as I said earlier, we've had literally record labor participation. We now all of a sudden have 10-year highs in labor participation and the size of our labor force. Our schools all of a sudden are turning around. Now, the entire time, getting back to your comment, the Teachers Association, the Teachers Union were fighting us every single step of the way, and they still do. Listen, we still fight this every day because of the power that the Teachers Associations have, because they tax the teachers because they don't get career advancement without being part of them, and then they turn around and use that money in order to progress the progressive left agenda. And in fact, they talk less about kids and more about politics. And this is the reality. And I think this is one of our big challenges. I always appreciated the fact when the heads of the teachers unions would show up in Virginia to campaign against us, because that was an invitation to get more votes for us. But we've got to continue to recognize that the role of the teachers unions in America is not to progress their children and families. It is literally to be a political organization. And we just need to all recognize that. I know it's no secret, but that's what they do. And we battle it every day. And I think we've made huge progress.
Governor, last question for you. How is it to get up every morning with the burden of knowing you don't have the two-time college football national champions in your state?
So I'll just give you a little snippet into this about how proud your governor is. He was just doing me a favor and helping us with a video about early voting. And at the end of it, he needed to wrap up by saying, and go vote. And I thought he was going to say, go dogs. And that was the problem. Luckily, we held him back. But listen, if somebody's got to have two-time national champions and it's not a school in Virginia, it might as well be somebody in Georgia.
Listen, It's phenomenal to meet you. Thank you for making this trip down for this. I appreciate it tremendously. Thank you for coming back, Governor. It's great to be on stage with both of you. Governors Glenn Youngkin and Brian Kemp.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's great to meet you. So my nieces are out here somewhere. They're born in Virginia and raised there. And my brother-in-law retired to Tennessee, but I went to Virginia every summer for years.
We'll take them back anytime we
Yeah,
can get them.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Thank you. Let's see. All right. Thank you all for coming. Thank you very much. I want to spend a moment at the end, and I want to call your attention to something. Well, we don't have it on the signs now, but on the back of your programs, you have the sponsors. We had so many great groups, including Governor Kemp's Hardworking Americans PAC, step forward and help us. And I want to call your attention to one. You'll see, and we put the logo big, Meta. There are a lot of tech companies out there, Google, Twitter, Meta, and only one of them is willing to partner with a conservative organization to do a conservative conference. And I know all of us, myself included, have concerns about all the tech companies, but I want to note it for the record that they didn't flinch, they didn't ask for an agenda, they didn't ask for control, they didn't even ask to be on stage. They just wanted to show that we're willing to work with conservatives. And we can agree to disagree on policy decisions made by the company, but I would note that it's the only one willing. The others were asked. And I was willing to do a panel on technology. And actually, I told Meta, if you'd like to come be on stage, and we can talk about policy disagreements and policy agreements and areas where we may find common ground. They actually agreed, and when they found out what the agenda was and how many presidential candidates I was having, they're like, you know what, it's okay, we don't want to be a distraction from what you're trying to do. And they had the opportunity, and it's not that they wanted to avoid it, they were perfectly happy to do it. As you can see, I'm not going to be a tenacious meet the press style questioner, but they didn't want to distract from what I wanted to do, but they wanted us to know they do want to work with us, and we may not always agree. And it's not just them, it's so many other great groups were willing to step forward and help us do this. It's always a struggle to find sponsors, particularly for a political conference, particularly a political conference by a radio show host. It's hard. And Charlie and Philip in particular, Charlie most especially, deserves a round of applause. So Charlie is my producer and right hand with everything that comes with radio, also does my call screening for my show, and there were many days over the last year where he had to turn the phones off because he had to talk to a speaker or a sponsor or try to negotiate, and dealing with a lot of politicians, trying to get them to want to come and then try to negotiate when they come, and then they find out, oh my gosh, I don't want to be near this politician. And we've had instances even here this week of trying to make sure that people are exiting through one door and not encountering another. It's the wide world of politics is a fun thing, and Charlie, I couldn't do it without him. And with Philip's help as well, I've been really blessed by God to just have people providentially fall into place for me. My assistant Candace as well, stepping up at the last minute, and then all of our great sponsors and all of you. I am thoroughly exhausted after 2 days of doing this. My throat is as sore as it could possibly be at the moment, and I didn't do all the talking, but over 2 days. We'll discuss next year. This year, though, we needed to hear from all the candidates, and we didn't need to hear about President Trump. We know what they're going to say. We know what he's going to say. I learned so much, and I've heard from so many of you wandering the hotel, and I'll do this again tonight to hang out with you this evening after the dinner I've got to go to, is just I learned so much from these candidates. Nikki Haley's passion for treating soldiers and transitioning them back into civil society. Vivek and his real desire to generate a youth vote for America. Chris Christie and understanding the role of prosecutors in America and fighting back against teachers' unions. Governor DeSantis' real commitment to taking on the southern border. Mike Pence's passion for the Constitution and Tim Scott's just love for America, things that you don't get on the campaign trail because all the snippets are about, oh, candidate so-and-so responded to the latest indictment as. This weekend was their weekend to tell their story. But it wasn't just them. Congressman McCormick and Roy and Senators Ernst and Cotton and the governors and all of our sponsors and other speakers on stage. I thank all of them. I hope it was edifying to you. It is thoroughly exhausting to do this, and every time I get through it, I'm like, I can never do this again. And then I get to this point, it's like, oh yeah, so next year we're going to do this. I've been told bodily harm will come to me if I make a commitment, but we'll see. In the meantime, I want to leave you with this. This is something I say on radio and people get tired of me saying it. I taught a Sunday school lesson last Sunday on this. Jeremiah 29. The Jews are sent into exile to Babylon. And instead of raising an army to fight back, instead of being consumed completely by that civilization and just being absorbed into it, God says, plant gardens, buy houses, have your children get married and have children, and seek the welfare of the city in which you live, because there you'll find your welfare. All of us get so absorbed in Washington and what's happening in Washington and the politics of Washington, and we forget how on a daily basis it's our school board and our city council and our county commission and our state government that impacts our lives so much. And in the process of fighting in Washington, we see advances by the other side. But as Grover Norquist has pointed out, since 1994, the Democrats had 40 almost unbroken years of monopolistic government in the country. We've had only 10 since 1994. And we've been able to curb a lot, but we can't do it all overnight. And if we go into 2024 and we just want to punch the left, and we don't actually just want to beat the left, we're not going to beat the left. We can't do to the left what they do to us. We've got to think differently, because I can assure you, we're all committed to a cause, but there are a lot of Americans who are just living their lives, who just want their kids educated, who just want to go to work, who don't care about our candidates. They care about their 401ks and their kids' education. They're not involved in politics because they blame both sides. And if our side reflects the same thing that the other side reflects, then they're affirmed that there's no reason for us to even go vote. We've got to be salt and light. We've got to be a light. We've got to call ourselves to our better selves so that we can present a positive future for America, that all of these people who have a sense that something's wrong with the country, spiritual or political, they don't see us yelling at the other side and protesting in the streets. They see us going into the battered women's shelters and the food banks and the soup kitchens and working with the homeless and being tutors in schools, and also being Christians, conservatives, Republicans who support a candidate who actually has a better vision, a positive vision for the nation. It's not retribution. It's not we're going to reward our friends and punish our enemies. It's we're going to upend Washington, D.C. so they can never do again what they've done. We're going to give that power back to the people. If we just try to harness that power, unless y'all are willing to abandon the Constitution and set up a dictatorship, they eventually will get back power. We can win in 2024 and sweep the board. They eventually will win again. So the question for us is, do we pursue candidates who just want to have a revenge style of governance where we're going to reward our friends and punish our enemies now that we have power? Or do we want to have thoughtful, conservative politicians who say, let's get up there, gut it all so they can't use it against us either, and start rebuilding America with individuals who can seek the welfare of the community in which they live? I just want to leave you with that thought. Now, if you don't mind, I didn't start, but let me end this in just a small prayer. Our Lord in heaven, you bring water out of rocks, and you bring bread from heaven. And you raised us up from the dust of the earth. You stitched us together in our mother's wombs. You created us in your image. You prepare tables before us in the presence of our enemies. And because of you, our cup overflows. We are forever grateful. We pray for our country. We pray for the President of the United States, Joe Biden. And we pray for his Vice President and his leadership and our congressional leaders. We pray that they are instruments of your will and that they do your will, and that you will turn their hearts towards you if they've turned away from you, but that in all things that are done, we ourselves here in this room commit to glorify you. Please guide us and direct us in all that we do as we leave this place. Amen. Thank you all.